Noisy.
To the Uptonsteel County Ground, day 2 of our final OLB Insurance County Championship match of the 2021 season. Scorecards are available at now 3, and you can collect them from the Benetton or from the Geary Bar next to the manual store. Our schools is concerned today, panic bar inside the light turn and there are quick centres however, serving tea, coffee and soft drinks. Alcoholic beverages available from 11 and hot food sandwiches available from 12. We're also realising the Friends of Grace Road are also relocated inside the telephone, serving their delicious mosaic cakes, tea and coffee from 2 o'clock. The Geary Bar is now open, serving tea, coffee and soft drinks. Once again, alcoholic beverages from 11, hot food and sandwiches from 12. And in addition, there is a further flat very close to the electronic scoreboard behind the green seats is a first bar. Please note also that the Uptonsteel County Ground actual stage, all food and drink purchases must be made by a debit or credit card. And once again, I'd like to thank Mark Electrical for our financial sponsor for this LV Insurance fixture, and we thank you for your continued support. As we lost a few overs due to bad weather yesterday, the playing times are slightly different today. With the 10:30 start, lunch will be taken at 12:45. The afternoon session will be 1:25 to 3:30, and the evening session 3:50 to 5:40. And a minimum of 100 overs scheduled to be bowled today. So lunch will be taken at 12:45.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Day 2 of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Sussex. Ball-by-ball commentary brought to you by the BBC in conjunction with the ECB. In this case, BBC Radio's Leicester and Sussex. Richard Ray and Adrian Harms, your commentators for the game, which is about to resume with Sussex in a pretty strong position. They are 310 for 4 at the moment, and the men striding out into the middle to resume their first innings. Ben Brown, 111 not out, dropped on just 3, but boy has he made the most of that reprieve. Played beautifully yesterday afternoon and evening, his 111 off 185 balls. And with him at the moment is young man Tom Hinley, who is 6 not out, has faced just 9 balls. Sussex, Adrian, then looking to build on this very strong position.
Yes, they are, Richard. In one way, they'll be hampered. I haven't spoken to Finn Hudson-Prentice, but I understand that he's got some sort of a fracture to his hand. He was hit by Abby Sakandi yesterday. Immediately, it looked as if he was in a fair amount of discomfort. And it would seem as if he was at hospital yesterday, and that Finn is plastered up and won't bat today. Now, you know, it's one of those injuries, I'd imagine, that maybe in a crisis you might have to go in again, but I think we can fairly safely assume that Finn Hudson-Prentice will not be batting. It's not his bowling hand, but I'd be amazed if he bowls as well. I mean, the risk of further injury. So I think we probably have to assume that's going to weaken both the Sussex batting and the Sussex bowling attack.
He'll be hoping he doesn't need to bat, that's for sure, because really they're in a very strong position, and if Brown in particular can go on, Sussex will be hoping to only bat once in the game. Abby Sakanda is going to, Sakande, I beg his pardon, he's going to open the bowling for Leicestershire, former Sussex man of course, and he's going to open the bowling from the pavilion end. Runs in now and bowls to Brown, a Yorker, his appeal for leg before, on the basis Sakande thinks it might have been pad first. It was a decent shout. It was very full, very low. Actually, I think it sort of thumped into the bottom of the pad via the inside edge, but that's the sort of one that can cause real difficulties first up. It did, actually. And Brown managed to jam it out just.
Good delivery. I spoke to Ben Brown last night, and he was saying he thought the Leicestershire bowled pretty well, and although there wasn't much movement off the pitch, there was a bit of movement through the air, which we certainly noticed.
Absolutely. In goes Sakande, bowls again to Brown, not so good down the leg side. He steps across and gestures at it. It's taken by Swindles down the leg side. Updates every half hour for both of us. First coming up very shortly for BBC Radio Leicester. Just the 2 balls have been bowled on a rather pleasant morning now here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Abby Sakanda has opened the bowling for Leicestershire. Captain Callum Parkinson was a bit fed up last night. They looked a little bit tired after 2 long days in the field at Derby, but he said they'd failed to hit their length. Looking to do that this morning. And Sakanda, first ball was a good one, almost got through Ben Brown's defence. Brown is still there though, he's 111 not out. Tom Hinley is with him on 6 not out. Leicestershire need early wickets, with Sussex resuming on 310 for 4. You missed just one delivery on commentary that was played out into the offside by Brown. Sakande is in past umpire Newell and bowling a full toss on the legs that Brown clips firmly away to the leg side. A horrible misfield that sees the ball run through his legs for 4. That is an awful start. It's Ed Barnes out there, who's usually pretty good, but that is an horribly sloppy piece of fielding, Adrian.
It really is, isn't it? And particularly when the players go through so many warm-ups. I mean, you know, he didn't mean to do it, but he took his eye off the ball, and he'll be desperately disappointed. It's one of those, Richard. Well, when it happens, everybody sort of looks at the ground or looks the other way, a mixture of acute embarrassment and a bit of annoyance as well, because the last thing Leicester here want to do is sort of concede runs early on the, you know, particularly with Ben Brown, who was given a life yesterday, and he gets on the way with 4 runs this morning.
Well, it sets an awful tone, doesn't it, for start of play. In goes Sakande and bowls to Brown. A little bit of lift outside off stump, and Brown lets that go through. Adrian's going to pop next door and update BBC Radio Sussex with the news that Brown is underway with a 4, which should have been a 1. Eddie Barnes is looking down at the ground in disappointment and probably a little bit of shame out there at deep square leg. Had all the time in the world to see it. It was went more or less straight to him. He was travelling, but not that quickly. It is a hard outfield, but even so. Sakanda bowls, bounces, comes back in to Brown, hits him on the thigh pad, beats the attempted defensive shot, but obviously wasn't going to go on to hit the stumps. There's no appeal. End of the over from Sakande. A mixed bag, I think it's fair to say. And 1 or 2 very good deliveries. First one up was a real good one. But also 1 or 2 that Brown was able to work away and pick up, on one occasion, pick up an unexpected boundary. So 314 for 4 as the sun threatens to come out here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. We are playing 7 extra overs today. We lost 7 overs last night to bad light, 89 overs, all that was possible. So we're looking to bowl 100 overs today. So the sessions will be slightly different times. This one has been extended until 12:45, the morning session. So not lunch at 12:30, at 12:45. Chris Wright is in from the Bennett end. He's turned away neatly by Hindley out towards square leg. Barnes is in pursuit, but it's Sakande running around from long leg who's going to get there. So the debut boy, Hindley, picks up another 2, moves on to 8. He's only faced 10 balls, 316 for 4 for Sussex. As Adrian was saying, without Finn Hudson-Prentice, who retired hurt yesterday after being hit on the hand by Abi Sakande when he was on 7. Broke a knuckle, it seems, or dislocated a knuckle, as Wright is in and bowls to Hindley, who has a little prod at one outside off stump. Not a good shot, the bat quite a long way away from the body. Couldn't resist just having a little poke at it. Didn't get the edge, went through to Swindles. There's no run, obviously. Spoke to Leicestershire captain Callum Parkinson last night. He was pretty disappointed with the way the Foxes have bowled, certainly in the morning session, when he said they basically missed the lengths, really. The seam bowlers. Wright is in, bowls. That one is a good delivery on off stump. Yes, perhaps shapes back in a fraction to Hindley, but Hindley's solid behind it, pushing it out into the offside. And there's no run. As a consequence, Sussex got away to a little bit of a flyer early on, courtesy of Messrs Tom Haynes and Ali Orr. Orr fell to a brilliant catch from Barnes. So we've seen the very best of Barnes in the field and the worst of him this morning. As Wright is in, bowls on off stump. Hindley again is defending, not much foot movement. Big, tall young man, broad-shouldered, left-hander, dropping it out into the offside, and there's no run. So 10:30 to 12:45 this morning, 1:25 to 3:30, theoretically. It won't be 3:30, it's unlikely to be, although it may be that Leicestershire will be batting by then. And then 3:50 until 5:45. So if we get 100 overs, the theory is we finish at 5:45. I'd be surprised if we do. In goes Wright, bowl slightly short, tempted pull by Hindley, cloths it, hits the top part of the bat, trickles out towards backward square, but Barnes is at square leg, and so has 10 yards or so to get to the ball, and a comfortable single taken. Tom Hindley moves on to 9. Sussex on to 317 for 4. A large wagon reverses down Milligan Road, on the other side of some rather splendid new gates on that side of the ground, and then heads off up Milligan Road. There's some interesting sort of white goods businesses in the various sort of garages that line that side of Milligan Road. The other side of Milligan Road, in goes Wright and bowls to Brown. A little bit of shape away from Brown. Good leave from Ben Brown lets it go through to Swindle's end of the over. Brown has 150, Hindley has 9, so both batsmen up and away. Brown resumed on 111, Hindley on 6. 7 added in the first 2 overs. I'm sure Sussex will be looking to be busy, although there is swing, there has been nothing off the pitch for seamers or spinners in the game so far. And if and when Leicestershire come to start their reply, Sussex will suspect it might be a case of having to be patient and sort of winkle out the Leicestershire batters who've been in reasonably good form so far this season. Sekande is in to Hindley, straight. Hindley on the back foot, defends out on the on side. Sekande going over the wicket to him, pushing it sort of towards middle and off. Defends back down the pitch to Chris Wright, who's at mid-on. Just the 2 slips, Hassan Azad and Louis Kimber. George Rhodes is at gully, took a decent catch yesterday off Haynes. Sekande is in on off stump, again defended by Hindley. Closed his bat face on that one on the back foot, so it ran out towards Ben Mike, who is at square leg. Conversation with umpire Tim Robinson over there. Ben Mike, born in Nottingham. Robinson, of course, represented our East Midlands neighbours successfully for many years. Sekande is in, edge just wide of Rhodes, and that's going to run down to the 3rd man boundary for 4. Sekande hands on hips, I think that just about carried. Dive to his right, didn't get anything on it, George Rhodes, so you couldn't describe it as a chance, but unquestionably an edge. The stream should be up and running with our commentary upon it. Apologies again about the delay to it yesterday. In fairness to Hindley, it might just have dropped short of Rhodes, but it is just the 2 fixed cameras, so normally the Leicestershire feed has some extra cameras which pick up shots that go wide of the wicket or edges that go to gully, things like that. Not today, I'm afraid, so not quite sure that that might have carried. In goes Sekande and bowls to Hindley, who defends on middle stump. Slightly rising delivery, got to him at around about waist height, pushes it out to mid-on where Wright fields. 3-2-1 for 4. Seeing a replay, but it's kind of not too much use really, because we don't know whether it would have carried. It isn't quite wide enough, the camera, to take in Rhodes at gully. Certainly he's taken a step to his right. Sekande is in, Hindley is turning. The delivery, likes the ball on middle and leg. He likes to play, looks to be strong in the leg side. Turned it out towards mid-wicket. Ben Mike moved to his right to field. No run. Hindley into double figures. In this, his maiden first-class innings. Adrian's back, eh?
Yeah, good to see you, Richard. I'm quite enjoying watching Tom Hindley. I have to say, I know very little about him. A couple of snippets.
Sekande is in to him. He's driving very pleasantly for 4. Nice square drive. It wasn't too wide, but it was just wide enough, and a very solid shot. Unfussy from Tom Hindley. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Knows by now that if you beat the infield, then you're almost certainly going to pick up 4 on this lightning outfield. Steered it away beautifully for 4.
Yeah, I guess I was talking to someone this morning who was telling me he played for England's schoolboys at Lord's recently. So he's obviously a player who's of some pedigree. And also in an under-17 game, apparently someone had seen him batting down at Blackstone, which is the ground that Sussex use in Sussex, and apparently he was whacking the ball over the pavilion and made a big score there. So he's clearly a batsman. If anyone else could fill me in with any more information about Tom Hindley, that'll be gratefully received. But he's
I've got him down as a left-arm spinner.
Yeah,
as well.
He's a big fella, isn't he? I mean, he sort of dwarfs Ben Brown. When he came out to bat, I thought, well, he can't be 18. but he clearly is.
Well fed these days. These boys.
Yes, but it is Ben Brown who's going to be facing Chris Wright, who's running in from the Bennett end of the ground. He's in over the wicket bowls, and that's a poor delivery, but a good bit of keeping by Harry Swindles, diving away down the leg side, and there is no run. I spoke to Ben last night, and he said he felt really sorry for Harry Swindles. He said he definitely nicked that one when he'd made just 3, and he thought he was out, but then realised that Swindles had dropped. He said it was a tough chance. He said inside edges are never easy. So perhaps he's being kind to the wicket-keepers' union. But he did say, he said I've been there myself. Someone, you drop someone early on, they go on to get 100, and you still feel pretty rotten. So Ben sort of sticking up for the keepers' union. As in comes Wright over the wicket bowls and let go outside the off stump by Ben Brown, and there is no run.
I think he's been getting a certain amount of gentle stick from his teammates, put it that way.
Yeah, I'm sure.
He's that sort a little bit, he blushes easily, and Harry Swindles, he's still very young, just 22 I think he is now. I'll check that, but as I say, I think he was hugely disappointed because his keeping has improved so much this season under the tutelage of Paul Nixon.
Brown waits. He's at 115. Resume this one at 111. He waits for Wright. He's in and bowls, and Brown tucks that one down the leg side down towards final. That's going to go for 4 runs. It's a lightning fast outfield, and just erring in line there was Wright, and Ben Brown tucked inside the line and clipped the ball down to fine leg for his second boundary of the morning. Ben Brown, who was saying it was, he thought that there was a bit of swing for the Leicestershire bowlers yesterday. He says it wasn't a wicket in which you could easily go on the attack. You had to really get your head down, which Ben Brown did yesterday.
It did swing most of the day, didn't it?
Yes.
But there was just nothing off the pitch, really. So
Brown to 119. That was his 21st first-class century yesterday. As in comes Wright and bowls, and Brown plays that down to third man. Better delivery from Wright, pitching around middle and off, and easing the ball down to Sakandi, who fields at third man. I also asked Ben Brown yesterday about whether 3 is the position that he is now going to back for Sussex, and he said, well, I don't know. He said, I'm happy to do it for the time being. He also was, and I'll read actually what he said about the wicket keeping. So it has been a situation that Sussex have, he's not keeping in this match, and Ben said, I want to be a wicket keeper long term. I love keeping wicket. I've learnt that skill over a long period of time. I'm more than happy during this block of 4 games for Ollie to do it, but hopefully I can compete for the gloves in the future. So, then making it very clear that he's intent on carrying on wicket keeping. As in comes Wright bowls. That's a play and a miss by Hindley outside of the off stump, taken by Swindles, and there is no run.
A bit of a flat-footed drive, wasn't it?
It
Not
was.
too much foot movement.
So clearly there's a discussion that'll need to happen for Sussex at some stage, whether the club see Ben Brown. But I think it's pretty tough if you see someone as to bat 3 and keep wicket is a pretty tough gig, Richard. I mean, it has been done. You think of people like Alex Stewart who did it. So maybe that'll be the future. Inley in again, bowls, and driven again, slightly flat-footed. Although he did move his foot slightly more to pitch the ball, penny firmly into the covers, and there is no run. So end of the over. Sussex 330 for 4, Brown on 120, Hindley on 17.
Yeah, pretty good start. 20 runs added already. Do contact us on Twitter at Adrian Harms, at Rich M. Ray, R-A-E. A few people have already. Good morning to Mike Jelfs. Forecast tomorrow doesn't look good, he says. I fear another draw is likely. The pitch is suggesting as much. Certainly it's playing pretty blamelessly. Nick Matthews been hanging back. What's the weather outlook there? It looks a bit grim here. It actually looks pretty set fair, Nick.
Yeah, I would agree.
At the moment, as Sakande is in, thick inside edge from Ben Brown, just past his leg stump. Wasn't quite sure where that one had gone, so a little bit of fortune. I think it missed leg stump by quite a long way. It went down towards sort of long leg rather than fine leg. Brown picks up a single, moves on to 121. So I think you'll get, if you were coming down, Nick, you'll get plenty of cricket. 100 overs scheduled today. The weather's coming from the northwest. I was listening to the BBC Radio Leicester weather forecast on my way in. They were saying the sort of west of the country, and the southwest, the northwest isn't looking particularly good. Sekande is in, goes through low, outside off stump, and the tall Tom Hindley can't get anything on it and sort of sinks at the knees, emphasising how low that had gone through, and that's good as far as Sussex are concerned.
I agree.
They want that to happen. A few more of those.
No, I agree, Richard. But I think you're right on the weather forecast. Certainly the local one I was watching on the television suggested most of the rain was in the West Midlands, so we might be okay, but I don't think so tomorrow.
Sekande in again. Hindley is driving a fullish delivery, but didn't really put any weight into the shot. And a comfortable stop for Parkinson at mid-off.
Jackie's been in touch, who says that Tom Hindley went to school at Eastbourne College and scored 150 against Tunbridge School. So he clearly knows how to hold a bat.
Another one from Eastbourne,
Yes.
the Eastbourne Mafia. How many are there?
Quite a
5
few.
or 6 in this team,
Yeah.
I would think. Sekande is in and bowls full, and he's driving again, but not timing it this time. It bounces out towards Ed Barnes at cover. Carter's an Eastbourne boy, isn't he? Crocombe, ditto. Ali Orr, Joe Sarrow.
Yes.
Now we have Tom Hindley as well, so that's fine. A couple of Crawley boys. Sorry, go on.
So a little bit more, it says, if you need to know more about Tom Hindley, he spent most of his youth cricket at Lindfield Cricket Club, where Abby Sekande also learnt his cricket. He says, Abby bowling to Tom this morning is some day for our club. Isn't that lovely?
Oh, brilliant. I hope you get some pictures. And
Like his old man, he's a Manchester City fan, says Gareth.
he's inherited it. Round the wicket goes Sekande to Hindley, who is turning his wrists on that one out towards the vacant mid-wicket area and jogging. One, Chris Wright has to run from wide-ish mid-on to pick up the ball. Hindley moves on to 18 of 26 balls. So a good strike rate, as has Brown. Both well into the 60s. Brown 121 off 197, 332 for 4 Sussex.
Linfield is near Haywards Heath. I'm pretty sure, Gareth.
Sekande back over the wicket, bowls outside the off stump, left by Brown. Shapes back in a bit, and again it doesn't get up too much, but well wide of off stump, a good 8 inches or so. End of the over, 332 for 4. Gentle sun, sort of milky sun.
Yes.
Race Road.
The only reason I mentioned Linfield is because, in being near Haywards Heath, because that's the birthplace of Finn Hudson-Prentice, who sadly damaged his hand yesterday. I've not seen Finn in person, but I'm told he's got his hand. He went to hospital yesterday and he's got a break in his left hand. I'm not entirely sure why, somewhere in the knuckle region, I think. And we understand that it's highly unlikely he'll bat in this game, but we will get confirmation of that a little later on. But it is Tom Hindley who is on strike, as in comes Wright and Miles, and Hindley plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Looks like a tall man, does Tom Hindley. We know now that he plays at Linfield, or that's where he played his youth cricket. He's a Manchester City fan, and he's very tall. I haven't got his actual height, but when he came out to bat, we both sort of looked at each other and thought, oh, he's a tall lad for 18, and he looks like he probably hits a long ball as well.
It's about 6'3", doesn't he? Something
Yeah.
like that.
Sort of lock forward sort of stature.
Almost. Well, these days they're huge men, aren't they? Terrifying.
Right, in again, bowls, and plays through the vacant cover area, or cover point area. Does Hindley picks up another single, he goes to 19.
Well, so some of the Sussex boys were warming up with a rugby ball. They look very competent with it, spinning passes and so on
Oh,
and
really?
so forth.
Okay.
It's not necessarily a huge sport down in Brighton and Hove, is it? Unlike here, as if you look behind us, you can see the Tigers
Right.
Stadium. They're up against Exeter in their opening game of the season. I think it's it's certainly next weekend, Saturday or Sunday.
Right again. Just the 2 slips bowling to the right-handed Brown. 3 men save it well on the offside, and Berrenboim tucks it away down to fine leg. On this occasion, he just picks up a single. And Ben Brown goes to 122. Sussex to 334 for 4 on a brightish morning here in
I think
Leicester.
it's warmer.
Yes, it is.
I'm
It is warm,
warmer than I
right?
was yesterday.
As we left last night, you said to me, like, your parting shot was, I'm going to bring a coat tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I thought, that's good. So I bought a big fleece as well. But actually, it does feel a little muggy. which maybe will favour the bowlers. John Malone has been touched from Bexhill. I'll read his email. After the next bowler's right comes in, bowls to Hindley, who the ball is sort of trapped almost in the top of his pad, and very obligingly picks up the ball and does the honours for the Leicester fielders. Good morning, Adrian and Richard, says John. Coming through loud and clear on the stream this morning. Beautiful Monday morning in Bexhill on Sea. I enjoyed listening on the radio yesterday due to the stream issues. I may take the laptop out to the garden with a cuppa and enjoy the sun and cricket. It's worth getting to 400, then give the bowlers a go before the weather changes. Keep up the good work, says John. Lovely to hear from you, John, who's a regular correspondent in Bexhill. As right as in over the wicket bowls, and Hindley just took a step away, and I thought for a moment he played that very late, but fielded at almost a gully, almost backward point. And there is no run.
I thought it had snuck through.
Yes.
Good diving stop by Rhodes.
On his way, bowls and a play and a miss, and a slightly flat-footed drive there from Tom Hindley. He's a little annoyed with himself. Nonetheless, he gets away with it. The end of another over for the persevering Chris Wright, who's now bowled 24 overs and has taken 2 for 88. Sussex 333 for 4. Brown 122, Hindley on 19. And if we get the full amount of overs in, we will get another 7 overs today to make up for the 7 that we lost due to bad light yesterday. In fact, I thought credit to all concerned yesterday. We got as many overs in as we did, Richard, because the lights were on for certainly a good part of the day, certainly after lunch.
Agreed. Sakande is going to continue from the pavilion end into bowl to Brown, who is forward in defence. Not a big stride. He too prefers to play off the back foot where possible. Defends it back down the pitch on the onside. Good evening to Fango Fox down in Melbourne, Australia. Bowlers look tired and in need of a rest. I thought they looked a little bit leggy yesterday as well. They had 2 long days of bowling against Derbyshire just a few days ago in, as you said, Adrian, baking conditions unexpectedly. In goes Sakande, bowls outside off stump. Brown looking to drive, wristily gets a thick inside edge onto the right leg, bounces out into the offside and there's no run. Hopefully the fast bowlers are rested and changed over for the final Champo game of the year. That's against Worcester, starting on Tuesday, I think. There's a little bit of a gap between the end of this game and the final game, and Fango would like to see Roman Walker and Alex Evans play in that one. Sakande is in full on off stump, a very solid defensive press from Ben Brown. Back down the pitch it goes. Ab is the somewhat unimaginative nickname by which Sakande now appears to be known in the Foxes' ranks. 3-3-4 for 4. 24 added already this morning at a decent rate. Run rate is 3.5 for the innings as a whole. Sakande is in outside off stump, and a very pronounced leave from Ben Brown. Lifted the bat high above his head and sort of left it there. Left no one in any doubt.
My apologies, I only got my phone. I'm expecting a phone call, Richard, so I'll try and keep the phone away from it, as it's irritating, have a sort of dinging and a pinging.
You'll have to get your grandchildren or your children to help you. I always do. Hand it over. Sort it out. In goes Sakande, bowls full on off stump. Brown head right over the ball as he defends that one back down the pitch. Sakande looks as though he's bowling at about sort of 3/4, 80%, 90% of capacity, so to speak. He can make a batsman hurry when he wants to, but I think they've sort of settled into trying to bowl line and length, getting a little bit of movement and containment, to be quite honest. Sakande is in bowl, a little bit shorter, back foot defensive shot from Ben Brown down the pitch on the offside, picked up by Sakande in his follow through. That is the end of a maiden over. Abhi Sakande 1 for 70 from 20, and everybody gestures at the 12th men because it's time for a sanitising spray on the hands. 6 overs have been bowled and 24 runs have been scored. So even I can work out that's 4 runs and over this morning. Good stuff from Sussex.
Yeah, and I think Sussex will be really pleased, particularly as they are down to just the 10 batsmen with Finn Hudson-Prentice, who would have been an integral part of the batting lineup. And I have to say, I've been very impressed with Tom Hindley. We had a couple of emails in about him this morning. He looks like he's had a couple of plays and misses outside the off stump, but I think you can forgive him that against a newish ball and against a bowler of the quality of Chris Wright. But he's done enough to suggest that he looks a decent player. And Sussex, it's been quite difficult this year, Richard, to keep up with all the young players that have come through the Sussex ranks. And clearly, I guess they can't offer all of them contracts. My understanding is that Tom is on some sort of a short contract to the end of the season. I don't know what his educational aspirations are, and certainly talking to some of the younger Sussex players, some of them have got schooling to fit around cricket. Yeah. Others, I guess, will have life choices to make. I mean, if you get a chance to play first class cricket, they may have university aspirations. Do you give up that to play cricket? Do you think, well, no, I want to go to university? These are difficult decisions to make.
Yes, some of the Leicestershire side have graduated before sort of taking up their first class careers.
Yeah.
In fact, the two slips, Louis Kimber and Hassan Azad, among them.
Chris Wright in the bowls and Hindley plays into the covers, and there is no run.
Azad has got a first class honours degree in chemical engineering.
Wow, where did he get that from?
Loughborough.
Wow.
As Louis Kimber has a degree in, I think it's sports science from Loughborough. He's just finished that, but he's got a master's, Hassan Azad, a first-class master's in chemical engineering. Yes, he is. He used the lockdown to learn another computer language, he said. Wow. He's a very bright boy.
Wow. In comes Wright, running in over the wicket bowls to Hindley, who pulls, and he's going to be caught at mid-wicket. And I'm afraid that was a loose shot for the demise of Tom Hindley. Having said how well he's batted, he's caught by Ed Barnes, high to his left-hand side over his shoulder. It was short from Chris Wright, and Hindley, who'd played really nicely, but that was short, and he kind of didn't really get hold of it, looking to pull the ball through square leg. And it was well caught by Ed Barnes, high to his left-hand side, and Hindley is on his way for 19. He looks disappointed. He wanders off, and he probably is, because he was probably thinking perhaps they should have gone for 4. Nonetheless, Sussex lose their 5th wicket. Hindley is on his way for 19.
Yeah, it was curious, really. He didn't quite commit to the shot. It was there to be pulled away, and he got plenty of it, but he didn't give it absolutely everything, as if he kind of knew, I've got to be a little bit careful here. Barnes was the only one fielder, really, who was sort of a danger in that respect of hitting the ball in the end. Had he committed to the shot, I'm sure he would have cleared Barnes by quite a long way. And Barnes, having made that mistake in the very first over, the fielding mistake, has now taken 2 pretty good catches. It wasn't up there with his catch of yesterday when he caught Ali Orr one-handed down at long leg diving to his left, but it was still a pretty smart take, 2-handed high to his left, as Adrian said. And I think Hindley will be a bit disappointed that he didn't get a little bit more from that shot. He didn't commit to it fully.
No, I would agree.
And probably conscious of wanting to he was in and batting very well, so lesson learned for Tom Hindley. But he acquitted himself pretty well. He did a good job. He came in last night and just gave Ben Brown some good support to the close of play, and he's done well this morning as well. He survived for a good half hour and was looking good, so he can be reasonably pleased with his first class innings, I think.
I would agree. Nice partnership of 32 between the pair. New batsman is Jack Carson, top score of 87 in first-class cricket. He's facing Wright, who's in, and Carson covers up, plays him to the offside, and there is no run. But coming back to that universe, and you think from Hassan Azad's point of view, maybe that's the preferred route, isn't it? Get your degree in the bag, you've got something to fall back on. But it's probably quite difficult at 18, 19 if you've got the lure of a contract in front of you, and you think, well, hang on, what do I do here? I don't want to miss the boat and not take this cricket opportunity. But on the other hand, it's the university experience, isn't it? It's it's a life experience, it's the qualification. So it must be a difficult decision. In comes Wright, bowls to Carson, who's forward to a ball of good length, good delivery by Wright, played out into the offside. There is no run.
The other thing is, of course, whether a contract was or wasn't on the table. He was at the Nottinghamshire Academy as well. So, and I don't know whether it was at that stage when he had to make the decision, whether there was a decision to be made, so to speak,
Yes.
whether the first class contract was on the
Sure.
on the table or not. I don't think it was.
Comes right and bowls, and Carson is caught behind, and another wicket goes down. I'm afraid that's a very loose shot by Jack Carson, outside of the off stump. Really didn't move his feet. Thick edge taken by Harry Swindles. 2 wickets have gone down in the over, and I did mention to you this morning, Richard, that with Finn Hudson-Prentice not batting, Sussex have got a fairly lengthy tail here, and I would say that probably Jack Carson is the last of really the recognised batsman. But he's now gone. Sussex have lost 2 wickets in an over. Jack Carson on his way for a duck.
Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester, but I'm afraid that wasn't a great shot by Jack Carson. I'm pleased to say the Foxes have just picked up 2 wickets in the space of 3 balls, having gone the first half hour without taking a wicket at all. Chris Wright bowled a short ball to Tom Hindley. The batsman tried to pull it away. He did, but it was in the air, and it was a good catch high to his left at square leg by Ed Barnes. That was Hindley gone for 19. And just a moment ago, Jack Carson, loose drive at his second ball, got a thin edge, was caught behind by wicketkeeper Harry Swindles, again off the bowling of Chris Wright. So having been 334 for 4 just a moment ago, Sussex are now 334 for 6. You haven't missed any cricket because Crocombe has come to the wicket.
Now, Henry Crocombe, I don't think he's batted as high as 9. He's got Sean Hunt and Joe Sarrow behind him. He made 40... check my records, 42 I think it was against Northamptonshire earlier on this season, so he knows how to hold a bat, but he's got Wright steaming in, lets that one go outside the good delivery by Chris Wright.
46 not out. That's his best score.
That would have been
HT Crocombe.
That would have probably been the Northamptonshire
That would have been the
match.
one, I guess.
Let me have a double check. In a match where Jack Carson made runs as well, so he does know how to hold a bat. But this, I always think this is quite difficult. You've got someone of the bowler of Chris Wright's quality, bowling with a relatively new ball.
And Wright suddenly got 4 for 88.
Yes, Northamptonshire, Sussex was 67 for 8, and Henry Crocombe made 46 not out. Partnership of 99 with Jack Carson. Jack Carson made 52, so he can bat, but suddenly Wright with 4 wickets.
Sakande is in. Brown, the eternal Brown, will be there until the end of the innings, I suspect. Gets a full ball on his leg stump that he just calmly clips away down towards Eddie Barnes, who's down there at deep square, almost deep mid-wicket, single taken. Brown moves on to 123. The innings, Adrian, would look very different had Brown been caught for 3. You never quite know what's going to happen, but
I agree.
It just shows you that matches can swing or take huge changes in direction on the basis of that single delivery.
Yeah, I mean, hugely different. You take 123 out of the equation.
Sakande is in to Crocombe. He's a bit late on that, but he's off the mark as he comes down on the back foot. It was a good length delivery on off stump. It looked to be shaping back in, one that he might have got forward to. Rehearses a forward defensive. He managed to deflect it away off the stumps along the ground down to third man for a single. Wearing 5 on his back, shirt outside his trousers. Brown with his sleeveless Sussex sweater on. In goes Sakande and bowls a no ball that Brown waits for and clips away off his legs down to Barnes again. So there were 9 no balls yesterday. Sakande bowled a couple of them, so into double figures now, Leicestershire, for the innings.
We did say yesterday, didn't we, about Leicestershire needing, they took that second new ball and just needing to believe they could pick up wickets, and really they've done pretty well, because at one stage Sussex were 291 for 2.
Sakande is in to Crocombe, a bouncer that Crocombe ducks underneath. He too is a tall young man, not quite the, for want of a better word, bulk of a Tom Hindley. I don't mean Hindley's fat or anything like it. He's just a very solid young man. Crocombe a little bit more willowy, a little,
Yes.
a little less of him, I think.
Yeah, and a completely different build actually to the other young Sussex fast bowlers. I'll expand on that in a moment.
Sakande is in, bowls to him. He defends on the back foot, drops it out towards Gully. Rhodes comes in and fields.
I think he's got a lovely bowling action, Henry Crocombe. You'll see him bowl a little later. He's more of a wiry build than both Sean Hunt and Joe Sarrow. And certainly the fitness coaches, I spoke to Sean Hunt last week, who's a fine young left-arm bowler, has come from Surrey, but by his own admission, he's had to get fit for the demands of county cricket, and the backroom staff were working very hard at Hove to do that. He's playing in this match.
Sakande is in. Crocombe jabs down on one that stays low outside off stump, comes back, misses everything, and is missed by Swindles as well. Runs through to basically the finest of fine legs for four. Swindles gestures hopelessly at the pitch, but not the first we've seen keep low in this game, or indeed this morning. And although Crocombe was discombobulated by that one, when he comes to butt, in the back of his mind he'll be thinking, oh, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. He'll be thinking that.
Sakande, as Parkinson bowls a couple of looseners, is in and bowls. Back foot defensive shot again from Henry Crocombe, defends it out into the offside. Sakande picks it up in his follow-through, throws it to Ben Mike. But I'm sure that Chris Wright picked up 2 wickets this morning in short order. Will continue looking for another fifer. He's had a few this season. Chris Wright, I'll go look back through the figures while Adrian tells you about his over.
Yeah, I mean, they were at one stage, Sussex 291 for 2 when Ollie Carter was out for 40. That was just after the new ball was taken, and we were speculating as to whether Leicestershire would take the new ball last night. They were keeping things relatively tight, but the new ball has done the trick, and so from 291 for 2, Sussex have lost 4 for 43. In comes Wright over the wicket, bowls to Brown, and Brown steers that through the vacant offside area and picks up a single. He's very happy here, Ben Brown, to give Henry the Crocombe strike, which is a nice vote of confidence in young Henry Crocombe, who's on 1, but I think Leicestershire will be quite pleased to bowl at these tail enders.
He's got 3 times this season he's taken 5 wickets or better in an innings. 7 for 53 against Gloucestershire in Bristol in the first innings there, 5 for 60 at home to Surrey, 6 for 48 second innings at home to Middlesex.
Comes Wright over the wicket, bowls, and Crocombe is, I thought for a moment he was going to be LBW, but he got a thickest outside edge to third slip. Fielded there by Rhodes, and there is no run. I'm sure Richard won't mind telling you, we all have our different ways of recording various stats, and I've got a fool's cap book that I keep notes in and scorecards. Richard similarly, but Richard's, I have to say, puts mine somewhat to shame. He's got very detailed records in red, greens and blues in immaculate handwriting, of which mine isn't. And I have to say, it's mighty impressive. That's sort of Bill Frindle-esque, as in comes Wright and bowls and played to mid-on by Henry Crocombe, and there is no run.
It's very kind of you, but it's just it's just a record of the figures for each game, for each player, really.
Yeah. Well, it certainly helps, and when we've got our records, you can quickly look back and think. I find it quite difficult during T20s to keep records, particularly when the games are going on. It is so helter-skelter.
Oh no, I always do them much later.
Far easier during a championship match when there's a little more time. 344 for 6, Right in again. Bowls, Crocombe lets that go. That's a good delivery by Chris Wright. Now this morning, if anything, there seems to be a little more bounce at this end, Richard, and if ones have kept low, it does seem to have been at the far end, the Bennett end of the ground.
Indeed. A little bit darker as well, just a few
yes, it has.
greyish cloud just drifting over. Actually, looking at them, they're heading in a different direction. Yesterday the wind was from the northwest, and I'm looking at the flags are pretty limp, aren't they?
They are, yeah.
Today.
In comes Wright and Bowles, and Crocombe beaten outside the off stump. He's asking plenty of questions. Here is Chris Wright, and there is no run. Randy Baldwin's been in touch and says, "Hi Adrian, I tuned in about 10 minutes ago. The commentary is ahead of the pictures. Are you aware? Apologies if this has already been mentioned. Come on, Sussex, 2 more batting points to be had." Yeah, the people here, Randy, yesterday there was a few issues around the stream, but as with Sussex and a lot of counties, there's very few people who are working to coordinate, so I'm sure everyone working hard behind the scenes to get things sorted. But thank you very much for getting in touch. Much appreciated. SussexCricket@bbc.co.uk. As in comes Wright and Bowles. That looks pretty adjacent to me. And certainly the slip cordon. And Chris Wright thought that was out. But umpire Robinson at the far end just wanders away with his hands in his pocket. I wouldn't have been a bit surprised if the finger had gone up there. Richard, we're almost in line. We're getting a replay of the delivery coming up now.
Height wasn't an issue, but I think it might just have been sneaking down.
Perhaps sneaking down the leg side. Good shout, though.
Yeah, you could see off stump and a little bit of middle, and it did come back, so I think umpire Robinson decided no, it just might have been going down. Good over. That was a tough over for Crocombe to survive.
Yeah.
Right, sniffing that 5 for 44 wickets, I think, now for Chris Wright this season in the county championship. He jumps ahead of Callum Parkinson, who's got 43. Sakande is in to Brown, who just calmly defends on the back foot off the off stump, pushes it out towards a vacant point area. Rhodes runs up from gully. Brown takes 1. Simple as that.
Yeah. And Ben Brown's been happy to do that in the last couple of overs, so clearly faith in Henry Crocombe. And I guess it's pretty difficult if you're going to start to farm the strike from number 9 downwards. I mean, you've got to have some faith in your Earl. He might do that maybe when Sean Hunt and Joe Sarrow come to bat.
Sakande is in to Crocombe, who is defending. Not too much foot movement on off stump. Pushes it out to Parkinson at mid-off. Ben Mike also swinging his arms. He came on as first change seamer yesterday. Finished with 1 for 52 from 15 overs, but don't imagine they'll be wanting to take Wright off at the moment.
No.
Looks to be bowling pretty well. Sakande is in and bowls. Crocombe defends again. It was a good delivery from Sakande. Wasn't quite sure whether it was going to go on towards leg stump. It held its own, but he blocked it out well.
Seem to be playing everywhere around the country, so no rain has arrived anywhere yet is good news. One game of interest, Nottinghamshire, who are in a good position in the countership. 44 for 5 at Southampton against Hampshire. All 5 wickets to Keith Barker.
Sakande is in. Crocombe is defending, but angling the bat so that it goes well wide of third slip. Where Rhodes had gone from gully, runs down to third man. Sam Evans is down there. Crocombe picks up a single, moves on to 2, 3, 4, 6 for 6.
I've got a sneaky feeling about Hampshire in the championship. You know, the first game in this group of matches, they defended all day down at Southampton. Mason Crane was in for hours. They held out against Yorkshire. They won last week, and they're in a good position today against Nottinghamshire, who are heading the table at the moment.
Sakande into Brown, who leaves outside off stump rather stylishly. Having lifted his bat over the line of the ball, his back foot sort of went out backwards.
They're also
Toes.
Sorry, Richard. I gotta say, and they're also in finals day at T20 at Edgbaston at the weekend. They're playing Somerset in the first semi-final, and as so often happens in T20, I mean, they were out of the competition really, and they had a terrific run, got through in a semi-final against Notts that they should have lost. So you wonder if perhaps their name's on the trophy. We'll see.
Sakande into Brown, who again is looking very stylish out there. Bat right down as he defended that one with the head right behind it. Everything very compact and close together for Ben Brown. He remains on 126. Henry Crocombe has a couple. Sussex 3, 4, 6 for 6. Now, how many overs have we had in the innings? Just 100. So there's 10 to go before the bonus point situation resolves itself. So certainly should get at least one more. Not impossible. The 400?
Yes.
With the run rate 3.5?
Yes, I mean, you'd think Ben Brown would really need to take charge. I just wonder whether they'll get to this 4th batting bonus point, get that in the bag, and then maybe have a bit of a think. But in comes Chris Wright, racing in from the Bennett end, bowls, and Henry Crocombe lets that one go outside of the off stump, and there is no run. Elsewhere, Yorkshire bundled out for just 108, Headingley.
20 wickets gone in that one already.
And of that 108, Gary Balance made 58 of them, so the other 10 could only manage 50 between them, of which Harry Brook made 15, so actually only 2 players in that Yorkshire innings made it to double figures.
That's me.
Warwickshire bowled out yesterday for 155, so lots of wickets around the country. Warwickshire in contention for the championship as well. But in comes Chris Wright. 3 slips go down as he bowls to Henry Crocombe, who lets that go outside the off stump. There was a cry of ooh. I think that came from the slip cordon. And there is no run. Just to describe the field, there are 3 slips, a 3rd man, a backward point, mid-off, a square leg. Is there a fine? I guess there is. I couldn't see him from our commentary box here. We've got some white railings that are just in front of us. I couldn't quite see the fielder down that fine leg. But he's down there nonetheless as Wright runs in again. Bowls, and Crocombe places pretty late. He would have been LBW had he not played that, and Ed Barnes chases the ball towards the cover boundary, but Henry Crocombe comes back for a couple of runs, and he's doing his job. He goes to 4. Sussex to 3, 48 for 6. Although he made a couple of runs, there was a bit of encouragement there for Chris Wright. He was certainly been a big shout had he not got the bat down on that, Henry Crocombe. And Wright wanders away to the far end of the ground. Excellent figures in his 27th over, 4 for 91. And he turns and runs in towards us to bowl to the right-handed Crocombe, and Crocombe lets this one go outside of the off stump. I just get the feeling there's just maybe a little more movement this morning, Richard. Would that be fair? Just away from the right-hander there. Nothing huge,
prodigious,
but
as you say, is there really? And again, there's other than the delivery staying low, that which could be a real issue going forward from this end, from the pavilion end. There's still not too much in the pitch, so Sussex will be looking to extend this innings as long as possible. I saw 1 or 2 suggestions they ought to get to 400 and get bowling because of the weather situation, but...
Right, in again bowls. Crocombe plays fairly late. Always fielded into the slip cordon by Louis Kimber. I can see Ben Mike is warming up at mid-on, so maybe there may be a change imminent for Leicestershire.
Ditto Barnes at... extra cover, but I would think Sussex will just look to bat if they can get through.
I think
to
you're
lunch.
right. Yep.
They'll be perfectly happy with that.
Yep.
If they do get through to lunch, which an hour and a half away, remember it's extended this morning session by 15 minutes, then they're going to be close to 400 plus.
The backward point has gone slightly deeper, I think, to allow Henry the Crocombe the single if he decides to take it, as Wright is in bowls, and Crocombe plays this down to 3rd man, does get a single off the last ball of the over. So Henry Crocombe has pinched the strike, so he's clearly feeling confident enough. He goes to 5, Sussex 349 for 6. So as Richard was talking about bonus points, 1 more run and Sussex will reap the 4 batting bonus points in the bag. And you were also talking, Richard, about changes to bowling, and it does look as if it's going to be Ed Barnes who's going to come into the attack, who I thought was a little unfortunate yesterday. I thought particularly in the morning that he bowled nicely and his figures didn't really reflect. I thought he got more movement through the air than any of the other bowlers yesterday. Wasn't quite his day, and indeed it was Barnes when was he dropped off Barnes? Yes, it was. When Ben Brown was dropped on 3. That was off the bowling of Ed Barnes, an inside edge through to keep a Swindles that he couldn't hang on to.
He's got 3 slips behind Henry Crocombe, and he's got mid-on and mid-off swapping for some reason, Parkinson and Wright. And he decides he doesn't want 3 slips, he wants 2 slips and a backward point. So Rhodes leaves 3rd slip and goes to backward point as Barnes is in very full outside off stump, and he looking to sort of stroke the ball away without any real conviction. Henry Crocombe misses it, essentially. Taken quite low down by Swindles behind the stumps. Azad is standing quite wide. It's almost second slip and third slip, rather than first and second. Volley of encouragement from the Leicestershire fielders for Ed Barnes, who's taken a good catch already this morning. He is in and bowls to Crocombe down the leg side this time. Doesn't swing. Crocombe tries to flick it away, doesn't get anything on it. Taken low down by Swindles. Parkinson immediately goes across to speak to Chris Wright. Saying, right, I'm sure, saying I'm good for another. I'm good for another over here. Parkinson, this is just his third match as a captain. Captaining Leicestershire, certainly. I'm sure he may have done it during his younger years, perhaps at Bolton School. As Barnes is in and bowls on off stump. Crocombe defends out into the offside. No run, not much foot movement from Henry Crocombe, but he's solidly behind it, pushing it out towards Ben Mike. But he's the club's official vice-captain, Callum Parkinson, and now standing in for Colin Ackerman, absent, celebrating the birth of a first child. Many congratulations to the Ackermans. Barnes is in past umpire Newell, bowls a fuller delivery, swings a little bit, clipped by Crocombe off stump, looking to on-drive it, doesn't really time it, bounces quite kindly for Wright, moving to his left at mid-on to make the stop. Round 1-2-6, Crocombe 5, 3-4-9 for 6, one more for the fourth batting bonus point. Coming to the end of the 100 and towards the end of the 102nd over, 2 balls left in this over from Ed Barnes. Turns, sort of lopes in a little bit, bowls off stump, driven by Crocombe. He's got it into the gap. Parkinson is in pursuit. Crocombe will pick up 2. Have to be content with that. Didn't quite time it as well as he would like, but there is that fourth batting bonus point. Sussex move on to 351. It's come off 101.5 overs, so a good strike rate. Best part of 3.5 runs and over. Crocombe on to 7. Barnes ready to go to finish his over. In and bowls. Ooh, almost squares up Crocombe a little bit with a very full swinging delivery. He's looking to clip it on the leg side, gets almost a leading edge, comes off a thick outside edge along the ground into the off side. Out to Parkinson it goes, end of the over, 351 for 6. Ed Barnes, none for 60 from 15 overs, so a symmetry about it, but not a pleasing one as far as Ed Barnes is concerned. Leicestershire then, having picked up those 2 wickets in 3 balls earlier this morning, to raise the spirit, settling back down. Brown, who's been there almost, feels as though he's been there almost throughout. He's been there for such a long time. On 126 now. He hasn't seen much of the strike recently. Wright is in, bowls to him. He just drops it out into the offside, content to take 1 off the first ball of the over. Rhodes closed quickly on the ball, but Crocombe responded, as we've been saying, content. Ben Brown to give Henry Crocombe the strike. Encouragement for Chris Wright from behind the stumps. Louis Kimber, slightly louder from Abi Sekande, I think, who's at backward point. He has troubled Crocombe once or twice so far, Chris Wright. looking to do so again. In he comes from the Bennett end, bowls, and Crocombe is bowled, stays a little bit low, comes back, hits his off stump. Henry Crocombe is gone, and Chris Wright has his 5 for his 3rd wicket of the morning. He has been a little bit late on 1 or 2, Henry Crocombe. There wasn't too much foot movement there, and Wright has been working hard. His natural delivery is of course the outswinger, but he's worked hard with Leicestershire's bowling coach Tom Smith on the delivery that comes back a little bit, hits the seam and comes back a little bit. That one did. Crocombe was very late on it, hit about 3/4 of the way up, I think, off stump. A 5-wicket bag, says the electronic scoreboard.
I rather like that.
Using the vernacular, a 5-wicket bag for Chris Wright, his 4th of the season. Henry Crocombe goes bowled right for 7, and Sussex, having picked up that 4th batting bonus point, are now 352 for 7, but we think effectively 352 for 8, because as far as we're aware, Hudson Prentice isn't going to bat.
Yes, I think we can fairly safely assume that he's not going to bat, having wrapped on the hand yesterday. I wonder whether we might see a slight change of gear here now from Ben Brown, who put a little trust in Henry Crocombe. I'm not saying he doesn't trust Sean Hunt. I've not seen enough of Sean to know what he's like batting wise, but I just wonder whether we might see Ben Brown thinking now, right, let's go on the attack. Although I don't think it's an easy wicket in which necessarily to score quickly. Brown on 120. So apologies, my phone going off, but that's all sorted now. So, but a good fight back from Leicestershire, Richard, because at one stage just yesterday, Sussex 291 for 2 were going along very nicely. So picked up the new ball has really done the trick, and Chris Wright very much at the forefront of that. And he's going to be bowling to the right-handed Sean Hunt.
Another very tall young man.
He is a tall
Even taller.
Yes.
Right, he's in and bowls him. First ball with a lovely outswinger that just drifts past the outside edge, hits the top of off stump. That is a horrible delivery to get first up. Poor young man gets the ball of the day, certainly possibly the ball of the innings. Sean Hunt there, the left armour from Guildford, got an absolute peach that just swung, clipped the top of off stump, and 2 in 2 for Wright, 4 in the morning, 6 for the innings. Ouch, poor old Sean Hunt.
Yeah, and I think I did say to you this morning when we came in, Richard, that with Hudson Prentice not going to bat, that there was a danger that with a pretty long Sussex tail that this could happen, and indeed it has, hasn't it? Carlson for a duck, Crocombe for 7. Tom Hindley hung around for a bit this morning. It looked good, actually. He made 19. And now Sean Hunt for a duck. So at the close of play yesterday, Sussex were 310 for 4. So they've added... what have they added? 42 this morning.
Let's have a look at the replay on this one now.
For the loss of 4 wickets.
Oof.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to be getting that ball as a number 10, dear.
Not number 10 first up. It sort of pitched middle, almost middle and leg, swung away very late at a decent lick from a bowler sort of feeling on top of the world this morning, clearly, and poor Sean Hunt had no answer to that one.
Well, I wonder if Chris Wright's got a hat-trick in his career before.
Good question, actually.
And this is an opportunity. I mean, no reflection on Joe Sarrow's batting, but if you're going to have a hat-trick ball, you probably want to be bowling it to a number 11 if you can.
Well, Sarrow, another tall young man, looks back to see Wright ready at the end of his mark. 3 slips go down, right down the slope from the Bennett end. Bowls, Sarrow defends, he drops it down at his feet. There's unconvincing appeal for leg before. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Applause though for Chris Wright. What's he got this morning then? 4 wickets, have to work it out. He started 2 for 78. 2 more, and they're both for Chris Wright, who's taken all 4 wickets that have fallen this morning. First he had Henry Crocombe bowled for 7. The very next ball he bowled Sean Hunt with an absolute peach of a delivery. didn't manage to pick up the hat-trick. Joe Sarro managed to see it out, and he's just managed to see out the last ball. It does mean that right now has 6 for 93 in the innings, the 4th time this season. Leicestershire's veteran seamer has picked up 5 wickets or more in an innings. Sussex, who began the day on 310 for 4, are now 352 for 8.
Yeah, actually, Richard, Sussex have lost 4 for 18. After Tom Hinley was out.
Wright has gone from 2 for 78 to 6 for 93, so he's got 4 for 15, I think, this morning. Wright is in. Sarro is defending solidly out into the offside. Adrian's going to update BBC Radio Sussex with that news. Applause for Chris Wright, thoroughly deserved. A chant of Chris Wright, right from the Leicestershire posse over there underneath the floodlight next to the meat in the popular seats. So right, just check my figures. Yep, 4 for 15 this morning from, we started with 21 overs from 7 overs. Eddie Barnes still looking for his first wicket of the innings. What will Ben Brown's policy be from here on in? Barnes bowls to Brown, who defends on off stump, pushing it out to Ben Mike, who's at extra cover. There's a single there pretty much all round the wicket for Brown, should he be so inclined to take it, with pretty much the exception of Mike, who's at that extra cover position. Callum Parkinson at mid-on is the other theoretically single saving fielder. There are 2 slips, but otherwise everyone else out on the boundary. Barnes, elbows jutting, runs in and bowls to Brown, who goes for a big drive outside off stump and misses. Big booming drive, trying to crash it past Mike out towards deep extra cover. So it looks as though Brown, fully aware of the situation, of course, will try to press on. Barnes turns, is in and bowls. Good out swinger that is defended out into the leg side by Ben Brown, and the single is turned down. In from deep square comes Abby Sakande, throws to Swindles. Brown could have taken one and a half there really, but decided a little bit too soon, just the 3rd ball of the over. Joe Sarro this season with the bat, 4 innings, 3 not outs, a total of 7 runs, all in one innings, a 7 not out, so not many opportunities really for him. Barnes bowls, nice outswinger that is defended, blocked out into the offside. It's running towards point. Point is back on the boundary, so Brown, it being the 4th ball of the over, is prepared to take the single. He moves on to 128, 353 for 8. Leaves Sarro 2 balls to keep out or crash to the boundary, whichever he tries to do. Slip, a 3rd slip goes in. Sakande comes in from deep square to a conventional mid-wicket. Those are the only changes though, or Sakande is saying, should I stay out? He's been sent back by Callum Parkinson, so they wouldn't necessarily mind too much if Sarro did pick up a single. Barnes is in to him, a full delivery, a little bit of swing, looking to trap him with a swinging Yorker. Sarro equal to it, solidly behind it, defending the ball out towards Wright, who is at mid-on. No run. 310 for 4, so 42 runs added for the 4 wickets lost so far by Sussex, but they've all come quite quickly. The first 24 of those runs didn't bring a wicket. In goes Barnes, bowls outside off stump. No foot movement at all from Sarro, but a solid bat nonetheless. Just waits for it deep in his crease and blocks it out into the offside. Looks more than capable of holding his end up. Joe Sarro did so there. Ben Brown a head shorter than him. In fairness to Brown, he's a head shorter than most of his teammates, one way or another. But he's the man who's got 128 not out, without which the Sussex innings would not look quite as pretty as it is. They've got a pretty decent first innings score. I think they would have hoped for more, probably, this morning. Might yet get it. Brown cuts loose, and Sarro just holds his end up. So, change of field for Brown now. One of the slips has come out to mid-wicket. A little bit more cover for Wright as he comes in, bowls to Brown, who defends on off stump. It rolls out towards Rhodes at extra cover. And immediately Brown rapped out no run to his teammate. Azad the only slip now, standing at a pretty much second slip. There is a third man down there as well. Backward point on the boundary is Sakande. Rhodes at extra cover, Parkinson mid-on. Parkinson mid-off, deep-ish. Ditto Mike at mid-on, deep-ish. Kimber's at a conventional mid-wicket as Wright is in again to Brown, who's looking to play that sort of short-armed pull, doesn't time it at all, and is a little bit too early on it and sort of bunts it back down the wicket on the onside. It rolls out to Mike at mid-on. There is no run. Hill is out at deep square leg, and Sam Evans is down at long leg. So 2 balls of the over bowled. Brown waits, tapping his bat, then raises it as Wright is in, bowls a lovely outswinger to him, a little bit too wide, so Brown makes a late decision to leave. Adrian back alongside.
The fact, Richard, that Ben Brown hasn't really got after the bowling is tribute to 2 things. I think, A, to how well Chris Wright has bowled. Excellent figures, 6 for 93. I don't think it's that easy out there. I think the ball is just moving a little bit. And maybe not a wicket at which it's easy to force the pace as well, which will perhaps give the Sussex bowlers some encouragement. But take nothing away from Wright, who's bowled excellently.
Is in and bowling. Brown gets a delivery full on off stump. He steers it out into the offside, rolls down towards third man. In fact, Eddie Barnes comes up to meet it, but again, it being, well, the 4th ball of the over. He did take a single off the 4th ball of the over last time, but Wright is the threat, isn't he? And,
yep,
and Brown thinks, well, I'm going to try and take at least one more from him. 2 balls of the over left, so second slip Kimber goes back in, which means that there is a single to be had anywhere on the leg side with the exception of to Mike at mid-on. Wright is in, bowls, bouncer, pulled calmly by Brown out towards deep backward square, didn't put his full weight into the shot. Hill comes in to meet the ball, and this time the single is taken, leaving Sarro with just the 1 ball to face.
Always difficult, isn't it, when you're trying to farm the strike? But I just wonder whether sooner or later Ben might think to himself, do you know what, I'm gonna go for broke here. Email in from Steve Rook, which I shall read at the end of the over. Thanks for getting in touch, Steve. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk.
Third slip has gone in. Rhodes from the covers as Wright is in to Sarro, who defends on off stump perfectly competently, pushing it out into the offside, keeps it out. End of the over, 354 for 8.
Hi Adrian, says Steve. He says, yet another quality performance from Ben. Listening to your interview with him, I got the impression that he wasn't entirely happy with the current situation regarding his role. Given recent departures, the last thing the club needs is to upset one of their best players. He says, I'm enjoying the entertaining commentary. Yes, I spoke to Ben last night at the close of play, and I just asked him 2 questions, whether number 3 is now his position in the side, and he said, well, he was happy to fulfil that role, and whether that's what the coaches had in mind, they'd have to see. But I did ask him about the wicket keeping, because he isn't wicket keeping in this match. Ollie Carter is, and he didn't wicket keep last week. Ben said that he has had a slight hamstring injury, which was part of it, but he did say that, and in fact I'm going to read it too, just to make sure that I don't misquote what what Ben said last night. He said, I want to be a wicket keeper long term. I love wicket keeping. I've learnt that skill over a long period of time. I'm more than happy during this block of 4 games for Ollie to do it, but hopefully I can compete for the gloves in the future. That's what Ben said yesterday evening. As in comes Ed Barnes to bowl to Ben Brown, right up at the block hole, and Barnes and Brown drive stylishly to extra cover, but there is no run. So I don't know whether not happy. I think he was just making the case that he still thinks that he wants to fulfil a role as batsman wicketkeeper. So read into that what you will.
What happens if another county comes in and says, we could do with an experienced batter wicketkeeper? You interested, Ben?
Well, and if the decision has been made that if the powers that be have made the decision that Ben Brown is not going to be the wicketkeeper, Ben has made it very clear that he wants to keep. So there's obviously a discussion to be had somewhere. I think comes Barnes, and Brown glides that nicely down to third man, and they don't take the single. So he is looking to farm the strike here. Here's Ben Brown, lovely looking shot for no run.
This could go on quite a long time, really.
Yes,
Sarah looks perfectly competent at keeping things out. Brown plays out the first 4 or 5 balls of each over. We could be here for a while, at 1 and over.
Yeah. So I guess the question is, do the Sussex coaches consider that Ben Brown is a number 3, and he's making 129 in this match, and he's a very fine county batsman with 21 first-class 100 as in comes Barnes and bowls, and Brown is forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. But batting 3 and keeping wicket, as Richard and I were saying, is a pretty tough gig. So is the plan from the club that that's Ben's role? Clearly Ben feels he wants to keep wickets, so maybe there's a compromise that can be reached. I have no idea, but clearly it's something that needs to be resolved from a Sussex perspective. Ollie Carter keeping wicket in this match, and you would presume for the match against Derbyshire next week. Barnes is in, bowls, and Brown plays this time through the covers. Now there could be a couple of runs here, but there's just the single as coming in off the sweeping on the cover boundary is that
George Rhodes was out there.
Was it George Rhodes?
Number 34.
Right, okay, sorry, I thought it said 24, that's my apologies. So Brown goes to 130. So it's to 355 for 8. Sussex have of course lost their T20 wicketkeeper for next season, who is Phil Salt. He'll be playing his last game for the county at the weekend. As in comes Barnes and bowls, and Sarrow plays it on the onside, and poor old Joe Sarrow, that was a pretty decent shot actually, and he's probably hoping to pick up a single, but Ben Brown said no, you stay there. So Sarrow doesn't take the single. 1 more ball to go in this over from Barnes. Sarrow remains on 0. Sussex 355 for 8.
It's tough on a number 11 in those circumstances. You play a perfectly respectable shot that for everybody else results in runs, and
yes.
you're told to stay there. And
yes, I know. Doesn't seem quite right, really. Barnes in bowls, and Sarrow again, who covers up, plays to backward point, where Mike fields. He declined to signal. He looks pretty good to me, Joe Sarrow. He certainly got into line. I'm not saying he's the next Don Bradman, but he certainly gets into line. He looks a very competent batsman, and I wonder actually as time goes on, it may well be that, Ben Brown wouldn't have seen an awful lot of Joe Sarrow batting in the middle. He'd have seen him in the nets, clearly, but he just might begin to think to himself, perhaps I can take 1 or 2 more risks with Joe Sarrow. Either way, end of the over, 355 for 8. Little more cloud around here now at Leicester, but behind us, looking towards the city through the glass door behind us in the commentary box, the weather looks pretty good. It's some brighter skies and some hints of blue as well, but is it coming
clouds,
from that direction?
Yeah, they're travelling towards the northwest from the sort of southeast today for some reason. There's a few nasty looking ones away to the south, but there's plenty of light around as well.
Yes, there is, yeah.
I think we're going to be certainly okay this morning and for much of this afternoon. Whether we'll get 100 overs in, given it is a little bit gloomy, we shall see. But Ben Mike, looking to finish this Sussex innings, is in from the Bennett end. Bowls, Brown is getting a full dish delivery on off stump. Ducks down a little bit at the knees and plays it solidly out into the leg side, picked up by Louis Kimber, who's out there at mid-wicket. Leicestershire having just 1 slip for Brown. Big picture of, did you say that the various sort of banners that are around sent by England and what have you on the railings. Big picture of Jofra Archer as well, of course, as in his England sort of one-day clobber. You'll see it in the sort of car park. He's everywhere, the man.
He is.
Mike is in bowls. Brown is driving
Shot.
very pleasantly out towards wide. Extra cover should be 2, could be 3, but they'll obviously settle for 2 as Sekande runs round and picks up, because that means that Brown, the martlets upon his chest, keeps the strike.
Yes, we often get Patrick, who's Jofra's stepdad, getting in touch with us from the Caribbean. He quite often emails me. It always seems when it's raining anyway, so it's lovely and sunny here in Barbados. And I think,
We'll take that as read. Patrick, thanks.
Hope to be in there. So he might be listening today. If you are Patrick, I hope all well out in that lovely part of the world. I've never been. That's got to be on the bucket list.
Yes, indeed. Mike is in to Brown. Little sort of a defensive jab rather at the ball. Thick inside edge, goes down into the ground and just slowly out into the offside. Picked up by Mike in his follow through. Not so many in the ground today, obviously, it being a Monday, but a few hundred have come in.
Yeah, it's the man with his vuvuzela, is he?
Yes, Stench is here underneath the
Stench?
the flag. Yes.
Right, is that his nickname?
I hope so. I hope it's not his real name.
Well, it might be Mr. Stench.
No, in goes Mike and bowls outside off stump. Brown can't reach it, but it wasn't quite a 4-day wide. He just reached across and tried to chop it away. Now Swindles has heard. He stopped it, not cleanly, and Hassan Azad signals to Will Graves, Leicestershire's
Hand injury.
physio, and he's taken off. He's thrown off his gauntlet and rolling around Harry Swindles.
He looks
in a lot of pain, young Harry. At the moment.
I can see Azad is looking as if maybe that's something really nasty that he'd rather not look at.
It sort of burst through his. I think it hit him on the knee. So I think it's his left knee or just above that is hurting. But he really does look in a lot of pain. He tried to pick himself up there, Harry Swindles, and has sort of collapsed back to the ground. It's his right leg, or is it that Will Graves is holding? Yeah, it's his right knee.
What if he twisted it when he landed?
It went low, and I'm pretty sure it hit it. Hit him on the right knee.
Right, okay.
As it bounced through. But as you say, maybe he turned on it as well.
He's in a lot of discomfort, isn't he? He's
going to be sore there. Leicestershire have wicket-keeping options, I think. Should he need to go off for a little bit of treatment. Obviously just the 1 wicket needed at the moment, but this will delay matters by quite a long way. He's just testing the right knee, Will Graves, at the moment. So I think you may be right, really, because it looks like a twist.
Yeah, it does.
Hurting right knee rather than
just the way the physio is sort of manipulating the knee. Yeah, as if to say, right, can you bend it?
Yeah, there's nothing you can really do for impact injuries from the ball, is there? It's going to be a bruise and it's going to hurt, and you can maybe spray it. But if he's gently flexing Swindle's right knee,
you've got to be. He's looking up now, so he looks as if he's in a little. I think he's bent it a bit more now. Has he? I have to say, I think he's going to be okay. He's sitting up. I have to say, Richard, I don't like seeing sporting injuries. I'm a bit squeamish like that, and I couldn't watch the football last night.
The dislocation.
I just find I have to turn away. I can't look at it. You've got to be.
It happens.
Yeah, it does.
There's a big bloke, sort of, 12 stone men, and there's the occasional collision. I thought the Leeds player was very unlucky to be sent off. There didn't look to be anything wrong with it.
Do you know, I didn't even. I knew it was coming. I was watching the highlights, and it got to 58 minutes, and I thought, there's going to. And I turned over for a couple of minutes and watched something else. Bit of a wuss like that, really. A couple of tweets have come in. Jim has been in touch. Hello, Jim. Jim Goff, he says, morning, first time here. Should have been driving back from Old Trafford. Nice to be here with my day off work. So I'm presuming, Jim, you're here at the ground. Or maybe you say here you've logged into the commentary. But Jim, a very good morning. Should have been driving back from Old Trafford. So clearly tickets for the test match. Tom has been in touch, Tom Bryan, who says, any news on Hudson Prentice and his participation in the rest of the match? I haven't spoken to Finn myself, but I did hear this morning that he has got fractured his left hand. I know not how serious it is. But the fact he hasn't come out today, I did hear that his hand was in plaster. Whether that's correct or not, I don't know. So we'll get confirmation of that. I will pop down at lunchtime and have a word with the.
That seems to guarantee he won't bat.
Yes.
The question is, will he be able to bowl?
Yes. And do you know what? I would doubt it somehow. I mean, even if you're bowling. I mean, if this was a match, with all due respect, this is a first-class cricket match and to be taken seriously, but if this was a match where the sides were going for the county championship, you thought he might. But I mean, the risk of perhaps, fielding or catching a ball on something where it's fractured, I would have thought would not be the best idea. So I'd be surprised, but I may be proved wrong. We'll find out a little later.
Swindles is better, so Mike is in and bowling to Brown, who's steering into the offside. Good diving stop by Sikander at backward point, flinging himself to his right, and meaning that Brown can't take one.
Very good stop for a moment. That sort of Delray Rawlings-esque from Abby Sikander. There's a sort of stop you see from Delray, who feels in that position a bit, diving away to his right-hand side, and it would have been. I think it would have been 4, because it's a big boundary on that offside, but certainly saved at least a couple and maybe 3 runs.
You know how quick that outfield is as well. In goes Mike, bowls, driving Brown, and he has got that one between Sikander at backward point and Kimber at gully. Runs down to third man. Brown takes one off the last ball of the over. So he's going to keep the strike. And Mike has 1 for 55 from 16 overs. Ben Brown just keeps on accumulating. He's moved on to 133, began the day on 111, 22 added by him. Has not looked hurried or really changed the way he's played too much. He's tried to be a little bit more positive with the arrival of Sarro, but Sarro has, the 8 balls he's faced, he's played pretty competently, to be quite honest.
No, I would agree. I think he's played very confidently. I think interesting word you used there, Richard, was accumulating Ben Brown. Ben, it's not an innings where Ben has smashed the ball around the ground. He's picked up the 1s and 2, and he mentioned that last night. That it was a wicket where you had to accumulate your runs, which is exactly what he's done. And he's done very successfully, as in comes Barnes and bowls, and Brown is forward and plays to point. There is no run again. He decides not to take the single. In terms of overs bowled, there are 3 overs, including this one, before we get to the 110. So Sussex are going to have to get a real shifty on to get anywhere near getting a 5th batting bonus point.
But Leicestershire would dearly like that last
bonus
point.
Yeah, I'm sure they would.
And have 2.5 overs, 17 deliveries, in which to get that 1 extra wicket.
Yeah. Barnes, with just the 1 slip in place, bowling to Ben Brown. Is actually standing at second slip. He's in the bowls and pulled away by Ben Brown. More runs here, down to fine leg, and again Ben Brown declines the single. So he's looking to stay on strike as much as possible. Looking at the county championship tables. As it stands, Sussex bottom, Leicestershire 4th. I think there is a bit of prize money, and no one seems to know the answer to this. Maybe you do, Richard, as to the prize money that is available. I was told last week that it's just for the top 2, but no, I don't know why these things aren't more publicly available. What is the prize money that's available? Simple question, really. Barnes in and bowls, and Brown is hit on the pad. We'll wait to see for the umpire's signal. It's bounced away through. It is indeed a leg by. Through square leg, and this occasion Ben Brown does decide to take the single off the 3rd ball of the over. 3:59. But yeah, I haven't found anywhere any information. If anyone's listening and knows, please let us know. Perhaps there's someone at the club here or down in the office at Sussex who knows. What is the prize money situation? Is there any money available? Is it for every position in the county championship? Would be good to know.
Usually on the ECB website somewhere, but...
it must be hidden away, because nobody seems to know. In comes Barnes over the wicket, bowls, and Sarro plays to mid-wicket, and he is caught, and it's a wicket to Ed Barnes. Catch taken by Abby Sikander, and Ben Brown's innings comes to an end. He finishes on 133 not out. Sarro is the man out for a duck, and Sussex are dismissed for 359. Ben Brown, 133 not out, He comes wandering off, Joe Sarah catching him up, so well batted. Ben Brown makes his way towards the pavilion. That's a very fine knock by Ben Brown, making 133. We have to remember he was put down when he was on 3. So he really made Leicestershire suffer for that drop. Nonetheless, I think we have to give a bit of credit here to Leicestershire, who have fought back, because at one stage yesterday, Sussex were 291 for 2, and eventually bowled out for 359. Hudson Prentice not batting today.
Ben Brown faced 234 balls and he hit 13 fours. Very well batted. And a nice blob as well. That'll do his average no harm at all.
No, absolutely.
So he started on 674 runs, so he's now over 800 for the season. He's got 3 centuries and is averaging in the late 40s for the season.
Yeah. Sussex actually lost 5 for 25 after Tom Hindley was out. So we did say this morning that it is a longish Sussex tale, and certainly without Hudson Prentice, who will not bat in the second innings, as we understand. We'll get absolute confirmation of that, which will mean Jack Carson will be coming in at 6 in the second innings if we get that far. Let's hope we do. Let's hope the weather forecast to come our way relents. And if anyone does know about the prize money for the county championship and how far down it goes, can you please let us know, because I'll be really interested to find out.
Try and find out during the interval. There'll be about an 8-minute interval until Leicestershire begin their reply, so chance to make a cup or two. Remember, lunch isn't until 12:45 today, so we'll put the kettle on, and you'll, I'm sure, do the same, and we'll be back with you in around about 5 minutes' time.
Sorry about that. Paul.
Oh, did you manage to do your thing with them?
Well, in the end, the sport.
Go on. Cool, thank you. Yeah, it's been a really good morning for the Foxes. They've bowled Sussex out. Sussex began the day on 310 for 4, where they added 49 to that, but the Foxes picked up the 5 wickets they needed. Only 5, because one of the Sussex players was hit on the hand yesterday. Finn Hudson-Prentice. Turned out he had a fractured knuckle, so he wasn't able to resume his innings. The key man for the Foxes was Chris Wright, who picked up 4 wickets this morning. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 16 to give him innings figures of 6 for 94, the 4th time this season the seamer has picked up 5 wickets or more in an innings. Sussex then finished on 359. Foxes about to begin their reply. Okay, thank you. Welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground. Umpires Tim Robinson and Mick Newell heading back out into Mark Newell. I beg his pardon, heading back out into the middle. Mick Newell, who was he? Football player for Luton in the 80s, I think, something like that. Went on to become a manager. There you go. Sussex 359 for 9 in their first innings. Finn Hudson-Prentice unable to resume due to suffering a fracture yesterday, a fractured knuckle we think it was, on his left hand, and therefore not able to continue batting. Whether he'll be able to bowl remains to be seen. Now I'm looking out there to see if he is out there at all. I suspect he's not there.
No, he's not. Yeah, so sorry, I'm out of breath. I've just come up the steps. Isn't that ridiculous?
You want to try and do it all season, matey, I tell you.
That's why you're so fit. Yeah, Finn Hudson-Prentice has broken a bone in his left hand. Went to A&E yesterday. Apparently waited 6 hours in A&E to get seen, which is often the case at the weekend, isn't it? So you don't get preferential treatment as a cricketer.
Some do. Some have sort of arrangements with private hospitals, don't
I think
they? Some
had it been at Hove, I think it might have been slightly different, but nonetheless. So he's broken his hand, Finn, talking to the physio. In normal times, that would be sort of, he was saying probably about a six week absence, but Finn couldn't have played next week anyway, because it's against the club who currently hold his registration, who is Derbyshire. So real shame for Finn. So he will play no further part in the match, which does 2 things. It reduces the Sussex bowling options, in that he would have been probably the key bowler here with... I'd have thought he'd probably almost certainly opened the bowling, but batting at 4 or 5 in the order. Well, he batted 4 in this match before he came off. So no Hudson-Prentice, and we wish him well in his recovery. He was on the ground. I didn't see him then, but I was just chatting away to the physio. So Sussex down to 10, and Sean Hunt is going to open the bowling from the Bennett end of the ground, coming into bowl 2. As I down the leg side, that's a horrible delivery to start. And he won't be getting a beer from the wicket keeper, Ollie Carter. That was way down the leg side, and 4 byes to get us underway. And everybody looking a little bemused.
Speared it away.
He did.
He'd be nervous, won't he? I would imagine. A little bit. Big matches, these.
Yes, they are. And actually, Sean Hunt has worked incredibly hard on his fitness. I spoke to him last week. And he, as I say, he was recognising that he needs to get fit, and he spoke very openly and very candidly, and it was good on him, really. Very honest young cricketer, 19 years of age, comes in and bowls. That's a better delivery, and has had drives down the ground and picks up his first run, fielded at mid-on by Henry Crocombe, and there is one more first run off the bat, 5 without loss.
It's hard to say without sounding horribly personal, but he's right. He looks heavy. He doesn't look like at this stage of his career. He's early into it. This is just his fifth game, and he's only bowled in 5 innings up to now, and he's got 10 wickets at 27, which is very good.
Yes, it is.
He does look a little bulky, and he could do with losing a few pounds. That he'll do.
Yes, well,
it will come.
And actually, Richard, it's interesting because he was asked by another member of the press, said, how much weight do you have to lose? And he told us how much he weighed and how much he'd lost.
Oh, go on then.
So he was really, and I can't remember the stats, but he'd lost an appreciable amount of weight through.
Already.
And he said through working hard, through changing his diet, not drinking alcohol. And he comes, bowls, and he's picked up a wicket and a splendid catch, low down by Delray Rawlings at second slip. And Sam Evans is on his way. He's got a first bowler. Well, what an over from Sean Hunt. The first one speared down the leg side. The second one, a decent delivery driven to mid-off. The third delivery, thick outside edge, and a really good catch by Rawlings, actually low down to his right at third slip. And Sussex have got a breakthrough. Crumbs, it's all happening in this opening over. And Sean Hunt has picked up a wicket.
And what Hunt does have is that little bit of extra height and bounce that arguably Leicestershire's bowlers, they don't quite have one of those sort of bowlers at the moment, the sort of tall seamer who hits the deck hard and gets a little bit of extra seam movement. And for me, that's one of the first balls in the game that's actually moved off the seam. He hit the seam hard, left it. It was a good ball and a neat catch.
Yes, it was.
But Evans continues his... Well, he's had a few low scores. He's had a lot of high scores as well this season, Sam Evans. He's got 3 centuries in the early part of the season, and he scored an 80 last time out, but 1 or 2 low scores as well, and that's another great start for Sussex.
Yes, indeed. So well done, Sean. And as I say, it's sometimes it's sometimes when you're talking to players, people can be a little coy about what they're saying, but he was very open, Sean Hunt, and I said to him, he played his first match of the season up at Old Trafford, and he said, I didn't quite realise just what it takes, but he does now. He's running into bowl to the new batsman, who is George Rhodes, and Rhodes plays out into the offside and takes a quick single, fielded there by Alistair Orr, but Rhodes is on his way, and Leicestershire to 6 for 1.
This is just Rhodes' second championship game of the season. He's in the side. He's got the place of Colin Ackerman, who's Leicestershire's class batsman, really. Ackerman, as you know, absent for family reasons. Good, happy family reasons. Rhodes got his chance last time out. Leicestershire just batted once against Derbyshire, and Rhodes did get a 50, so kept his place.
So, Azad faces Hunt, who's in from the bended end goals, and Azad fought a ball of good length, placed to backward point, and there is no run. Now there is a substitute fielder on the field at, where's he fielding? Mid-wicket, so I just need to check who that young man is.
Well, there's a few without numbers or names on their shirts, so I'm going to have to be relying on you here for some of them.
Yeah.
Slips.
Quick note to the scorer, who will know. Comes Hunt, bowls, and Azad lets that one go outside the off stump through to keeper Carter. There is no run. Bit of an interesting over from Sean Hunt. The first ball was an absolute shocker down the leg side, but then an absolute beauty to get rid of Sam Evans. First ball at the end of the opening over. Leicestershire are 6 for 1. That in reply to the Sussex total of 359.
Yeah, there's 2 out there without numbers on at mid-wicket and backward point. The backward point is your man who does look very, very young indeed. And I guess that's the young man whose name you're trying to find out. It's going to be Henry Crocombe who's going to open the bowling for Sussex from the pavilion end. 6 for 1 already, Leicestershire, in reply to Sussex's first innings of 359. The game has moved on then this morning. 6 wickets have fallen already. Crocombe bustles in and bowls to Rhodes, who turns his wrists on that defensive shot, turns it out to mid-wicket. Is mid-wicket readily recognisable to you?
I think mid-wicket is Tom Hinley. So I think he is the youngster, the 18-year-old who's coming to the stage. I think the backward point.
I thought Hinley was bigger than, but it's difficult, isn't it? Sometimes in goes Crocombe, and it's the man at mid-wicket who we think. Well, he threw left-handed, so you could be right.
Yes,
because he's a left-arm spinner, isn't he?
He is.
Well?
I think that's Hinley, and I think the 12th man,
right,
whose name is, and Graham's kindly got there. Oh, it's a lovely name, Bertie Foreman.
Bertie Foreman.
Bertie Foreman is the Sussex 12th man. So I don't know anything about Bertie.
F-O-R,
as in George.
E-M-A-N?
Yeah.
Okay.
Foreman.
Bertie Foreman, a graduate academy, I'm sure. An academy graduate even. In goes Crocombe and bowls. Staying on the back foot, Rhodes. He's a little bit uneasy with that one. He defends it solidly enough, but there's a sort of little twitch as he does so, which isn't entirely convincing. Although I'm sure Rhodes was sad to see the demise of Sam Evans. I'm sure he'd be quite pleased to be out there early, getting a chance. In goes Crocombe and bowls outside off stump. Rhodes steps forward, lets that go through outside off stump. And there's no run.
So a couple of people got in touch this morning, notably Gareth and Jackie, who were telling us about Tom Hindley, that he started his career at Linfield Cricket Club. But I don't know anything about Bertie. So if anyone knows about Bertie Foreman and where he plays his cricket and a little bit about him, let us know. It's always good to know about young cricketers. Very experienced, though, even if you get on as a 12th man in a first-class match.
Absolutely. He has yet to make a first-class appearance then, as Crocombe is in bowls, nice and straight and slightly across the line as he defends that one. George Rhodes pushes it out to mid-on, who is Sean Hunt. Bearded figure.
Yeah, Joe Sarrow down here at mid-on.
Crocombe is in and bowling. Again, Rhodes is defending. Again, Sarrow with an elastic bandage on his left arm. Fields, and he tosses the ball to his captain because it's the end of Crocombe's over. A perfectly acceptable opening over. A maiden, in fact, required Rhodes to play 5 out of the 6 deliveries. Leicestershire remain 6 for 1. Yes, 6 for 1. 6 off, all off the first over. Yes, I was forgetting that 4. Did it go down as buys against the unfortunate?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, Carter's probably thinking, crumbs, what's all that about? It's, in one day cricket doing 4 wides, but anyway, in comes Sean Hunt running in from the Bennett end, bowls to Azad, who drives nicely through extra cover. Runs here for Azad. He could well get 3 here. It's a long way out to that boundary. Skipper Tom Haynes chasing, pulls the ball up inside the ropes. And Azad goes through for a very nice looking 3 runs. He goes to 4 and Leicestershire to 9 for 1. A long chase for the skipper, who we thought might be struggling yesterday. He was brought out a drink soon after lunch and looked to be taking some sort of medication, Tom Haynes, and he wasn't absolutely sprinting after that either. So we'll have to see. A lot of cricket been played in the last few weeks. I'm sure there's some tired legs, but on the other hand, there's some young Sussex players out there who are keen to do some running around. As Hunt is on his way to George Rhodes. 3 slips go down and played into the offside by Rhodes, and there is no run. I think I said that catch was taken at 3rd slip. It was actually taken but 2nd slip by Delray Rawlings, so my apologies. So 3 slips, a backward point, who is Bertie Foreman, a cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Joe Sarrow down below us as in comes Hunt. Bowls, that's a horrible ball. That's driven away through the covers, and I suspect that's going to be 4 runs. Ali Orr, who's very quick across the ground, is in hot pursuit, but it was a full toss. It deserved to go for 4, and that's exactly what happened. And Rhodes will be very grateful as he goes to 5, and Leicestershire to 13 for 1. And certainly throughout the game, it's a big playing area for those of you down in Sussex who've never been to Grace Road, which was explaining it's one of the largest playing areas there is. But it's very quick, and continually through the match, once the ball's beaten the infield, it's gone away for 4 runs.
There's no irrigation on the outfield. It's like rock. It's like concrete.
Yeah. Hunt in again, bowls, and that's a much better delivery. The Rhodes is forward 2 and punches to mid-on, and there is no run. He's a little above medium pace, would you say, Sean Hunt?
Briskish, and it's a real problem for the batsman in that when you get a young bowler like this who's tall, and sort of briskish, hits the seam, moves it around a little bit, but he's also inconsistent. He's going to bowl. So far, he's bowled 2 shockers as well. Yeah. You never quite know what's coming. So
no, I agree. In comes Hunt and bowls. Oh, that's a good. Well, it's a no ball, but exactly what the point Richard was making was slightly short of a length. There's a bit of extra bounce, which we have seen, and bounce that Chris Wright got out of this track as well, and it surprised Rhodes.
Yeah, not like that though.
No,
he's got a higher. Wright's a sort of skiddy bowler. He can bang it in, and as you say, he got the odd one to. But Hunt he's got a higher delivery and he hits the seam a little bit harder.
In again bowls, and this time Rhodes, that one goes through outside of the off stump, taken by Carter, and there is no run.
How many overs has he actually bowled in these? 83.5. Before this innings, 5 innings, this is potentially on this track. There could be long spells, or there could be. He could get sort of 20 overs in here in the innings sort of thing plus. So this is going to be demanding, potentially.
Hunt in bowls, let go by Rhodes. That was a good leave actually by George Rhodes. Didn't miss the off stump by very much.
Didn't.
End of the over, 15 for 1. Azad is on 4, Rhodes is on 5. Hunt 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 11. What I would say is that Sean Hunt's probably keen to be playing, because those who aren't playing seem to get put through their paces by John the physio. And that involves running around the outfield, and it's a big outfield here at Grace Road. And Jamie Atkins, another of the quick bowlers who's had a shoulder injury, is up here, presumably because they want to work on his fitness. And he was running around the outfield yesterday, and he looked utterly exhausted after a few laps with John.
Hunt has got the right end though, because he is coming slightly down slope, so to speak. Just gives him some nice momentum, which is one of the reasons probably why he bowled that no ball. Henry Crocombe has got the short end of the stick in that he's got to go slightly uphill, but different sort of action to Hunt, and I think they've probably got this one right, Sussex, in which of the bowlers operating from which end. Crocombe is in, bowls 2. Azad goes past the outside edge, although Azad does have a tendency to tuck his bat inside the pad, so to speak, of the front leg, and just sort of deliberately play inside the line. And noticeably, as a few have from this end, that bounced for a second time before it was taken by the wicket keeper. Again, something to think about. In goes Crocombe, bowls on off stump. Azad meets it with a straight back down the wicket to Crocombe, picks up in his follow through, and then he throws it to his captain, who's at mid-off for the left-hander. So Ains prefers to be at mid-off, clearly. He's swapped positions at left and right-handers. Sarrow at mid-on. In goes Crocombe, bowls, hits the pad. Didn't get anything on it, I don't think, Azad, but it's running down to fine leg. Carter's actually in pursuit, but long leg gets there at fine leg first. Hunt gets his throw away. Is there going to be a signal? No, there isn't. So Mark Newell doesn't point to his leg, so it got a little bit of inside edge onto his pad, which is why that didn't run all the way and cross the fine leg boundary.
Bertie Foreman is 17, born on the 13th of May 2004. I'm indebted to the Sussex scorer Graham Irwin, and he plays his club.
Eastbourne.
He plays his club cricket at Preston Nomads Cricket Club.
In goes.
In Brighton.
In goes Crocombe. Bowls a little in-swinger that is helped on its way neatly by Azad. And that one does cross the rope at fine leg and more. It bounces over the advertising hoardings and heads off towards the car park. And Hunt is in pursuit. The steward wisely leaves it, seeing that the young man is there next to him. Doesn't pick it up, so doesn't need disinfecting.
Oh. Now, Lewis Hatchett, former Sussex bowler, who's obviously listening to us. Hello, Lewis. Great to hear. He's been in touch as well. He says, Bertie started at St James, my first club too. He's now at Preston Nomads. He's the grandson of Dennis Foreman, with a smiley face and a thumbs up. So thank you, Lewis.
Crocombe is into Azad. He's got his line right there, just on off stump, just outside. Azad has to defend on the back foot. Does. He's moved on to 10 with that 2 and then 4. 10 off 10 balls for Hassan Azad. George Rhodes 5 off 13. Leicestershire 21 for 1. Light has improved. The dark cloud drifting past as Crocombe is in swinging, looking for the York. A puff of dust as Azad's bat comes down on it, plays it firmly, but only as far as Sarrow at mid-on, end of the over. 21 for 1 remains the score. 6 off 2 for Crocombe, 11 off 2 for Hunt, but he's got a wicket as well, and a good one too. Leicestershire opener Sam Evans' first ball found the outside edge. Neat catch by Delray Rawlins, slightly to his right at second slip, two-handed. Made Leicestershire 5 for 1.
And for the record, Dennis Foreman was a South African cricketer and footballer. He played cricket for Sussex from 1952 to 1967. As in comes Hunt over the wicket, bowls, and Rhodes covers up, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. He appeared in 130 first-class matches as a right-handed batsman who bowled occasional off-breaks. He scored 3,277 runs with a high score of 104 against Nottinghamshire in 1967. He also played 212 matches for Brighton and Hove Albion between 1953 and 1962, scoring 63 goals.
Real all-round sportsman then.
He was
the genes are right for young Mr. Foreman.
In comes Hunt and bowls to Rhodes, who punches to mid-off, and there is no run. He joined the staff at Shoreham Grammar School in 1974, where he was an inspirational PE teacher until 1995. Lewis, thank you so much for giving us that information, which I didn't know. I just looked it up. So thank you very much. You never know who's listening, you know. You put a little message out there, and there's generally someone who's listening in. So great to hear from Lewis. Thank you very much. Perhaps you might be able to help us on prize money in the county championship. We haven't had a reply to that one yet, as Hunt comes in and bowls. Let go by Rhodes outside of the off stump, taken by Carter, and there is no run. 21 for 1. 3 slips. Backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg for those of you joining us this morning. Sussex bowled out for 359. Finn Hudson-Prentice not batting. He's broken his hand, and broke his hand yesterday. As Hunt is in, bowls. That's driven away by Rhodes. That's a nice looking shot, and young Bertie is in hot pursuit, but fast though he is, and his legs are pumping away, he's not going to cut that one off. Driven away, back to the square on the offside by Rhodes, who goes to 9, and Leicestershire 25 for 1. There's a bit of a production line of young cricketers now at Preston Nomads, that's the club of Daniel Ibrahim, who isn't playing in this match, but I suspect may well be playing for England under-19s today, or whenever the next match is against the West Indians. We'll just double check that in a moment's time. Archie Denham and James Coles also in that England squad. As in comes Hunt and bowls, and is he caught on the leg side? I thought he was for a moment, but obviously came off the thigh pad. Taken diving low to his left by Ollie Carter. And there is no runs. There's certainly not a match today. It's a 6-match series that... yes, the next one is tomorrow. Oh dear, it could get washed out. I don't think the forecast is great for tomorrow. Although better in the south, I think. England against the West Indies tomorrow at Canterbury. and Rhodes to a ball that would have knocked out his off-stump plays into the offside. And there is no run into Sean Hunt's over. 3 overs, no maidens, 1-15. Sussex are 20. Get this right. 3 overs, no maidens, 1-15 for Sean Hunt. Leicestershire are 25 for 1. That will reply to the Sussex total of 359. Azad is on 10. Rhodes is on 9. The man who was dismissed for a first ball duck, very well caught at second slip by Delray Rawlings off the bowling of Sean Hunt, was Sam Evans, who becomes the second player in the match to be out of first ball, the other himself being Sean Hunt, who was bowled by Chris Wright.
Yeah, got a good one, didn't he? First up. Just swung away and hit the top of his off stump. Crocombe, to continue from the pavilion end, is in and bowling to Azad, who leaves a foolish delivery outside off stump, steps forward, lets it go through. He's in need of a score. Hassan Azad started the season very well. 144 not out away against Surrey at the Oval to go with 55 in that match. Since then, however, his highest score is actually 20. Well, he got 36 against Somerset, but certainly no 50s, and a few blanks as well. As in goes Crocombe and bowls. He's forward. Azad defending out into the offside. It bounces towards Gully and is fielded, and there is no run. In fact, Azad's scores this season: 27, 18, 55 and 144 not out. Then 36 and 0, 0 and 24, 5, 0, 3, 0, 1, 4, 18, 0, 25. So badly in need of a score. Updates coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Well, having taken 5 wickets this morning to bowl Sussex out for 359, the visitors haven't begun the day on 310 for 4. They've begun their reply, Leicestershire. They lost an early wicket, that of Sam Evans. His very first ball got an edge to a delivery from Hunt and was caught by Rawlins at second slip, obviously without scoring. Since then, however, Hassan Azad has moved into double figures. He's 10 not out. George Rhodes is 9 not out. The Foxes are 25 for 1. Crocombe is in, bowls to Azad on off stump. Azad is forward, pushing it out into the covers. There's no run. It's a slightly early update. I don't make it past yet, but I don't mind. They give you about 5 or 10 seconds warning in your earphones.
Yes, our updates seem to be sort of later and later. It's meant to be past. Sometimes it was 22.
Crocombe is in. Good delivery on off stump. Azad back foot this time defends it, drops it out into the offside, and there is no run. So just come back to finish that point about Azad. Long run of scores without getting a big one. He's due, as they say, and will want one. He began his first class career so well in 2019, over 1,000 championship runs. Crocombe is in, bowls to him. He's turning him off his legs towards square leg. Young Mr. Foreman is after it. Very athletically gets to the ball, picks up left-handed, transfers to his right, throws in, but Azad had more than enough time to pick up a single. Moves on to 11, 26 for 1 at the end of the over.
We heard from Jim Goff a little earlier on. We were speculating. Jim was saying that he was on his way back from Old Trafford, and he said, "Yes, that's right. I'm here at the ground. Tickets for day 3 of the test that were originally from the Pakistan series in 2020. Enjoying the commentary in the relaxed Monday atmosphere. A bit chilly though. Yeah, it is a little chilly for sitting around. You've got to feel for all people like Jim who had tickets for that test match. And it's not just the tickets for the game, is it? It's that people who booked trains, people who booked hotels.
Yeah, you get your ticket money back, don't you? In
you
the
do.
end, but as you say, all the associated expenses.
Yeah, and all the bars, etc., around Old Trafford, who would have been expecting to get customers in. As in comes Hunt, bowls to Azad, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. So I will nip next door and do my update in a couple of moments' time to listeners on BBC Radio Sussex.
And if you're wondering why we're not having lunch, it's because 15 minutes added to the morning session as part of the drive to get back those 7 overs we lost last night to bad light.
3 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Sean Hunt is in, left arm over the wicket, bowls to Azad, who's up on his toes, plays into the offside, fielded by the alert Alistair Orr, and there is no run. He's probably still thinking, Ali Orr, about that catch yesterday. He was out to a quite stunning catch by Ed Barnes, which we think, because the stream wasn't operating at the time, may not have been captured, but I think it would have been certainly in the running for catch of the season for Leicestershire, racing around the fine leg boundary and grabbed it one-handed, sort of inches off the turf. In comes Hunt, bowls, Azad again punches, and again straight to Orr, who fields not cleanly on this occasion, but it doesn't cost his side a run.
I think they'd be talking about that around the country, to be quite honest, if that had somehow been captured on film. Yeah. I've got a horrible feeling it hasn't been, but it was a sensational catch by Barnes.
Yeah, it really was. It would have certainly been a great, if someone had filmed that at the ground and posted it on social media, on Twitter or something, I
think they're harder than reaction catches, which, do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Hunt bowls, as out up on his toes, and again Orr comes in from cover to field. Yeah, I mean, he raced around the fine leg boundary. It was a short delivery. Orr pulled it down towards fine leg. He probably thought he was going to get a boundary. He probably didn't think for one moment that he was going to get caught. And it was just low down, left-handed. It was a stunning catch. 26 for 1, as I had 11 roads on 9. The heavier cloud seems to be drifting away, which is good news, as in comes Hunt again, bowls, and as Ed works this past third slip down towards the third man boundary. Hindley is in hot pursuit, but he won't get cat off, and that's a nice shot by Azad. He goes to 15, and Leicestershire to 30 for 1. A deliberate shot wide of third slip. There is a backward point, but yet again, as if to make the point, once the ball has breached the infield here at Grace Road, if it's hit with any sort of power at all, it's very difficult to cut it off. Lightning quick. Leicestershire to 30 for 1.
Yeah, especially down the slope. Almost impossible.
I'll just finish this delivery from Sean Hunt, and I'm going to do my update to the listeners in Sussex. In comes Hunt and bowls, and clipped away by Azad down to fine leg, fielded by Joe Sarrow. One more to Azad. He goes to 16, and Leicestershire at the end of the over, the end of the 7th over of this innings, are 31 for 1. Azad 16, Rhodes on 9.
Crocombe 3 overs for 7. Hunt now 4 overs, 1 for 20. Interesting to see how Tom Haynes plays this, whether he'll stick to a certain number of overs per seamer, or with them being younger, so to speak, just maybe cut back on the long spells. Chris Wright, the Leicestershire sort of veteran, likes to bowl sort of 6, sometimes even 7 overs in his opening spell in particular. Crocombe is in to Azad, outside off stump. Azad steps forward, lifts his bat over the line of the ball. Lets it bounce through to wicketkeeper Ollie Carter. Brown is at first slip. Rawlins at second. Jack Carson now at sort of 4th stroke gully. Definitely a slips gap between him and Rawlins. Bowls very wide on that occasion. Crocombe, grunt of effort from the young man, but too wide as far as Azad was concerned in terms of going chasing after it. Let it go through. He remains on 16. Flags hanging fairly limp. Great to see the Sussex brought their flag. A lot of teams haven't brought their flags this season. As Crocombe is in again outside off stump, again Azad steps forward and leaves on the basis that it might be some sort of vector of infection. Clearly Sussex have disinfected their flag or sanitised it, or whatever one is required to do. Put it through a hot wash perhaps. Anyway, it's flying proudly on top of the pavilion here at the Uptonsteel County Ground at Grace Road alongside the Leicestershire flags. Crocombe is in 2, Azad, it's wide, and it is driven away this time for 4. Third in a row from Crocombe, full and wide, and at the third invitation, Azad gleefully accepted and fairly cracked it away. In front of square on the offside for 4, moves on to 20 of 27 balls, Leicestershire 35 for 1. What Leicestershire didn't manage to do yesterday morning was, although they weren't taking wickets, was have any sort of control on the scoreboard as Haynes and Orr scored at 4.5, sometimes 5 runs and over. And although they've got an early wicket, Sussex, they do have to think about control as well, as Crocombe is in 2, Azad, and that is full, and that is driven as well from outside off stump, just lent into that one. Azad, is it going to go all the way? It isn't. The fielder puts in the slide, drags it back. Good work out there by Ali Orr. Azad thought there might be a 4th, and had Rhodes been interested, Azad would have gone for it, but as it is, Rhodes sent him back. Carter had to run out from behind the stumps to field the throw back from the furthest point of the boundary, best part of 90 yards, and probably was a 4th in it. But at this stage, with 7 minutes to go until lunch, Leicestershire decided not to take the risk. Azad moves on to 23, 38 for 1. He's been positive early. Crocombe to the right-handed. Rhodes is in and bowls onto the legs, turned our way behind square on the leg side. It's a long chase around the boundary for Sean Hunt. Picks it up and it gets his throw away, but a comfortable 2 taken for Rhodes. So having started the over with 3 dot balls, Henry Crocombe conceded 9 from the next 3. Leicestershire 40 for 1 after 8 overs. Their run rate then 5 and over. And they have reduced the deficit then to 319 already. If they get through to lunch without losing another wicket, probably fair to say it's been their morning. One more wicket for Sussex though, and they'll be delighted. Swinging his arms is Jack Carson, so he might get an over before lunch at third slip, stretching away from side to side, but Hunt is going to continue. And Adrian is back with us just in time.
Yes, in on bowls, hits Azad on the pads. There was a loud appeal from behind the wicket. I have to say, I think Sean Hunt rather joined in after these slips went up. If you watch, he wasn't going to appeal. The slip cordon went up, and Sean thought he'd join in for good measure, but umpire. Is it umpire Robinson?
It is,
yes. Decided that was not out.
Going down leg side.
Yeah. Azad waits, still 3 slips. You're right, Jack Carlson warming up, the off spinner who might get a long bowl on this pitch. Bit of heavy cloud around, but behind that lighter skies comes Hunt and bowls, and Azad forward punches to mid-on, and there is no run. I was just listening on the BBC Sussex before I did my update to the weather forecast in that part of the world tomorrow, which is it isn't very good at all. Let's hope it's a little different here, but there seems to be this sort of swathe of rain that's going to work its way north throughout the day.
It's funny down there. There's sometimes the downs sort of deflect it, don't they? So it stays on the coast.
Yeah, sometimes, and sometimes you get it on the coast and not inland, as in comes Hunt and bowls. And Azad works this down to fine leg, where Joe Sarrow was quickly round, the ball racing across the outfield. Good fielding by Sarrow, actually quickly round, and a good throw to Ollie Carter. One more though to the total, 41 for 1.
I've just looked at the BBC weather app. 8 o'clock, 100% chance of rain in Leicester. 9 o'clock ditto, 10 o'clock ditto, 11 o'clock ditto, 12 o'clock ditto. That's as far as it goes, but it guarantees rain all tomorrow, essentially at the moment.
Yeah, not good news.
So, no.
So whether we'll get any play later in the day, or we'll have to wait and see, but it certainly doesn't look great for tomorrow. Hunt is in bowls. bowls and played by Rhodes with soft hands wide of third slip. The ball's going to race away towards the boundary despite the best efforts of young Bertie Foreman, who comes racing after the ball. And George Rhodes picks up another boundary. He goes to 15 and Leicestershire to 45 for 1.
I give Leicestershire listeners due warning that the presence of a Bertie on the field makes the likelihood of quotations from Woodhouse this afternoon even more likely than usual.
Oh, right, okay. Is that something that happens?
It has been known.
Right.
One must never tire of quoting the master.
Here comes Hunt. Bowls down the leg side, taken by a diving Carter, who's got Ben Brown at first slip, Delray Rawlings at second, Jack Carson at third. Foreman is at backward point, Alistair Raw cover, Henry Crocombe at mid-off, Tom Haynes the skipper at mid-on, Tom Hinley, the debutant, is at mid-wicket, which means there is no fine leg. In is Hunt again, bowls, and no ball against Sean Hunt. That's the second time he's overstepped. Ball played out into the covers, and there is no run. And that probably means, well, we've been going by the digital clock, we think, in terms of lunch. It's showing 12:43 at the moment, so we may get another over. It could be an over of spin, we think, from Jack Carson. Sussex will be keen to get another one in, I'm sure, as Hunt is in, bowls, and that's a better delivery, which Rhodes shoulders arms to. The ball goes past the off stump, taken by Carter, and there is no run. So we are going to get one more over before the break. A selection of protective gear being bought out, helmets and pads by the 12th man, Jamie Atkins, who's got a shock of hair, and his cap sort of sits on the top of his hair, which is all sort of flowing out the back. And he's probably thinking that he's got some work to do at lunchtime. If it's anything like yesterday lunchtime, he'll be racing around the outfield, which he may not be looking forward to. 47 for 1 are Leicestershire. The clock clicks on to 12:44, but umpire Newell is in position. We're going to get an over of off-spin from Jack Carson to finish proceedings.
Ben Brown strapping himself into some pads, not, alas, from his point of view, to keep wicket, but to go in at short leg. He's got his whites up around his knees at the moment, so he's going to have to finish sorting himself out. He drags his bottom of his whites down over the pads, elasticated material of some kind, so I suspect there's not too many natural fibres in those these days. Carson is going to go around the wicket to Azad. He's got the footholds to bowl into, so this could be interesting. There could be a little bit there. Tough for the left-handers, as they will tell you. He's got a slip, short leg and a short extra cover. Carson is in, bowls a long hop and outside off stump. It goes back, rocks back and forces away through point for Azad. So just dragged that one down, his opening delivery. Jack Carson and Azad gratefully put it away to the boundary for 4, brings up the Leicestershire 50 in just at the start of the 10th over.
Real distorts it from Carson, who won't be. It's very competitive, Jack Carson. He'll be annoyed about that.
Dragged it right down. Azad moves on to 28 off just 32 balls. Carson, tall, is in. That's a better length. Back went Azad. Turned it away wristily into the leg side. Young Mr. Foreman moved to his right at mid-wicket, made the stop. Sunglasses perched on the back of his Sussex cap. In goes Carson. Bowls. Azad forward, defending it down the pitch on the off side. Hasn't been any obvious turn as yet, but he hasn't really landed it in the footholds. Let's see what happens when one does. Carson is in and bowls on off stump. Forward went Azad, pushing it out to Haynes, who is that man at short extra.
Yes, he is.
Carson in, bowls, Azad forward again, straight delivery, middle stump this time, so trickles down the pitch on the onside, picked up by Carson himself. finish the session. Carson is in and bowls, gives it a little bit of air that time, but it's a straight delivery. Forward went Azad, back down the pitch went the ball, along the ground all the way, and that is the end of a most interesting morning's play, during which Sussex lost 5 wickets to close their first innings on 359. Leicestershire lost a wicket very early. Sam Evans, to his first ball, caught off the bowling of Sean Hunt at slip, obviously without scoring. But the Foxes have profited since. They've moved on to 51 for 1. Hassan Azad has been very positive. He's 28 not out of 37 balls. George Rhodes is 15 off 24. We'll be back with you from the Uptonsteel County Ground in around 35 minutes time. But for now, from Adrian Harms, BBC Radio Sussex, Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, it's good afternoon.
As is the year ago, going through the manual score. There's also a third bar in between the electronic scoreboard and the benefit bar. Also delighted to confirm that Friends of Grace Road are also located inside the benefit bar. So with their delicious homemade cakes from around 2 o'clock. So make sure you go in before they're all gone. Also capture our women. England women's superstars action, the Uptonsteel County Ground Legends. Also New Zealand in a day 9 one-day international on Tuesday the 21st of September. Tickets are now sell purchased via our website or on the ticket office. Also pleased to work advise the German lunching tea tours. Put merchandise shop in the marquee next to the old school on the building outside the ground. We'll go over ranging 2021 certificates, sun hats, caps, as well as a wide range of further non-replica items. Please take some time to take a look. Also some stores around the country, Derby, Kent, Orwell 285, Newry, Derbyshire 7845. Cardiff, Rewarding more like 309. Gloucestershire 53 without loss. With Southampton, Hampshire 226. And with Nottinghamshire 107.5. At Lords, Middlesex 144. And their second innings 35.42. Worcestershire 171. Northampton is right 3, Newry Durham 194.6. At Taunton, Lancashire 373, Somerset 46.4. At Dover, Essex has moved up to 415.6. As Copenhagen 165 against Surrey. Friday, Reading. Warwickshire 155, Yorkshire 108, and Essex Warwickshire 44.4.
smells nice, I don't know what it is. As ever, I just get the pasta.
Oh, that's healthy.
It is. It's the veggie option, but
Right, so done. So Want a cup of it?
Yes, please.
Tea?
Yes, please. Just need a little bit.
Once again, that jump on still Robinson and Mark Newell. Sussex side by Captain Tom.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester afternoon session on this second day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Sussex. Adrian Harms of BBC Radio Sussex, Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester. Your commentators, Leicestershire about to resume their reply to Sussex's first innings of 359, brackets for 9, because the unfortunate Finn Hudson-Prentice was not able to resume his innings, and indeed will play no further part in the game after essentially fracturing a knuckle on his hand while batting yesterday. So Leicestershire resuming on 51-4-1. They did lose a wicket very early, that of Sam Evans, his first ball caught at second slip by Delray Rawlings off the bowling of Sean Hunt. Good delivery that just bounced and maybe straightened on him a little bit, took the outside edge, and a neat catch by Rawlins. Since then, however, the Foxes have picked up a few runs quite quickly. Hassan Azad is 28 not out of 37 balls. George Rhodes 15 not out of 24 balls. I'm pleased to say we're pretty much set fair. Where the weather is coming from today, well, there's a few dark clouds around it. It essentially looks very good now. So looks like we are going to get a full day's play. We might need it given the forecast tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Henry Crocombe is going to get proceedings underway after lunch, and a delivery wide down the leg side that's taken by a diving Ollie Carter, and there is no run. Henry Crocombe, who bowled from this end, the pavilion end before lunch, he's been switched around after lunch. Maybe that's a little natter that Sussex have had during the lunch break, because I have to say I thought that Hassan Azad and George Rhodes played very comfortably, really. But once that wicket went down, they didn't really look in too much trouble, the Leicestershire batsmen, on what still looks a very good pitch. Crocombe runs past umpire Robinson, bowls and driven by Rhodes to mid-on, fielded there by Joe Sarrow, and there is no run.
What was in your lunchbox?
There was a euphemism. There was a bit of beef. There was some mashed potato that was very nice. Some carrots. There was a yoghurt. There was also a very nice sort of a peanut bar, which was a bit toffee-ish, which wasn't great for my teeth. So that might not have to get eaten, I think, because in comes Crocombe bowls and clipped away by Rose. Nice-looking shot through a wideish mid-on. Sarrow was in hot pursuit towards the boundary. They may well come back for 3. No, they don't. Sarrow gets in the throw, and the batsman settled for 2. But nonetheless, very gratefully received. Oh, nice yoghurt as well. So we were very well looked after, as we always are.
So sort of beef, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Very well looked after here at Grace Road. It's always the way. Richard sent me a little note a few weeks ago and said lunch was back on the agenda. So that was because with COVID restrictions, there's been a lot of sandwiches and that sort of thing. Is there a bit of corporate entertaining going on down at the far end of the ground as well?
It is.
Richard,
That's correct. Yes.
In the tent, as Crocombe is in bowls and up on his toes is Rhodes, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. Henry Crocombe is a very different build to the other two Sussex bowlers, the two seamers. Joe Sarrow and Sean Hunter are of similar build. Without being disrespectful, he's of slighter build, Crocombe, but he still bowls at good pace. Does young Henry made his breakthrough last season in the Bob Willis Trophy. And he's in again to bowl to Rhodes, and Rhodes clips to mid-wicket, fielded there by the eager Carson. And there is no run. I saw Tom Haynes warming up at mid-off. So it bowls a little bit of sort of medium pace. Perhaps gets the ball to nibble around a little.
He's bowled 21 overs this season. Yet to take a wicket. Conceded 92 runs. So it'd be a bit disconcerting for Sussex followers if Haynes were to bring himself on. At this stage
I think he sort of
proceedings.
sees himself as sort of a partnership breaker, does Tom, but the stats don't quite bear that up. As in comes Crocombe bowls and forward comes Rhodes and plays to mid on, fielded by Sarrow. Nice tidy over from Henry Crocombe with the exception of the opening delivery of the over. And Leicestershire are 53 for 1 as had 28. Rhodes on 17 and Crocombe 5 overs 1 made 0 for 18.
Yeah, the big zero in his wickets column suggests
Yes.
that there's something of a
Yes.
flaw in his reasoning there.
I always used to think that Chris Nash was the partnership breaker for Sussex. Chris, who moved from Sussex, 5 years ago now, to Nottinghamshire, has now retired from first-class cricket. Still very much involved, I think, at Horsham Cricket Club.
Is the possibility of the Horsham Festival being revived still talked about at all? Or?
Yeah, you'd hope so. I mean, were it not for COVID, Sussex were due to play at a 50-over game at both Eastbourne and Horsham this season.
Ooh.
But
just 50 overs, because not
just 50
not a
over,
lot of
yeah,
festival as such.
and the festival at Arundel. But it's a really good wicket at Horsham, I have to say. It's a terrific wicket for 4-day games.
Joe Sarrow's going to have a bowl from the pavilion end. In he goes to Azad, pushes it across the left-hander, who steps forward and lets it go through. Yes, I've commentated on a game at Horsham.
From square leg?
Yes, from the corridor, with the loo doors slamming behind me.
It's not the sound
It was
of
with
the loo being
your
flushed.
colleague
John Lees?
John Lees.
Right.
Yeah.
Been a little
How
while
is
ago.
it? Yes, it
Haven't
was.
seen John
about
for a long time, actually.
He fell asleep during the commentary and fell off his chair. Literally, there was a huge crash. In goes Sarrow and bowls, and Azad is playing it firmly out into the offside, and a misfield there at point, moving to his right. Couldn't get down in time, and it's Ali Orr. He's slightly encumbered. I think, has he got pads? No, he kicks at the ground. He hasn't got pads on under his whites. He just couldn't quite get there. So the 50 partnership is brought up. Azad moves on to 29. Here comes an update for BBC Radio Leicester. Pretty well. We've just started again after lunch. We're in the second over after the interval. We're having a few more overs today because we lost 7 yesterday. 2 bad lights are going to try and squeeze them in today. Hassan Azad is going nicely. He has just moved on to 30. He's only faced 40 balls for those 31. George Rhodes is with him. He's 17, not out of 30 balls. The man to go earlier this morning was Sam Evans, caught at second slip off the bowling of Sean Hunt, his very first ball, I'm afraid. But these two have raised the 50 partnership for the second wicket. Pitch still looks pretty benign. It's a young Sussex attack, an opportunity here for the likes of Azad and Rhodes to go ahead and fill their boots, rather, as Azad pulls that one down to long leg, and Leicestershire move on to 56 for 1. Back with you online. That was a no ball from
Yes, it was.
Sarrow, who, first Woodhouse quote, he looks rather as though he's been poured into his whites and forgotten to say when. Not fair.
He's a similar stature, though. As I say, the three second Sussex bowlers, Sarrow, Atkins, and Sean Hunt, are all big fellas, very well built young men. For 19, a completely opposite build to that of Henry Crocombe.
In goes Sarrow and bowls short to Rhodes, who has a lot of time just to go back and turn it out towards deep backward square. Should be a comfortable 2, and it is. Rhodes moves on to 19, Leicestershire on to 60 for one bearded young man, Joe Sarrow.
Yeah, made his debut up at Northamptonshire earlier on this season, and picked up a wicket in his first over in first-class cricket.
This is just his third game, and 4 wickets he took in his first 2. In he goes and bowls to Rhodes, slightly short of a good length, so on the back foot. Rhodes defends the delivery off middle and leg, back down the pitch on the on side. Doesn't hurry back to his mark. Joe Sarrow. Who was that Gloucestershire player who used to move incredibly slowly in the field?
Yes.
It used to amuse Bob Hunt
Yes,
no end.
Yep.
Keem, he was a New Zealander. I've forgotten his name now. But, Nima Barnett, I think his name was. In goes Sarrow, bowls outside off stump, the outswinger, but it's too wide, and Rhodes lets it go through to Carter behind the stumps. End of the over. 60 for 1 is the score.
I'll tell you who does really march back in between deliveries is Ed Barnard of Worcestershire, who delivers the ball, and there's no hanging around. He's marching back to his mark. I really like that. I think it saves a lot of time when bowlers do briskly get back to their mark and then come running in. But it certainly takes a lot of time out when people dawdle back. Anyway, I better go and do my update, I suppose. I'll see you in a moment, Richard.
I hear an ice cream van, which is an indication that it might be getting a little bit warmer out there. The sun threatening to come out. As I say, the clouds have broken up. The heavier grey stuff has drifted off up to the northwest over the ground, and from the southeast all is set pretty fair. The sun indeed is now starting to come out. Henry Crocombe's going to go around the wicket to Hassan Azad. He's just got the 2 slips there now. Ben Brown is at first. Rawlins is at second. Otherwise it's pretty much a single saving field with the exception of third man and long leg. Crocombe is in to Azad, who defends a straight ball back down the pitch on the on side. Brown likes that one, claps his hands together at first slip. Rawlings echoes him. Carter at wicket-keeper. Has he got something of a sort of ponytail arrangement going on there? Not quite sure. In goes Crocombe outside off stump. Doesn't really get up as Azad goes back and looks to force it away into the offside, so he mistimes it somewhat and goes more or less straight out towards extra cover. There is no run. Foreman has the leg side in front of square pretty much to himself at mid-wicket, with the exception of Sarrow, who's now moved across to mid-on. Haynes to mid-off. Crocombe in past umpire Robertson, bowls to Azad outside off stump. He steps forward and leaves. The ball does not deviate from its path as it goes through to Carter behind the stumps. Rawlins got a great big orange sort of fluorescent splash on his heels, on the heels of his cricket boots. Very eye-catching indeed. All the other Sussex players are adhering to the sort of new guidance, so to speak, mostly white. In goes Crocombe, very wide outside off stump, goes through low to Carter, who it doesn't stop the ball cleanly. It goes a few feet behind him. Brown sort of rolls after it, literally. Sort of flung himself to his right, then rolled. But I think it was Carter in the end who reached back and picked it up. So not the tidiest piece of cricket behind the stumps as Crocombe is in. Slightly short outside off stump though, and up on his toes as Azad can get up and force it away through the offside. Is it going to go the distance or is it going to be dragged back? Good work out there chasing back on the extra cover boundary. Have to wait and see which fielder that is. It turns back to us. It was good work. It kept Leicestershire down to 3 instead of 4 out there. A little bit of relay work as well. Good long chase for the fielder. It's Jack Carson. Apologies to him. Bowled a single over just before lunch. Chased hard there, and it was just worth it. In goes Crocombe, outside off stump, goes for the pull, the short ball. Rhodes didn't get it, went over the top edge of his bat through to Carter behind the stump, so a real effort delivery, banged in short there by Henry Crocombe, and it got up nicely. But again, no deviation at all, the pitch continuing to behave itself. It is as innocent as Desdemona. 63 for 1. Azad has 34. Rhodes has 19. The sound of the commentary box door opening behind me signals the return of A. Harms, Esquire. Just in time to commentate on Joe Sarrow's next over.
A rather blundering Adrian Harms. I was going to bring through a couple of my computer as well, but I rather ran out of hands, so I'll nip next door and get it at the end of the over. As in comes Sarrow and bowls, and Azad just plays deftly with soft hands, fine leg. And there is one more to the total. Azad goes to 35, the total to 64 for 1. That's my fault. Destroying Richard's beautifully maintained commentary box here at Grace Road, which is immaculately furnished. I have to say, copies of Wisden on the side. I can see over there some cricket books.
This is rather fun. Yeah, the homes of cricket. We'll see what it says about some of the Sussex grounds. But
nice and neat and tidy. Sarrow bowling with 2 slips, as Richard was saying. Brighter skies, Sarrow in bowls, and played down the ground by Rhodes, and there is no run. I think these two, to be fair, have looked largely untroubled, Richard, since the demise of Sam Evans in the opening over.
See, there's a picture of the Eastbourne ground.
Oh, of the Saffrons, yeah.
Which I have yet to
right. Okay.
To see, so I'm hoping one day, maybe on a visit down to Sussex, go and see those. Looks lovely.
Yeah, people got in touch this year a lot about the ground at Hastings as well, which is sadly no longer there. As in his Sarrow bowls, and forward comes Rhodes. And there's that's a beautiful photograph of the ground at Hastings. Look at all the houses around the ground.
It's very like Scarborough in that respect,
right,
which has those tall terraced houses all the way around 2 sides of the ground at Scarborough.
Beautiful cricket ground, but sadly no longer there. So yeah, the 2 grounds were, well, 3 grounds were outground cricket. Horsham, Eastbourne and Arundel. Arundel always hosts a 4-day fixture, or would have done pre-Covid times, as Sarrow in bowls and driven beautifully for 4 runs. That's a lovely looking shot by George Road, but too much width over pitch by Joe Sarrow, and it was just drilled through extra cover. That's a lovely looking shot by George Rhodes, Sussex. Sorry, Leicestershire, I should say, to 70 for 1, and Rhodes goes to 23.
Tell you what it says about Horsham, this book, which is quite a lyrical affair. It says, first-class cricket in Sussex is essentially a seaside affair, but at a less exalted level, it is also a county blessed with some of the most picturesque grounds in England. And as much as any other place where county cricket is played, Horsham evokes an air of the village green. Talks about the railway.
Yes. Sarrow runs away from us in and bowls, and Rhodes lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Carter, and there is no run. Yeah, and it's a really good wicket. It's probably 6 or 7 years ago. I mean, the years do tumble by. When Sussex were in the First Division, there was a game against Warwickshire. And I forget who the umpires were on the day, but it was a classic 4-day pitch. A bit of turn as the game went on, and the umpires were saying it was one of the best pitches they'd seen all season. I don't know what it's like now. I'm sure it's still very good. Sarrow, 2 slips, 3 men saving 1 on the offside. 3rd man in bowls. Rhodes again lets that one go, taken by Carter. And there's no run. Fine leg mid-wicket and a mid-on complete the field.
Tell you how the author of this book starts when he talks about Hove. He says, Hove is a paradoxical ground. He says, to the casual visitor, it's nothing too much to look at with the blocks of flats at both ends. He says, and yet people love it. He says, more time than I could mention, the response to your favourite county ground is Hove. And yet most people don't know why. something to do with being by the sea, the atmosphere of the town, Sussex's long but eccentric history.
Comes Sarrow over the wicket, bowls, and Rhodes plays him to the offside. They think about Wallerworth, very nearly a run out there. Now, that was Rhodes' call, and he called Azad to come through. Azad wasn't keen. I think there probably was a single there. Bertie Foreman was very quickly interfered. I don't think Rhodes was best pleased that Azad didn't come for the single, nonetheless.
Yeah, why take the chance, though? It's
Yeah, absolutely. No.
it would have been a tight one, and just...
Results in a dot in the scorebook at 70 for 1, as that is on 34, Rhodes on 23. I'm going to grab my computer during this next over, Richard.
Okay.
Great book, though.
Well, R.C. Robertson Glasgow, one of the greatest writers on cricket, was a huge admirer of Hove, and certainly it is absolutely one of my top 3 county grounds to visit, no question about it. Not missing any cricket at the moment because big reorganisation of the field going on by Tom Haynes before Henry Crocombe receives the ball to start his 7th over, none for 21 for the willowy young right armour at the moment. Again, that single saving field with 2 slips, a third man and a long leg. He's coming around the wicket to Hassan Azad. He bowls. Hassan works a delivery from outside off stump into the offside, but only as far as point where Orr can move to his left to make the stop, and does. 70 for 1 then remains the score. Run rate's still up at around 5. Warm sun. There's a few bees. There's been a few bees around in this game, going to and fro in front of our window. Crocombe is in. That's a good straight delivery, line and length, and treated with respect by Azad. Pushed out to Sarrow at mid-off, and there's no run. This is what Robertson Glasgow says about Hove, which actually he refers to as Brighton. He says Brighton was the best. Was it the sea fret that sharpened the turf there and in a never-to-be-explained manner helped the often derided swerver? For me it had at least a mysterious pleasure, a secret none can utter. Crocombe is into Azad. Fuller this time, rather dug out by Azad on off stump. Sarrow lets it go behind him for a few feet, but no extras accrue. A secret none can utter, and the town itself exhaled an air of abandon, some inheritance perhaps from the Regency, as if it contained and encouraged a world of men taking a holiday from work, reason and their wives. I read that out without any comment whatsoever. I wish I hadn't now. In goes Crocombe and bowls, and Azad is forward, pushing out into the off side. A genial mixture of the raffish and rundown.
Who's the book written by, Richard?
This is a book called Homes of Cricket, and it's by George Plumptree. But he's quoting Robertson Glasgow there, one of the greatest cricket writers, R.C. Robertson Glasgow. 70 for 1. Doesn't look any different, does it? In goes Crocombe and bowls on off stump. Azad is forward, pushing it back down the wicket on the offside.
No, next time you come, Richard, it will look different because the
Please say the flat's going to be blown up behind the commentary box.
No, but the Cricketers pub has now gone.
Oh, that's quite a modernish sort of. It had been refurbished and things, hasn't it?
So that's been replaced. I mean, it is going to be rebuilt in another guise, but the whole of that southwest corner of the ground is being redeveloped with the apartments called the Tate Apartments or Tate Residences.
Crocombe is in. Fullish looking to on drive is Azad. Doesn't really time it down into the ground. It goes, bounces up, and Crocombe himself flings himself to his left to field and complete a maiden over. Well bowled. Henry Crocombe gets a pat on the back from his captain. 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 21 for him. Bet those flats cost a bit, though, if they've got views of the...
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Would they have views, though?
Well,
the top ones might have.
Yeah, it's funny you should say that. I was talking to someone exactly that point last week, and I was saying that there must be a difference in price between those that can see the sea and those that can't. Those lower down certainly won't get a sea view. Those further up will.
I was thinking of a view of the cricket.
Oh,
the
right.
Other side.
Oh, right, to see. Yeah, sorry, I was thinking about the sea. Yeah, good question. Very good question. Well, if you had an apartment, look both ways.
Because you've got that quite high stand there, haven't you? The modern stand.
Yeah. In comes Sarro, bowls up on his toes as Rhodes plays back to Sarro, and there is no run. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's not the steepest of stand, and I think the new apartments will be above that. So yes, is your answer. I guess you're not going to get a view of both.
It would be a fairer way to get a view of the sea there, wouldn't it? It's all the way downwards. People think that the cricket ground is actually on the coast. It isn't quite. It's a bit like Scarborough. You can't actually see the sea.
No. As Sarro is on his way over the wicket bowls, wide delivery carved away by Rhodes, who's annoyed that he picked out the fielder who was Foreman, young Bertie Foreman, at backward point, and there is no run.
Yeah, got away with that one a bit. Joe Sarro. How's Hove's Tate Gates?
Yeah,
they're still there.
Yeah, and these residences are going to be called either, I forget what they're called, the Tate Residences or the Tate Apartments. After Morris Tate, I mean, a lot of the groundwork has been done. There was a huge crane there last week and some traffic lights outside the ground. All sorts of work going on, and I imagine they'll be cracking on with that during the winter months. Sarro in and bowls up on his toes is Rhodes. That's a good shot, punching off the back through the covers. Foreman, who's very quick across the ground, but he's not quick enough to prevent Rhodes coming back for an easy 2. He goes to 25, and at the moment things are looking pretty straightforward for Leicestershire. Really, there's not a lot in the pitch for the bowlers, either seamers or spinners. It's a day of hard work for Sussex. All have to be innovative in terms of how they shuffle the bowling around, but no Finn Hudson-Prentice. 2 right-arm seamers, much a bit more of Sean Hunt, and then there are some spinning options. As in comes Sarro, bowls and clipped away down to fine leg, where one of those spinning options, man making his debut, Tom Hinley, comes in. Field sending the throw to Carter, not before there's more.
Now, I wonder if you remember this, or I'm sure some of your listeners might. When this book was written, Hove's most incongruous sight is a collection of outsize eggs positioned around the boundary, as they are on all Sussex grounds. They are an advertising stunt by the Stonegate County Eggs Company, who used to offer £3,000 to any batsman who could hit one full toss. The expansiveness of their gesture was sharply reduced after 1986, when Paul Parker hit one.
Here comes Sarro, bowls, clipped away by Azad. They're not there anymore. Down to
the prize is now the prize was immediately reduced to £1,000. Paul having pocketed £3,000. A lot of money in 1986.
Yeah, nice work if you can get it. One more to Azad. He goes to 35.
Yeah, it doesn't ring anybody. 1986.
74 for 1. People have spoken about the eggs, actually. It's not the first time I've seen those references.
There's no picture of them, alas, but it's a good story, an excellent story. I bet there was some competition in the dressing room.
Sarro in bowls. Thought about driving that, did George Rhodes. It was fairly wide outside the off stump, and he had to really restrain himself from belting that through the covers. Decided not to. End of the over. I hadn't noticed that Jamie Atkins was on the field doing a bit of 12th man duties for Jack Carson, who is now back on the field. And Leicestershire are 74 for 1 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Richard Ray, on a day when, would you believe, the sun looks like it's always threatening to come out here.
It's going to be a nice afternoon, a really pleasant afternoon and evening, and we might get all 100 overs, because the light's going to be okay.
I agree, and Leicestershire just batting themselves into a good position here. Sussex bowled out for 359, Ben Brown top scoring with 133, but Sussex rather falling away this morning, losing their last 5 wickets for just 25. That being said, very good piece of bowling by Chris Wright, who picked up 6 of the wickets to fall in that innings. And Hudson-Prentice, who was wrapped on the hand yesterday, retired hurt, didn't bat, and will play no further part in the match.
Henry Crocombe to continue. Round the wicket he goes to Azad on off stump. Azad defends it out into the offside. It's picked up by Carson and examined carefully, almost forensically, before being thrown to his captain, Tom Haynes. What I didn't realise was the score box, which is essentially is the same. Obviously the score board isn't, but the box is the same, was reconstructed in the 30s in memory of Ranjit Singh.
Yeah.
Crocombe is in short and pulled around the corner by Azad down towards long leg. The single is jogged. Azad moves on to 36, 75 for 1.
As you talk about that scoreboard, it's Graham Irwin and the scorers down at the club have worked really hard just to make sure they get as much information on there, but not an overload of information. It's a bit like the scoreboard here, you know, it tells you pretty much everything you need to know in succinct fashion, with clearly displayed numbers. It's not the same at every ground.
No, I like this electronic scoreboard a lot. It's useful in the extreme as Crocombe bowls very straight to Rhodes, meets an equally straight bat. Back up the pitch it goes to the young seamer. Deflects it out towards Haynes.
It's been hard work for the seamers for Sussex the last couple of games. The game at Hove last week where Middlesex racked up 676 for 6 and then bowled Sussex out twice to win by an innings. They were on the field for the best part of 2 days, and this looks a pretty good track to bat on as well, with not a lot of help.
It does. Crocombe bowls outside off stump left by Rhodes, allowed to go through. I'm sure a lot of Sussex listeners will remember Harold Ozzy Osborne, who was honorary librarian of the club for many years, and the curator of, I suppose, probably the first sort of museum that used to be situated up the narrow staircase next to the scorer's room.
Yeah.
It's moved downstairs now,
yes,
isn't it?
It is.
It's
Yes,
sort of
it's
two
same,
rooms,
yes,
as I remember there.
Same area of the ground.
Yeah. Crocombe is in. Oh, a leave by Rhodes, and that wasn't far away.
No, that was a good delivery.
No, and it just, actually, after it had passed the stumps, and it didn't miss the stumps by more than a couple of inches, it swung a little bit away, so maybe the air's getting a little bit more humid with the sun starting to come out. Might be a bit of swing for the seamers. The ball is still only 16, nearly 17 overs old. Is that, yes, it is, that's right, isn't it? Because Leicestershire is scoring at nearly 5 runs and over. Crocombe is in, bowls a bouncer, Rhodes ducks it.
Yeah, he's got a lot of overs this season, Henry Crocombe. Just looking, that was his 170th over of the season. He's only taken 13 wickets, an average of 46. I think he's a better bowler than that. And I'm sure he'll do well for Sussex as the years go by. He spoke a lot. I spoke to him earlier on this season, and he was talking about the chats he's had around Ollie Robinson and, you know, making sure he's hitting the top of off stump. And I think he's a good prospect.
Yeah, learning his trade.
Yeah, he is, absolutely. And keeping with so many fast, but it's just important they're looked after, isn't it? You hear so often about a young bowler bursts onto the scene and gets back problems or, you know, all sorts of injury problems. I have to say I was very impressed with Blake Cullen from Middlesex last week. He was only 19, who bowled with real pace from the Cromwell Road end down the hill.
Joe Sarro's going to continue from the pavilion end, bowls to Azad, who is half forward on off stump, just deflecting it carefully out towards point. No runs. Sun is beginning to come out.
Yeah, it is. Very pleasant.
The pitch that's been prepared for the England women's game that is coming up here at the Uptonsteel County Ground is actually almost shining in the sun. There's obviously a lot of grass on it at the moment. We cut a few times before the actual game, but it's been rolled during the interval. Heavy roller's been on it, and it's absolutely glinting in the sun. Sarro bowls outside off stump, cut for 4.
Delivery.
Yep, a little bit short, a little bit wide. Azad does not miss out on those and didn't. It was, from Sarro's point of view, depressing certainty about the way Azad put that one away. Moves on to 40, 79 for 1.
Just to show how much Sussex have missed Ollie Robinson, who's moved on to, you know, as we all know, to have a very successful summer for England. Just played in 6 matches, Ollie. In those matches, he picked up 33 wickets at an average of 16. And only Jack Carson has taken more wickets. Jack in his 13th match has taken 37. So you take a seamer of the quality of Robinson out of a side, and it leaves a big hole.
Indeed. Sarro in again to Azad. It's fuller this time and straighter. And Azad, although on the front foot thinking about driving, has to check the shot and play it straight back down the wicket towards Sarro. Pushes the hair back from his sweating brow as he walks back towards his mark, towards his captain, Tom Haynes, who gets the ball thrown to him by Jack Carson, claps his hands at mid-wicket. Sarro is in, and that's a fullish delivery that beats the bat of Hassan Azad and would undoubtedly have cannoned into leg stump. Unfortunately for Sarro, it pitched a long way outside legs, well, not a long way, but clearly outside leg stump. So the appeal was choked off as he even as he started to raise his right arm.
Yeah, it was clearly going down the leg side, wasn't it? So.
It pitched outside leg.
Yeah.
I think it would have hit the stumps, but well, now I've seen these pictures of Eastbourne. It's definitely on my list of places, grounds to visit. In goes Sarro, bowls, nice line, nice length. Azad forward with bat right next to his front pad, playing it out towards mid-off, Haynes Fields.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a couple. They've returned to the Saffrons. Let me think how many seasons we've been down there. 2 or 3 for 50 over games. Really well attended, as you would expect. It is a lovely cricket ground. Used to host 4-day games as well, but I forget who was due to play there this year. But it's very much on the radar. It's good because it takes cricket to another part of the county.
In goes Sarro, bowls a no ball and gets away with it a little bit because it was a little bit short and wide, and Azad again cut it away wristily, as is his wont, but he picked out the fielder at point on that occasion. So although 2 goes to the Leicestershire score, none to Azad on that occasion. On Eastbourne, the author says the Saffrons has both individuality and charm as long as you are looking away from the pavilion. Didn't like the pavilion,
right?
It would appear. In goes Sarro, outside off stump, allowed to go through by Azad, and the umpire waves at the 12th men to bring on the spray. I think it had just been rebuilt.
Right, okay. When was that book written, Richard?
1987 or 88,
okay.
Something like that. So quite a long time ago. And he refers to he says the pavilion side of the ground is now dominated by 2 monolithic blocks of flats.
What?
Is that? He said the sort of the sort of buildings you imagine fill the Moscow suburbs. That's that block of flats behind which we can't see from the commentary box at Hove, thankfully.
Yeah.
We have the best view, don't we, really?
We do, straight up the ground, straight up the ground, looking north, straight up towards the Downs. And there's there's a couple of fairly nondescript blocks. I mean, you wouldn't say they were eyesores, but there's some beautiful houses at that end of the ground, 3-tier houses which have a view right down the ground as well. And living right by the sea. If you had I guess if you had a choice of a view over the cricket ground or over the sea as a cricket lover, you go for the cricket ground every day of the week. But I guess if you could have a view of the sea 12 months of the year and you're right by the ground, you could always wander into the ground and watch the cricket. Henry Crocombe is going to carry on the Sussex attack. 8 overs, 0 for 22. He's been very accurate as Crocombe. I think he's looked the most threatening of the Sussex seamers. But yet to take a wicket. He's bowling with 2 slips. He's got a 3rd man, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, a deep backward square, and a fine leg. Sussex going a little on the defensive, 81 for 1. Crocombe in and bowls, and forward comes Rhodes, plays to mid-on. There's a hop and a skip there from Ben Brown, who's fielding at first slip. I think he thought for a moment that had breached Rhodes' defences, but he hadn't. Rhodes on 26, Azad on 40. Leicestershire 81 for 1.
I must admit, I've liked the look of Hunt. He's got something different.
Yep, Sean Hunter picked up the opening wicket, or the only wicket to go down, as Crocombe in bowls. Short, pulled away by Rhodes, only as far as Orr, who's fielding at deepish square leg, or as a deepish mid-wicket. 1 more to the total. Rhodes goes to 27. And Leicestershire to 82 for 1, and what is a very pleasant afternoon now here in the... do we call this the East Midlands, Richard?
Oh yes, oh gosh,
Yeah.
Don't say West Midlands.
No.
Or anything
I don't know if they call it South East Midlands or Central
no,
Midlands.
East Mids.
There's certainly not blue sky, but the cloud is relatively high, and there's patches of light cloud around as well. Glimmers of sunshine every now and again, and we've got one now as Crocombe runs in from the Bennett end of the ground, bowls to Azad, who's forward a ball of good length, and again Ben Brown's getting very excited at first slip. His arms in the air. Chatting away to Delray Rawlings, who's on duty at second slip. Well, Delray, who normally wears a pair of very jazzy orange boots.
I remarked on that while you were next door. He has got them on the heels, hasn't he? Sort of pinkish orangey heels, but just...
Normally for T20s, he has the full orange on.
You can wear what you want for that, can't you? But there was an edict a couple of years ago that's from the ECB about cricket boots, saying they're getting a bit too colourful.
Right. Delray's are generally quite colourful. He's at second slip as Crocombe in bowls, and Azad is hit right about the thigh pad, looking to turn that off the hip down to fine leg. And we were talking about the sun, which is now out. And umpire Newell at square leg sort of looks towards the sun as if to say, that's better. Bit of sunshine as he stands in his Panama hat at square leg. Crocombe wanders back to the far end of the ground. In his 9th over, figures of 0 for 23. And he's running all towards us in a bowls short, and Azad's just very happy to watch that one sail over his shoulder and into the gloves of Ollie Carter, whose long hair is protruding from beneath his cap.
Has he got something like a ponytail going on there? It looks worryingly like one.
Yeah, it's sort of almost sort of bleached, his hair at the back, but it's sort of going down towards his collar. As in comes Crocombe again, bowls as that lets go outside of the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter. It is the end of Crocomb's over. 9 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 23. Azad on 40, Rhodes on 27. Leicestershire are 82 for 1. Having at one stage been 5 for 1 when Sean Hunt had Sam Evans well caught by Delray Rawlings, low to his right at second slip. You were talking about Sean Hunt, and I think we're going to see a bit of Sean Hunt now coming to this Sussex attack.
I briefly heard a couple of words in my earphone, but I didn't get a cue of any kind, so...
Yes, I thought I'd better keep quiet as I heard that coming.
They forgot to cue me. And they come to me after the news.
Yeah, it does happen.
Hunt bowled some really good balls from that Bennett end. He's going to have to go up the slope. And he's really useful also in another way, Hunt, in that he might just rough up the ground a little bit for the spinners in front of the sort of right-handers for defensive, especially from this end. So he swapped him round, Tom Haynes, to have a go from the pavilion end. He bowls fullish to George Rhodes, who leans forward on off stump. So a rather better start to his second spell than to his first from Sean Hunt.
Yes.
Tall young man, fair-haired, short hair, cut very neatly. Tosses the ball from hand to hand, 21 on his back, turns, and tell you who he reminds me of it in a minute. In he goes and bowls outside off stump. The Knots see Luke Fletcher in the way he runs, and indeed his build and his move. You'll have probably seen a fair bit of Luke Fletcher over the years.
Yes.
We all have, haven't we, sort of running in for Nottinghamshire. But it's that sort of slightly police sergeant mode of movement.
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah. Was it Luke Fletcher who got that ball sort of slammed back at him in a T20
yes, it was,
game?
Yeah, he wore it on his
horrible injury.
Nut. He was all right, happily in the end. In goes Hunt and bowls. Good ball pushed across Rhodes, who is groping for it, back next to pad, but went past the outside edge.
I guess the good thing here with Sean Hunt, and you've already picked up on Richard about his sort of high action, but he just brings something a bit different, doesn't it? When you've got a seam attack, which is predominantly right arm seamers, left arm over, just brings you something a little different, gives the batsman something different to worry about. He's certainly not quick, but he does he pitches it, he slants the ball across the right-hander.
Hunt is in full, and that's the half volley, driven out into the offside. Haynes has to move to his left to field at mid-off. Pretty comfortable single in the end. Haynes did quickly move to his left, pick up and throw at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but the throw missed and Rhodes had made his ground.
Graham Parr's been talking about the Tate residences. And he said there seems to be communal terraces and individual balconies. The best of the apartments has balconies north and south. There's a picture of that. There's a sort of an artist's view, I think, of what the Tate residences are going to look like. Let's see if I can upload that.
Hunt turns into Azad, who's on the back foot to that delivery on off stump. Very straight on off stump. Defended out into the offside, no run.
That's what they're going to look like, Richard. With
sort of vaguely 1930.
sort of a view there.
It's vaguely 1930s.
So,
well,
they're all, I'm not sure what the sale price is going to be. More than likely,
high.
I'm sure. Yeah.
Hunt is in, turned off his legs by Azad, and he's going to pick up 4. Went very fine, runs away to the fine leg boundary. Long leg needs to be finer, actually, because we've had a 3 or 4 down there, haven't we now, with Azad, who is quite late. He plays late if he possibly can, and he does tend to play shots behind square on the leg side quite fine. Picks up 4, moves on to 44, Leicestershire on to 87 for 1. Is there a price guide? I bet you the ones on top, if they've got views of both the cricket and down to the sea, they'll be in their 7 figures, won't they? I would think.
There's 1-bedroom apartments, all sorts of different plans here. So look at these.
1-bedroom cupboard I could probably run to.
I'm not sure I could afford a 1-bedroom cupboard.
In Hove.
Some of them are, yeah, some of them are 2-bed. I'm not sure there is a price guide. So, got to change of bowling. Going back to the cricket, it's going to be Jack Carson who's coming into the Sussex attack. Just bowled the one over before lunch, which went for 4 runs.
Probably says if you have to ask, you can't afford.
Well, that's the old adage, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely right. If you, but I'm sure they're going to be very nice, and I'm sure there'll be no shortage of takers. Ben Brown, no. So that the ex-skipper and the man who's got all the runs is now sort of having to perch himself under the helmet at short leg. I thought the senior pro avoided having to field in such situations, but not Ben. He's right under the helmet at short leg. Delray Rawlings at first slip. The rest of the field, backward point, sweeper on the cover boundary. There's a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a short fine leg and a deep mid-wicket. Jamie Atkins on the field again, so someone's gone wandering off as in comes Carson and bowls, and now I wonder if that was a
Goes
drop.
past the outside edge, no edge, no.
No,
But
okay.
when it just drifted on with the arm, and Rhodes again beaten for the second time in as many overs.
37 championship wickets to his name this season, Jack Carson.
Nice
Played for the county 11 as he comes and bowls to Rhodes, plays to mid-off, there is no run. That was a game against Durham a few weeks ago when they played against India at the Riverside.
He's tall, he's got height and bounce.
Yep, very highly spoken of. Spent a bit of time bowling in the nets to Virat Kohli as he's in again bowls, and one thing he does do is give the ball out. That's drilled through extra cover, fielded by Bertie Foreman, who's the 12th man, 17-year-old, who restricts Rhodes to just a single. Now the field will turn around for the left-hander, but still essentially the same in that there are 3 men saving one on the offside, a sweeper on the cover boundary, a mid-on and a mid-wicket. Foreman has just realised he needs to come in on the single, and a deep backward square. So let's see who's left the field as in comes Carson bowls and played by Azad straight back down the offside of the track. Carson fields of his own bowling. Carson bowling, Carter keeping wicket. Carson again. Standing off spin around the wicket, nicely flighted delivery, full and clipped away nicely by Azad, and that's going to race away for 4 runs. Bit too much flight there from Jack Carson. And then goes the Vuvuzela, but Azad moves to within 2.5 century, I should say. Clipped away through mid-wicket.
It got to him on the full, unfortunately.
Azad to 48. Would you like to commentate on this 50?
No, don't worry.
Okay.
If he gets a little bit further on towards 3, yes, by all means, but I appreciate the offer.
Slipping a short leg. As Azad waits and Carter is in and bowls, and played right off the toe end of the bat to mid-wicket, fielded by Bertie Foreman, who's showing all the enthusiasm you would expect of a 17-year-old playing in a game of first-class cricket, albeit as 12th man. I'm sure he's absolutely loving it. Leicestershire on 92 for 1 here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Grace Road, for those of you who know it by its more traditional name. And Leicestershire going along very nicely, having lost the early wicket of Sam Evans, a wicket to Sean Hunt, but since then these two, Rhodes and Azad, have been largely untroubled on what looks a good batting surface. And Tom Haynes is going to need to use all his know-how and means to work their way through this Leicestershire batting order.
Sean Hunt to continue from the pavilion end into Rhodes, full and driven for 4. Don't think young Foreman is going to get there, although he's giving it everything, he isn't. And the toot of the Vuvuzela coincides with the ball crossing the ropes in front of the manual scoreboard over there on the Milligan Road side of the ground. Rhodes moves on to 33. 96 for 1 Leicestershire. The run rate's still up close to 5. Little bit early days, of course, but a little bit dangerous for Sussex. If they were to keep scoring at 4.5, 5, Leicestershire can think in terms of overhauling Sussex and sort of putting them under a little bit of pressure. But the weather may mitigate against that, the weather forecast. Weather forecasts can change. In goes Hunt over the wicket this time. Again, he's driven into the offside by Rhodes. This time, it's a good sort of tumbling, diving, get something behind it, stop by Carson out there on the square at extra cover. There's no run. Haynes is bringing the ball to show to umpire Mark Newell. And actually, umpire Newell, having seen it, is now going to show it to Tim Robinson. Robinson looks distinctly reluctant to even move in umpire Newell's direction, doesn't he? He's taken He's taken a couple of steps and he's waiting. And umpire Newell and Tom Haynes now in conversation. Maybe a little bit of dirt has got onto the ball or something, or embedded in the ball. Haynes is pointing to it now. I can't tell you exactly what he's pointing to because umpire Newell, with the ball in hand, has his broad back to us, and in the end he's done something to it with something that was in his pocket and he's handed it back to Tom Haynes. So perhaps there was something, or maybe a little bit of the seam was coming loose, or the stitching, and it has been trimmed off. Who knows? 96 for 1 remains the score. It's not gone out of shape. That is one thing for sure. It's only 21.2 overs old as Hunt is in. To Rhodes, who's driving another no ball. Carson gets a horrible one that bounces in front of him. It bounces up and through him, rather. Haynes, he managed to slow it down en route, and Haynes cleared up behind him and wanders across to make sure Jack Carson is all right. Is he just holding his chin? Did it actually bounce off his hands?
Yeah,
he put them down and went up onto his
I think it might have done.
chin, the poor young man. But he's okay. He's fine. He's tough. He continues. A single to Rhodes to go with the no ball. So 3 runs onto the Leicestershire score. 99 for 1. Does he have a Northern Ireland accent?
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Strong one.
Yes.
Right. Back over the wicket to the left-handed Azad, short outside off stump, and it dies, and Azad, who got in position to chop it away on the offside, chops over the ball, which bounces for a second time well in front of Carter, who stops it but not cleanly, but he just sort of knocks it sideways slightly. And Ben Brown with the pads on underneath his whites still at first slip, completes the fielding.
The penthouse apartment.
Shall I guess? Is it a 3-bedroom penthouse with
4
views?
bed.
Right, I'll go for... Have you got a price on it?
No.
Jimmy? No. Outside off stump. Another no ball. He's just struggling a bit. A lot of bowlers on their first visit to the Uptonsteel, as that no ball brings up the 100, do struggle with this when they swap ends because it is markedly different. I know from here it doesn't look it, but I played in a charity game here, and it's a really marked slope when you're bowling on it, when you're going up towards the square. And first time I bowled, I didn't think I was going to get there at one stage. My front foot must have landed fairly close to the stumps in the end. In goes Hunt and bowls. Turning his wrists on that one is Azad on the front foot, pushing it out to Foreman. And there's no run, but it takes bowlers. Clint Mackay said it took him a year to really get used to bowling from one end or the other, to know how to adjust when you're either coming down the slight slope or up it. 101 for 1. I was
There's
going
no
to say
prize.
1.5 million, but
Yeah, I mean, there's 4 bedrooms, balcony areas, of which there are 2 by the looks of it. So that does look a very nice property, the penthouse.
drops short, pulled by Azad. That'll be his 50. It's going to cross the ropes to deep backward square. Hassan Azad picks up 4, moves on to 52. Shouts and cheers from the Leicestershire followers, and of course from the pavilion and their dressing room as well. Azad's 52 has come off 76 balls and includes 8 fours.
And he's played extremely well. And you were saying that he's been a little bit out of touch since making a big 100 at the Oval, but he's looked in very good nick here.
He's a good player, and I thought last time out he got a good ball, sort of, but he got to 20 odd and looked in really good touch. Hunt is in again. Hazard leaves outside off stump.
Very interesting. I think with these last games in September, albeit this game is a Division 3 game, some might say, well, there's the stats of Azad's innings. People might say, well, what's the relevance of the game? But players do like to finish seasons well, Richie. I mean, there's nothing better than finishing a season on a high with some runs, and I think that carries you through the winter and into the early months of next season as well. Fine innings, 52 or 77 balls. Hassan Azad, Leicestershire 105 for 1, so the 100 partnership up between these two as well. Have a quick look around the other games in the County Championship, where a good recovery by Nottinghamshire in the race for the County Championship. At one stage in all sorts of trouble on 39 for 5, now 145 for 8. As Jack Castle starts the next over from the Bennett end, bowls to Rhodes. There's an appeal, I think, for a caught behind, but Rhodes wasn't going anywhere. There is no run. Keith Barker, 20 overs, 5 made, and 7 for 46. Muhammad Abbas, who played, of course, here at Leicester, his opening partner hasn't yet taken a wicket, but it's a pretty formidable opening partnership, Barker and Abbas. Carson in again, bowls. And there's a loud appeal, and Carson again down on bended knee. Again, umpire Robinson unmoved. Now those 2 appeals have just prompted George Rowe just to retake his guard. I thought the first one might have been for a caught behind. The second one was definitely an LBW shout. But Rhodes survives both. Tom Haynes is doing some limbering up at mid-off. Carson in again, bowls. Rhodes is forward and just kills the spin, plays into the offside. And there is no run.
I'll talk about the flats. Prompts Brumpty to say that there's rumours that Nottinghamshire County Council are selling its offices next to Trent Bridge, the ones behind that big scoreboard, to be converted into flats, he says. But at Nottinghamshire, you obviously have to pay more to get one that faces away from the cricket.
Towards the football ground. In comes Carson bowls, and Rhodes just showing a little bit of attacking intent. A couple of steps down the wicket, which was perhaps encouragement to Carson. In the end, he didn't go through with the shot and just nudged into the offside and picked up a single. He goes to 35. Leicestershire 106 for 1. In the game at Headingley, could all be over in 2 days, Warwickshire 97 for 6 in their second innings, leading by 144. Dominic Sibley making 45. Michael Burgess, formerly of Sussex, 36 not out to add to the 50 he made in the first innings, and formerly of Leicestershire as well. As in comes Carson and bowls, and forward comes Azad. Plays to the onside. There is no run. The other game in the first division is at Taunton, where Somerset were bowed out for 90 by Lancashire. Extraordinary. So he's got all the wickets there. Somerset have had an awful time of it in the last few weeks. In comes Carson Bowles, forward comes Azad, plays down the track. Carson Fields, there is no run, 106 for 1, Azad 52, Rhodes 35, Carson 3 overs, 0 for 10. Yes, Somerset bowled out for extraordinary game actually. 4 wickets for Jack Blatherwick. I don't know a lot about Jack Blatherwick. 4 for 28, 3 for Tom Bailey. And when you think in that game, Lancashire at one stage they were indebted to a very good partnership down the order. Again, Tom Bailey making 63. He made runs against Sussex in the one-day match. So Lancashire will consider themselves not out of the race for the championship if they can beat Somerset. And that looks fairly likely, although the weather may intervene at some stage tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see. Now we are going to see a bit of Tom Haynes. So the skipper is into the attack. On his little medium pace, he'll nibble it around a bit, will Tom. A little bit surprised he hasn't turned to his other spinning option. Tom Hinley is playing his first game, but
I suppose while the ball is still sort of shiny, it should be kind of at its best for the seamers at the moment, shouldn't it? 23 overs,
yes.
No lacquer, should still be hard, should still be plenty of shine. He's going to try and wobble it around a bit, and Ollie Carter's going to stand up to the wicket to him. In he goes to bowl to George Rhodes. That one doesn't really deviate too much from the straight off middle and leg. Rhodes clips it out towards mid-wicket. Fielded out there, and there's no solitary aeroplane drones overhead somewhere. Joe Sarro's been summoned from third man 2. Looks like he's going to go to square leg. And Ali Orr, who was at conventional mid-wicket, has gone in quite close at a catching position about 2 strips back. In goes Haynes, bowls very straight, back down the wicket it goes. Sort of Stephen Mullaney type bowler, Tom Haynes, if that's not an unfair comparison. It's very gentle, medium pace, looking to try and wobble it around a little bit, maybe hit the seam now and then. In he goes and bowls outside off stump. Rhodes steps forward, lets it go through. Yes, Hainesy, says Ollie Carter. Behind the stumps, having taken it. The ball cleanly, that is. Who was that? Who was the bowler who used to bowl for Kent? Really sort of gentle, medium pace all-rounder. In goes Haynes, outside of stump left. Yes. Mark Elam, yeah, son of Alan, wasn't he?
yes.
He used to get through a lot of overs of sort of this sort of stuff, didn't he? And
Yep.
a little bit of swing, a little bit of seam.
Yep.
Pick up a good few wickets.
Yes,
He was a
absolutely.
partnership breaker. In goes Haynes and bowls very wide, and Rhodes just steps forward and leaves his bat raised as he had to the last 3 deliveries. So 5 dot balls from Tom Haynes to start his spell.
Clive Jacobs has sent me a fairly lengthy email, which I'll endeavour to read in between overs, just chatting about the general Sussex situation, which I'll read through at the end of the over, Clive.
In goes Haynes, outside off stump, cut away by Rhodes. It's going to be fielded out there on the, not boundary, on the extra cover boundary, about 20 yards in. Bertie Foreman, by the time he gets to the ball, single taken by Rhodes. He keeps the strike, 36 to him, 52 to Azad, 107 for 1 the score. So they've actually raised the 100 partnership, which I failed to acknowledge. They came together and the score was just 5.
Yeah, I think that came when Azad went through to his
50.
half century. So it's sort of 2 in 1. So Jamie Atkins is coming trotting off. So the injury to Finn could almost be a cipher for the Sussex county season, which has overall proved to be disappointing for the championship, with neither overseas players firing, says Clive. More to come. Carson in bowls, Rhodes plays back to Carson, there is no run. Putting additional pressure on a young sider with a novice attack and a lack of runs. Tom and Ben apart, the bowlers had a hard time of it and had too often too few runs to work with. The loss to Sussex, although disappointing, showed the team still fought hard and did not fold like a deck of cards, which is cause for some optimism. Carson again bowls, forward comes Rhodes. Back to Carson, there is no run. The batting needs bolstering for sure, with Ollie likely to be essentially contracted, and good for him. Another experienced opening bowler would be desirable to assist and to help bring on the younger bowlers. Steve Finn has come to Sussex for next season. Comes Carson bowls, forward comes Rhodes again. I would not be looking down under for an overseas batsman for next year. I have no problem with Australian batsmen, but as they head home for the start of their own domestic season and depart from mid-August, it will irk Sussex fans and possibly some players if they found themselves near the top of their conference only to fall away once the hired guns had gone home. Here comes Carson bowls and clipped away by Rhodes. I think it came off the pad to short fine leg fielded both Hunt and no run. Goes on to say, with Delray misfiring again this year, maybe he needs to focus on white ball cricket and find form and confidence in the white ball formats. I'm puzzled at the situation in respect of Ben Brown. I wonder about his future with the county. As in comes Carson again, bowled Rhodes down the wicket and plays that to mid-on, fielded by Sarrow, not quite where Rhodes is intending that to go. And Rhodes just showing signs that he wants to get after Jack Carson, which I think will please Carson. See someone looking to dance down the wicket. Rhodes to 37, Leicestershire 108 for 1. Onwards and upwards, says Clives. And my regards. Well, thank you for taking the time to write to us, Clive. Good to get your views. As in comes Carson bowls as that plays into the offside, and there is no run. At the risk of being a bit too Sussexy, just for a moment, yes, as Steve Finn has come into the side, assumption being he'll play both championship and white ball cricket. And with his international career, you would think pretty much done now, Steve Finn. Sussex, provided he can stay fit, will have him for the season. I agree with you about an overseas player. I think ideally if you have an overseas, you want him coming first week in April and going home last week in September. I think that's what Sussex will be looking for. And Ian Salisbury did say in his pre-match notes, I think before the Worcestershire game, that a lot of that might depend on availability. I just don't think there's any value in an overseas coming mid-May and disappearing the end of August.
In goes Haynes and bowls to Rhodes. Line and length delivery. Meets a forward defensive from George Rhodes.
John Harrison is back in touch from Hove, and he says, is Bertie Foreman related to the former Sussex player Dennis? Indeed he is. We had a note from Lewis Hatchett, former Sussex bowler, earlier on today, and indeed he is. He is the grandson of Bertie Foreman, who also played soccer for the Albion.
In goes Haynes, bowls, lovely delivery, takes the edge, yes, or has it bowled him? Has it just flicked the stumps? It has. It just flicked the top of off stump, so that was a classic little outswinger from Tom Haynes, and the captain has done it for Sussex. He has broken Leicestershire's second wicket partnership, which had reached 103 when Rhodes, who had become a little bit becalmed, got that lovely little outswinger that just drifted past the outside edge, flicked the top of off stump, and Rhodes goes. Bowled Haynes for 37, Leicestershire 108 for 2.
Yeah, partnership of 57. Good bit of bowling by Tom Haynes. He just sort of looks to nip the ball around a little bit. And good point you make, Richard, because I think George Rhodes had just shown signs he was looking to get after Jack Carson in the previous over, took a couple of steps down the wicket, and I was feeling he was getting a little becalmed. 37 of 77 deliveries. I thought he batted very nicely, but undone by a good bit of bowling by Tom Haynes.
Yes, sweet little outswinger. Here comes an update, perfectly timed from BBC Radio Leicester. And that's the sign for Adrian to pop next door and update BBC Radio Sussex. Well, as you come to me, the Foxes have just lost their second wicket, that of George Rhodes, who'd added 103 with Hassan Azad for that second wicket. Got a lovely little outswinger from the Sussex captain, Tom Haynes, that drifted past his outside edge and just clipped the top of off stump. So Rhodes has gone, bowled Haynes for 37. Hassan Azad is still there. He's batting really nicely. He's gone past 50, 52 not out off 80 balls for him. He's been joined at the wicket by Lewis Hill, scorer of 3 centuries so far this season. Opportunity for Hill on a flat wicket to make it 4. The Foxes, in reply to Sussex's first innings 359, are now 108 for 2. In goes Haynes and bowls to Hill, who leaves. Good leave, in that it wasn't so very far from off stump. Pulled his bat back out of the line of the ball, as you probably heard me saying to, or hopefully heard me saying to BBC Radio Leicester's FM frequency. Hill, who's come in to join Azad, has been the form batsman of the season, really, as far as Leicestershire are concerned, having given up the gloves, or been required to give up the gloves. He's thrived with the bat, as in goes Haynes, bowls outside off stump, stays very low, taken around about shin height by Ollie Carter as it swung away there. 757 runs in 19 innings for Lewis Hill. 2 centuries in the county championship, including last time out against Derbyshire, and a couple in the Royal London Cup. Was it 2 or 3? 2 in the Royal London Cup, I think. I'd have to check. In goes Haynes, bowls. That's a straighter delivery. Played firmly on the front foot in defence by Lewis Hill. Pushed down the wicket on the onside. And there's no run. So Haynes en route to a wicket maiden, potentially. If this is a dot ball, or indeed another wicket, could be a double wicket maiden. 108 for 2 for the Sussex skipper. Little shuffle as he gets into his run and bowls to Hill. Little outswinger outside off stump that Hill steps forward and leaves. So it was a wicket maiden. Well bowled, Tom Haynes. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 1 for the Sussex skipper. If he was suffering yesterday from any particular ailment, seemed to have gotten over it. That will certainly lift him. 108 for 2, Leicestershire. Yeah, Lewis Hill, 757 runs at 42 in the championship this season. Leicestershire's highest aggregate run getter. A long way from Haynes' total of over 1,100 now. Jack Carson will continue from the Bennett end. Around the wicket he goes to Azad, who is forward, killing the ball back down into the pitch. Walking out onto the pitch from short leg is Ben Brown, picking it up, throwing it to Ali Orr, who relays it on to Carson. Gives it a polish, grips it very carefully, and is in and bowls. Tosses it up nicely, but forward goes Azad, playing it directly to Orr, cutting out the middleman Brown on this occasion. Carson is in and bowls a little bit short this time, and he kicks at the ground for a moment as Azad can go back and play it comfortably out through the gap in the offside. He has cover out there on the cover boundary in the young form of Bertie Foreman, so it is just a single, but just cross with himself for missing his length there. Jack Carson giving Azad a comfortable single. Azad moves on to 53. 109 for 2. Point comes in to backward point off the boundary as Carson is in, gives it again. Plenty of air, but Hill forward, playing it back down the pitch. The onside, no run. 113 in his last innings, Lewis Hill. In goes Carson, bowls to him, turned out towards mid-wicket. No run. That was off 174 balls, included 11 fours. His other century was at Bristol, the first innings against Gloucestershire. But plenty of half centuries as well. In goes Carson, bowls. Hill not too sure whether to go forward or back then. Played it off the back foot, played it out into the offside, and rapping call of no, in case Azad was thinking of taking what would have been a frankly suicidal single. 109 for 2 at the end of Carson's over. 5 overs, none for 12 for the young off-spinner. As I say, I must stop using the word young because it applies to pretty much everybody in the Sussex side, with the honourable exception of Ben Brown, who earlier this morning walked to the pavilion having scored 133 not out of 234 balls, included 13 fours. Wholly admirable innings from Brown. Haynes is going to be bowling to Azad. Now, Lee Carter's doing a certain amount of directing from behind the stumps. He's telling long leg to go right round, almost to deep backward square. Joe Sarrow. Splendid isolation down there in front of the Melton Building Society family stand. It isn't unoccupied, there's probably 20 denizens. In goes Haynes and bowls very wide outside off stump and goes on with the arm rather, taken by Carter. 1.5 outside off stump. Had he not interrupted it, would have gone on to Brown at first slip. Cloud has just filled in a little bit temporarily, but as I say, plenty of broken stuff where it's coming from. Haynes is in, a little bit of a wobble. He's trying to swing it away from the left-hander, which is not easy. Yeah, he went a little bit chest on as he delivered that one. And in his efforts, he may have just gone slightly onto the line of the stump. Certainly umpire Newell is wandering out to have a look. Haynes avoids his eye as he walks back. Won't do Jack Carson's chances any harm. He's got to be a little bit careful though, Tom Haynes, who is into Azad on off stump, and that noticeably, as it's defended out into the offside, noticeably Haynes sort of swung away onto the uncut strip to the left of the pitch as we look at it.
Apologies for my extended absence.
That's
The
all right.
presenter forgot I was there, and I had to follow on from Let's Dance by David Bowie, which went on rather longer than I thought.
Could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, could have been.
In goes Haynes and bowls, and back goes Azad, looking to force. It's a bit too straight. He ends up rather shoveling it out into the offside, and there's no run. Could have been the new ABBA single, which seems to be ubiquitous at the moment on the airwaves. They've done sort of avatars of themselves.
Yeah.
It's all very odd,
Yes.
isn't it? In goes Haynes, bowled, a little bit leg-sidey and worked away by Azad. Takes a single as Sarrow down there at deep backward square / long leg. Runs in to meet the ball.
You were talking about the eggs at Hove, and I'm indebted to Brian Owen, who's a very fine journalist at the Argus, the local
Yes.
Brighton newspaper. Good to hear from you, Brian. He's very kindly sent in some photographs of the eggs at Hove. There they are.
Oh, great! Oh, they were on
They're huge.
in egg cups on pedestals.
Yeah, look at them.
That's a brilliant target for the likes of Paul Parker.
And that's a local resident who's complaining about the eyesore eggs. Thank you, Brian.
Haynes is in, bowls, Hill is forward on off stump, and there's no run. Well, they are a little bit, aren't they? I mean, I assumed they'd be sort of sitting on the boundary edge, sort of big eggs, you know. Didn't think they'd be. What are they? 15 feet above the ground, aren't they?
Huge, aren't they?
Extraordinary things.
Yeah.
That must have been some sponsorship deal. Sussex got a lot of money for those.
Yeah. And I'm sure, Brian, if you've been listening across a bit of Albion stuff, because Brian very well up on everything, comings and goings at the Albion. Bertie Foreman, who's this young man, the 17-year-old, is here on 12th man duties, is the grandson of Dennis Foreman, who played cricket for Sussex and football for the Albion over 200 times. So the Foreman name living on in Sussex. Jack Carson is going to bowl to Hassan Azad, who's on 54, 110 for 2. He's in on bowls, and forward comes Azad and plays straight back down the track, and there is no run. The introduction of Tom Haynes has certainly dried the runs up a little. And indeed Carson, who's in his 6th over, and has just conceded the 12 runs. But Carson bowls to Azad, who works this through backward point, picks up a single, and it's the aforementioned Bertie Foreman who's in very quickly. He gets in a very good throw right over the top of the stumps to Ollie Carter, but not before Hassan Azad has gone through for his 55th run and brings Lewis Hill on strike. The wickets taken by Hunt and Haynes so far for Sussex. Lewis Hill, right-handed batsman, waits. Slightly open stance as Carson is in and bowls, and Hill almost on his way, but a very good bit of fielding by Ben Brown in its short leg. Hill was going to turn that away on the leg side. Ben Brown diving across, fielding on the bounce, and there is no run. The former skipper under the helmet at short leg, Delray Rawlings at first slip. The sun trying to come out again as Carson is in and bowls, and another good bit of fielding by Ben Brown. Needs to be careful in there, Ben. He'll make a name for himself as a good short leg, which I'm not quite sure where he wants to be fielding these days, but nonetheless.
Yeah, this is the thing I was saying about Hill. I'd assumed Hill would be at slip and short leg, as Brown is, having been a wicket-keeper.
Comes Carson bowls, driven away by Hill, and that's a nice looking shot. Slightly over pitched and a little bit too much width from Jack Carson. Hill decided that was the ball to hit with the spin through backward point for 4 runs.
But Hill spends his time grazing in the outfield these days. And happily, as I say, as I was telling listeners, scoring runs as well. He's Leicestershire's highest aggregate run getter this season against the Red Bull.
That was a nice looking shot. And of course I didn't mean with the spin at all. He was hitting against the spin, but it was wide enough to help its way towards the boundary for 4. Carson in again, bowls, and Hill cuts firmly. There's no sweeper out on that cover boundary, who is the debutant in this match, Tom Hindley, who gets in the throw, taken by Ollie Carter, and there is 1 more to the total. So Azad on 55, Hill on 5, Leicestershire 116 for 2. Jack Carson 6 overs, no maidens and no wicket for 18. I suspect Tom Haynes is going to probably carry on. He's chatting away to Ben Brown, is Tom Haynes. Ben maybe with an idea or two for Tom Haynes. He's come into the attack, taken a wicket. He's just looking at the direction there of Tom Hindley, and I just wonder whether he's thinking of bringing his debutant into the attack. For the time being, it looks as if it is going to be Tom Haynes. He's having a word to Jack Carson. I just wonder whether Ben Brown is just saying to him, perhaps have a breather for a couple of overs. We're just going to give Tom Hindley but it's just the way he looked down to find leg. So I just wonder whether there's going to be a change. Jack Carson doesn't look overly impressed. But then you never are when you're taken off, if indeed that's what's going to happen.
He's bowled 5 overs in this spell, having bowled just the 1 before lunch. So it would be a perfectly legitimate decision were Haynes to decide to go down that road. He bowls 2 Hill, and he's squared up with that little outswinger, thick outside edge that runs down towards third man, and he picks up a single. But had that not caught the outside edge, he was absolutely stone dead, leg before wicket there.
He was.
And there's 1 or 2 of the Sussex players still have their hands on their heads, notably Carson at mid-on, who had the best view of that. Just a little wobbly outswinger, and on the back foot, Hill, goodness me, got away with that one. And I think Hill, who's a very chatty character, lovely man, probably telling umpire Newell exactly that. In goes Haynes and bowls to Azad on off stump. Azad is forward, pushing it firmly out towards Carson at mid-off, and there's no run. Hill moved on to 6 with that somewhat fortuitous single. 117 for 2. And having got off to something of a flyer, Leicestershire has been dragged back a bit by some good bowling by Sussex. Haynes is in full, and saying that was a bit of a half volley, and Azad misses out as he leans forward and plays it very firmly, but picks out Ali Orr at extra cover, goes absolutely straight to him. He does have some cover out there on the cover boundary, Haynes, so he wouldn't have been too worried if it had got past Orr, although it would have been a long chase round for the fielder on that cover boundary. Haynes is in again, it's tossed up, this time it's driven, but a really good half stop to his right by Carson at mid-off, saves 3 runs unquestionably.
Good shot.
Azad hit that hard, and Carson flung himself to his right at mid-off, got a hand to it. It ran on another sort of 4 or 5 yards behind him, but otherwise it would have just cannoned into the advertising hoardings. And Carson, a little bit shaken, having landed on the concrete, the green concrete of the outfield. In goes Haynes, bowls, and forward very deliberately and carefully goes Hill on off stump, playing it out to mid off. It's Sean Hunt who's at mid off. Delray Rawlins now is at extra cover with his orange heeled boots. Haynes is in, outside off stump, and Hill waited for it, dabbed it out towards backward point, but couldn't get it past young Mr. Foreman, who is... His white sweater, is it a second 11 sweater? I don't think it's because there's no... He hasn't got the sort of all the marklets on it that
Or if it's
is on normally, or is it it's almost a sort of like bluey white,
yes,
isn't it?
If it's always like a club sweater.
It's certainly not the Sussex first team sweater.
I'm sure
There's
he's
a little manufacturer's logo or two. Second 11 sweater, just a single marklet perhaps. Is it... a lot of clubs have different sort of symbols for their first and second and 11s, don't they?
But his white sweater is in rather... his flannels are rather a sort of more of a creamy colour, aren't they?
Well, he needs a junior pair, doesn't he? Whatever, bless him, he's not...
Now, there is a change in bowling, and we thought it may be Tom Henley was coming into the attack, but Sussex have decided to go with seam from both ends. So Sean Hunt back into the attack, 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 45. Elsewhere in this division, interesting game at Lords, where Worcestershire were in all sorts of trouble against Middlesex yesterday. At one stage, 44 for 6. 81 for 7, but managed to accumulate 171 in the end. Josh Baker batting at number 9, made 61. Good left-arm spinner as in comes Hunt and bowls, and Azad plays to mid-on. There is no run. That's final destination of the season for Richard next week. And in reply, in the second innings, Middlesex are 105 for 5, leading by 78. So that's a game that unlikely to finish today, you would think. But you never know.
Unlike that at Headingley, is that right?
Yeah, so the game at Headingley in the sort of first division of the championship. Warwickshire now 199 for 7 in the second innings, leading by 166 as in comes Hunt and bowls as at forward, and a repeat performance plays to Haynes at mid-on, and there is no run. So you'd think maybe that will go to just about into a third day.
What do we got left here? 40, well, best part of 49 overs, so they'll have at least 42, 43 overs. Yeah, it should do, shouldn't it? And if it rains all day tomorrow, there'll be few sweating on that one.
Yeah. Somerset second time around 29 without loss to trailing Lancashire by 254 as Hunt is in and bowls, and as that turns that through square leg, at least a couple of runs here. Henry Crocombe is in hot pursuit and keeps Azad to 2. He comes back for his 58th run, and Leicestershire to 120 for 2. Down at Southampton, also in the first division, Notts bowled out for 155 by Hampshire, with Keith Barker taking 7 for 46. Hampshire leading there by 72, just starting their second innings. As Sean Hunt is on his way. 2 slips go down, he's in and bowls. Oh, he very nearly plays on. Does Hassan Azad, looking to play that away through the offside, thick inside edge, and it could have gone anywhere, and the hands were on the head in the slip cordon.
Gosh, that was close.
Yes, it was close. Just avoided the stumps.
I'm still thinking of those eggs.
Yes, they're great, aren't they? They're brilliant. Thanks for the pictures, Brian. Very good of you.
They must be the greatest sort of advertising stunt or deal or sponsorship deal ever.
Comes Undergut bowls, and Azad punches that through the offside. He's going to get at least 1 and possibly 2. Actually, he will get an easy 2 because Bertie Foreman's got a long way to run to his right to field. He's got, for a young man, he's got a good arm and sends on a good throw right over the top of the stumps to Ollie Carter. But Azad, who's looked very assured, he goes to 60 off 98 balls. Leicestershire to 122 for 2.
Yeah, I wonder how many eggs they would have had to sell to come up with the £3,000 of prize money. A lot.
Yeah.
To cover their costs. No wonder they reduced it quickly to £1,000.
Hunt in bowls, and Azad again plays this one into the offside, and again fielded by Foreman, who's up at backward point. and fields, and there is no run in. If Sean Hunt's over, it's a bit expensive. 8 overs, 1 for 49, so he's getting the best part of 6 and over. He's slightly more than 6 and over. He's Sean Hunt. 122 for 2 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Richard Ray. Just to say, the other game in this division is going on at Derby, where Derbyshire were bowled out for 156 by Kent in their first innings. Kent 13 without loss second time around, leading by 142. A number of Kent players who you'd imagine will be playing at Edgbaston on Saturday, playing in that game. Zach Crawley, Daniel Bell-Drummond, Sam Billings, possibly Ollie Robinson as well. So Sussex just with the one player playing in this game. He'll be at finals day in Delray Rawlins. The others back at Hove, and a couple still out in the Caribbean in Ravi Bopara and David Visa.
Tom Haynes is in to Hill, who is leaning forward, defending that one, slightly cross-batted, pushing it out towards mid-wicket. Talk about Mark Elam, but I suppose a more contemporary, although probably roughly the same age as Mark Elam, of course, is Darren Stevens, who is unrivaled at sort of picking up huge amounts of wickets with his little medium pace swinging deliveries. In goes Haynes, who bowls onto the legs of Hill, takes an inside edge and goes onto his pad and runs out towards deep backward square. Takes 1, moves on to 7. 123 for 2. Leicestershire, that run rate which was up around 5 for the first sort of 22 to 25 overs, has dropped back to 4 now, just under, in fact, 3.9 indication as Haynes goes in and bowls to Azad, who is forcing off the front foot almost away through point. Will be just the 1. It is, as the man sweeping on the offside comes in, gets his throw away. An indication of the control that Sussex have got back on the scoreboard, and Haynes, one of the men very much responsible. 4.3 overs, 1 for 6. Not only has he taken a wicket, he's giving nothing away. Bustles in and bowls to Hill, who is driving. You heard the no as Delray Rawlings reached across to his right at shortest extra cover and fielded. Pulls up his Sussex shirt to polish the ball, revealing a black sort of under armour thing. So it is still quite cool out there, isn't it? It
Yes.
can be if you're in the wind. In goes Haynes, bowls very wide, and Hill off the front foot tries to chop it away and can't reach it, misses it. Taken by Carter.
We were talking yesterday, Richard, about the Brighton Marathon, where the course was
yes.
unfortunately set up slightly too long. About 500 metres too long, and the organisers have apologised. They said it was down to human error. Some cones were moved.
Haynes is in. Oh, lovely little outswinger that misses everything. Just goes past the outside edge, just misses the off stump. Not taken cleanly by Carter. Didn't matter because it didn't hit the outside edge of Hill's bat, but that was almost the delivery that accounted for Rhodes, and it was too good for Hill. Haynes is proving a handful, Adrian.
He is indeed. He's wobbling around. It's Tom Haynes. We said before the season he only picked up a wicket, and the umpire's having a consultation about something or another. I'm not entirely sure what.
They're looking up at the sky behind us, are they?
Are they looking towards Jamie Atkins? I'm not sure.
The light? Are they saying put the floodlights on? It's going to get dark,
Possibly.
but it isn't really, is
No,
it?
it's very bright. I mean, the sun looks like it's about to come out.
But he's on the. Is he on the radio? No. What are they looking at behind him? Dark clouds up there.
Yeah, so it was human error, some cones laid out in the wrong way, and finisher will be contacted with more information about their times and official adjustments to the course length for the results and qualifying times. More importantly, though, Richard, nearly £3.5 million raised for good causes by the Brighton Marathon. And
There you go.
that's what it's all about, really. Entries being accepted for next year, Rich. As in comes Hunt and bowls and clipped away by Azad down to fine leg, picks up a single, does Hassan Azad. He goes to 62, 125 for 2. Is that one of the marathons you've done?
It isn't. Are they moving it back to the spring?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so
April next year.
before London. So it depends a little bit on the cricket season, Adrian.
Yes,
Doesn't
it
We
does.
have to wait for our fixtures and see
Yeah.
where and when.
I hope the
we're going
fixtures
to be
come out.
playing.
Yeah, I mean, generally the fixtures are out sort of, early the better, really, because people do like to plan, don't they?
What I did do last time I was in Hove was do the park run on the seafront,
Oh, that's
there,
okay.
which was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Lots of people in it?
Yes, good few hundred.
Yeah.
Good few hundred.
2 slips for Lewis Hill, who's on 7. Leicestershire 125 for 2. We've still got another 46 overs to be bowled in the day. Yeah, so a lot of cricket to be played here for the close of play. Hunt is in bowls and driven by Hill nicely through the covers for extra cover. They've taken one. I think they'll certainly come back for 2. I think there was 2 there actually, because Tom Haynes had to slide to his left. But as Richard was saying earlier, perhaps no need to really take any risks. Plenty of time left in this match, although as we said a couple of times today, the weather forecast for tomorrow doesn't look the best. Certainly Richard was got on his...
A nice way of saying it looks horrendous.
Like 100% rain here in Leicester tomorrow.
Yes, it did, didn't it, from about
9 in the morning.
Yeah.
Comes Hunt over the wicket, bowls, and Azad lets that one go through to Carter, and there is no run.
Steve Roberts has tweeted, great to see ex-Bat Pad Man back in form. He's changed his Twitter handle from Bat Pad Man to ex-Bat Pad Man. But he's still in there at Bat Pad, Hassan Azad, so I think it's hopeful rather than definite that he won't be fielding there anymore.
Tom Haynes is looking for a change in the field. He's taken out his 2nd slip now. He's just looking to plug a little gap there at mid-wicket. So Sussex are right on the defensive here. 126 for 2. Ben Brown the sole slip. As Hunt is in and cut away by Azad out to the offside. Fielded there by Foreman, who gets in the throw to Carter. Azad goes to 63. He's placed 103 balls. He's looked very solid throughout his innings. The arrears now 232. So somewhere on that scoreboard you can pretty much find anything. You just need to look for the right place. I sort of get the feeling here that the Sussex over 8 isn't all that good. There seems to be an awful lot of delays between deliveries. I mean, the fact that Carson has been bowling and also Tom Haynes, but for the quicker bowlers, they don't seem to be hurrying particularly. Hunt. In again, and bowls and driven away through the offside. More runs here for Lewis Hill. Doesn't quite time it. Rawlings is very quick across the ground, but even he's not quick enough to catch that up. Ball rolls away through the covers for 4 runs. 4 more to Hill, who goes into double figures. He's on 12. Leicestershire to 131 for 2. Just over pitching there was Sean Hunt, driven away. We were saying about the different problems that you face as a batsman from Sean Hunt, but he hasn't quite got his line right, has he?
Consistency is sort of almost the last thing that a young bowler gets, really, especially when trying to make things happen. But as I said, he's not sure they go round or over or... Yeah.
In comes Hunt again and bowls, and forward comes Hill. That was a better delivery, played into the offside, fielded by Rawlins. There is no run. It is the end of the over, the end of the 33rd over of this innings. And Leicestershire are 131 for 2. Azad is on 63. Hill is on 12. Sean Hunt, 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 56. It's proving a little expensive. But I think the skipper's going to carry on, who's been anything but. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 6 as Tom Haynes, and he's certainly caused as many problems as anybody else, bowling his little nippy medium paces.
Yeah, he's impressed me. Little swingers and more problems probably than anyone else. He's looking at the ball now. He's going to be bowling around the wicket from the pavilion end to Hassan Azad. He has been bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. He's going to try and, I suspect, just swing a few back in and then see if he can straighten one. He's telling, as he's going round the wicket, he's telling Joe Sarrow down there at deep backward square to go sort of round to long leg, really. Try and cover a huge area of ground basically out there. In goes Haynes and bowls. Azad is forward on off stump very correctly. offering the full face of the bat as it runs out to mid-off. 12th man is out there. Who's off then, I wonder? Doesn't matter too much.
Sarrow is out there, Hunt is out there.
Brown is out there.
Oh, Crocom's at extra cover.
Not that it matters too much. Haynes is in, bowls, and forward goes Azad again, this time playing the ball down the wicket on the on side.
I think it might be Jack Carson. I can't see.
Ali Orr's out there.
Yeah.
Haynes is in, outside off stump, drawing Azad forward into a rather reaching forward defensive shot, pushes it out to mid-off where the 12th man fields. It's Carson, because Carson has just emerged below us,
right, okay.
so the sound of his spikes on the paving in front of the pavilion, you heard?
Yeah.
Haynes is in and bowling, bit thick outside edges. He went forward on middle and off stumps there. Azad out into the offside. No one.
Yeah. So I was just looking at Sean Hunt's shirt. I thought for a moment, and I need to get my eyes tested again, because I thought for a moment on the back of his shirt he had Salt and not Hunt. But
A little tribute to his departing teammate, perhaps. In goes Haynes and bowls. Azad is forward, thick inside part of the bat. Sees the ball bounce out towards Rawlins at short mid-wicket.
Looks like it's starting to cloud up a little, doesn't it?
Yeah, it is filling in where the weather has been coming from, away to the southeast, but the good thing, the clouds are sort of moving, so
yes.
Anything that happens won't happen for too long, as Haynes is in. Azad is turning him off middle and leg, but only as far as square leg, and it's another maiden over for Tom Haynes. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 6 for the Sussex captain, who is doing a sterling job for his side.
Just finishing up on the eggs. Brian says, he's a font of knowledge, is Brian. He puts me to shame, really. He says they came down in August 2000.
How long were they up then for? 14 years.
He says they actually predated the floodlight pylons, and I think they were on their own little stands originally.
That's astonishing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, there's a workman. He's up on a...
Taking them down. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you, Brian. So there we are. The Hove eggs.
Update for BBC Radio Leicester coming up. Foxes have moved on to 131 for 2. They did lose George Rhodes shortly after lunch, bowled by the Sussex captain Tom Haynes with a lovely little outswinger. Rhodes gone for 37, made the score 108 for 2. Hassan Azad, though, is batting well. He's gone past 50 for the first time for a while. Actually, he's moved on to 63 not out. Lewis Hill, who scored a century last time out against Derbyshire, is 12 not out. The Foxes building that first innings reply to Sussex's 359 nicely. These two need to stay together, though, with with a lot of rain forecast for tomorrow. They need to build quickly. Leicestershire 131 for 2.
Henry Crocombe back into the Sussex attack and played down the ground by Lewis Hill, fielded by Sarrow, shies at the stumps but not before. Hill had nipped through for another single. He goes to 13. Leicestershire 132 for 2. Henry Crocombe in his 10th over, figures of 0 for 24, including a couple of maidens.
Mike Jelfs has been in touch on Twitter as well. A few Leicestershire supporters are very pleased to see Azad back in the runs. Mike says, need to stay with him. He's a real talent. Brackets, hope I'm not a jinx.
Well, he's pretty untroubled, to be honest.
Although if he gets out now, Mike, you're in trouble.
Yeah, and I'll be in trouble as well. Now, Sussex had posted a second slip, and now they've changed their mind. So just the one slip in place, who's Ben Brown. Backward point to cover mid-off. Mid-on mid-wicket, a deep backwards square. a fine leg, and just to our left, Sean Hunt is at third man. There are some heavy clouds around. In the distance, there are some lighter skies, so who knows. In comes Crocombe in and bowls, and as that drives slightly uppishly to mid-on. No hint of a chance, footed by Haynes, and there is no run. So tea should be being taken today. We did get the times through.
Yeah, we did. Theoretically, it's at 350, but obviously if it's 32 overs to go, then it's still a fair way away.
Yeah, another 12 overs after this one. So we might get there if Sussex get the spinners on. Crocombe past umpire Robinson, around the wicket bowls, and Azad drives without timing straight back down the track. Crocombe fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. He's been very economic, Henry Crocombe, in his 10th over. He and Haynes have looked the pick of the, if you can call Haynes a seamer, with his medium paces. But it's a wicket that still looks a very good batting track.
It is.
Not a lot in it for the for bowlers of seam or spin. Having said that, of course, Chris Wright picked up 6 wickets for Leicestershire. In comes Crocombe again, and that's edged down to third man. Moral victory for the bowler, and a round of applause from Ben Brown, standing at first slip.
That's the other thing for the younger bowlers, isn't it? They're used to playing on good pitches, but they're on second 11 grounds. They're not as good sometimes as the first class pitches, and suddenly it's a little bit, it's another 10% harder to have to work for to get a bit of movement and things like that. So, that's another thing to which they have to adjust sometimes.
Yeah, and I think that's something that Ian Salisbury's spoken about this season. You do suddenly find out how good your bowlers are when you're playing on good batting pitches. It's like getting a fifer on a green top somewhere, giving help as in comes Crocombe bowls, and clips away by Hill into the onside. Picks up another single, footed at deep mid-wicket by Alistair Raw. One more to Hill. He goes to 14, and the total to 134 for 2. Just to remind, if those of you may only just be tuning in, Sussex 359 for 9 when the innings was closed. Ben Brown 133. Finn Hudson-Prentice, who suffered a broken hand yesterday, spent a lot of time in A&E, we understand.
Just waiting.
Just waiting. Yeah. No preferential treatment for a Sussex cricketer here, as in comes Crocombe and bowls. And why should there be? The ball goes through to Carter, and there is no run. But I mean, often A&E is very busy at the weekend. But he's had an X-rayed, and he has got a broken hand, so that'll be the end of Finn for this season. He won't play against Derbyshire next week anyway, because of he's only on loan to Sussex, with the move being permanent at the end of the season. So we wish him well in his recovery. The physio was telling me a little earlier that's sort of like a 6-week delay, or a 6-week recovery period. I think most county cricketers tend to have pretty much October off, don't they? And then starts again in November. They're back in the nets and back training. It's pretty much a year-round business.
I know quite a few of the Leicestershire players go and play sort of club cricket in Australia and things like that, grade cricket.
Yep.
What have you?
Yes, not sure what's happening. I guess a lot of that might depend on COVID this year. As
Haynes goes in and bowls on off stump. Hill is forward, playing it out into the offside. Rawlings casually leans down and picks it up.
I mean, probably along, probably have to do the 2-week quarantine, and there's an expense to that as well.
Yes, that might be a very different. It might be different this year. May not travel. Or last year, actually.
No.
Haynes turns, runs in and bowls an outswinger. Nice shape to the ball, but it was from the arm a little bit, and Hill read it. Callum Parkinson was saying yesterday he'd played with a couple of the Sussex younger players in grade cricket in Adelaide, so they weren't entirely unfamiliar to him.
He's played out there.
I'm not sure who it was. He did probably tell me. In goes Haynes, bowls a lovely little clout swinger. Again, Hill bunts it out towards mid-off and then sees that Sean Hunt is a little bit on his heels, pulls him through for the single.
Yeah, I don't think he endeared himself to his skipper then, did Sean Hunt. He was on his heels, and Tom Haynes just gave him sort of that knowing look, as if to say, that shouldn't have been a single.
And it's confirmed from my Melbourne correspondent Fango that there won't be any foreign players in Australian club cricket this year because of the various sort of restrictions. Round the wicket goes Haynes and bowls to Azad. It's drifting towards middle and leg. Azad, though, is playing it in defence, really, out towards Rawlings at short mid-wicket.
Certainly, just thinking of some of the Sussex players, Luke Wells was one who played a lot of club cricket out in Melbourne before his departure to Lancashire. I think Tom Haynes might have spent some time out in Australia.
It may have been Haynes. It may have been Haynes that he said that he'd played with. Who is in and bowling to Azad. Thick outside edge, really. Goes down towards sort of short third man. There is the fielder out there. I think is it Carson out there?
It is Crocombe.
It's Crocombe, I beg his pardon.
But actually, Richard, I mean, for county cricketers, if they can't do that, then it's a long old winter, isn't it, in the gym? You know, you think if you get October off, and then from November you're pretty much in the gym and the indoor nets for 5 months. You probably can't wait for the season to start.
Yeah, potentially.
You know, that's quite a slog, isn't it?
Maybe there are alternatives as Haynes is in and bowls nice and straight. Azad solidly behind it. Another good economical restrictive over from Tom Haynes. Not quite a maiden, just the single off it. That one out to Sean Hunt for Lewis Hill. But still 7 overs, 1 for 7 for Haynes. How many overs can he? Probably at this sort of pace, quite a lot, I would think.
Yeah, maybe it says a little bit about as well. He's searching for other options, isn't he? I mean, he's keeping it tight. He's taken a wicket. He's causing 1 or 2 problems. The overheads are such. There's a pretty heavy overhead cloud. And for the moment, he's relying on his seamers. And the next over is going to be much the same with Henry Crocombe, who's into his 11th over. Figures of 0 for 26. He's bowling to the right-handed Lewis Hill with 2 slips. A third man backward point cover mid-off, mid-on. Effort ball from Crocombe played out into the offside, and Haynes needs to run to his left at mid-off to field and allows Hill to go through for a single. He goes to 16, the total 136 for 2.
Good running from Lewis Hill. He's not getting balls that he can put away for 4 at the moment because Sussex are bowling so well, so he's trying just to put the field under a little bit of pressure, pinching the odd quick single, and he's probably better at that than Azad. He'll get Azad's feet moving in that respect.
Henry Crocombe is coming around the wicket to the left-handed Hassan Azad. Bowls, another effort delivery from Henry Crocombe. Having said it's wide outside the off stump, there is no, and having said it's good for bowlers to bowl on good pitches when they have to really work hard for the wickets. I'm sure Henry at this stage in the season would have taken a nice green top and a chance to seam the ball around a little bit. It's been really hard work for the Sussex bowlers in the last couple of weeks.
Could be a long old day for this for them as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really
absolutely.
Track.
Crocombe in again, bowls and played to backward point by Azad. There is no run. I mean, last week Henry 22 overs against Middlesex, 1 for 88. Finn Hudson-Prentice actually bowled 30 overs. He's not playing in this match now. Sean Hunt 23. So I mean, they had a couple of days off, and all young men, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Crocombe turns at the Bennett end of the ground, where the corporate entertaining tent is. Comes in and bowls, short delivery, quite a quick delivery, and Azad just plays it well, just sways out of the way and through to Carter, and there is no run. Yeah, it's a marquee. It's not a tent. It's a marquee, a white marquee at the far end of the ground with umbrellas outside. That's where there's been a bit of entertaining going on today.
Committee used it for a while. I don't think they still do. I think it is now, as you said, corporate.
Tom Haynes shining the ball on his trousers at the far end of the ground, hence a delay, but now we're ready again, and it's going to be Crocombe running in past umpire Robinson with Leicestershire 136 for 2. He's in and bowls, and Azad is forward again and plays the ball straight back down the track. Did the ball hit the stumps?
I think he tried to sort of flick it onto them and just missed them. It was rather neat work.
Yeah.
Henry Crocombe, I think it's part of a bowler's training these days. I've never seen them get anyone out doing that, but so many of them try it, don't they?
Crocombe again. It's a very straight approach to the wicket, in and bowls, and Azad clubs that one away, through backward point for 4 runs. Well, feel a bit of Henry Crocombe actually, because that was a decent over. And a real effort ball. You probably heard the grunt in our effects microphone, but it was too short and it was wide. And anything that's short and wide is sort of help yourself to the batsman really on this pitch. That's exactly what Assad did, and credit to Hassan Assad. He waited for the bad ball, and when it came, he made sure he punished it. He punished it in style, cracking it away through the covers for 4 runs. He goes to 68. Leicestershire to 170 for 2. I can see Ben Brown is just waiting for the helmet to be brought out by Jamie Atkins. So we are going to get some spin. Looks like Haynes is maybe coming out of the attack, and we're going to get a bit of off spin, it looks like, from Jack Carson.
Captain protecting his figures, 1 for 7 from 7 overs. That'll do me.
Yeah,
I'm joking.
No, I think if I was Tom, I might be inclined to bowl myself a couple more, because he's looked as likely as anyone to pick up a wicket.
Some lovely little wobbly outswingers, and one accounted for Rhodes and one came within, well, absolute hair's breadth of accounting for Lewis Hill. See what Carson can do from this pavilion end. He did bowl just a single over before lunch, didn't really give it a chance to see if there was anything there for him on that basis. So all sorts of hand signals going on out there. The field changes, but I'm impressed with the over rate that Sussex have produced. 42 remain, so they've got to squeeze 10 in. In goes Carson, bowls, forward goes Hill on off stump. Back down the pitch to the Northern Irelander. You say Northern Irishman or Northern Islander, or I suppose both kind of work, don't they, really? Northern Irishman, that sounds a little bit more grammatically correct. Carson is in, tosses it up, maybe just turned a little bit, but it was a little bit short, and Hill went back and he's carved it away through the offside. Good diving stop down there by Sarro, who had an awful lot of ground to make to the ball, knocked it back off the rope, and Bertie Foreman did the rest, and then applauds his considerably larger teammate, who really did give it everything there. Ran, 40 yards down the boundary, and then put in the dive, and has probably got no skin left on his elbows at all now. Actually,
all in a good cause.
Yeah, it is actually one of the slightly, I was going to use the word lusher, but it's probably the wrong word. Everywhere's fairly dry, but one of the slightly softer parts of the ground, because it's one of the lower parts. Carson goes into Azad round the wicket. Azad is forward very carefully, suspiciously almost, poking it out into the offside. There's no run.
Come on, Jack, is the cry from somebody in the field.
Carson is in, bowls. Azad is forward. There's nothing there for Carson.
No, nothing at all, is there?
Absolutely zero at the moment. We can see the footmarks in front of Azad, but one is too close, one is a little bit too wide, I suspect, especially if you're looking to turn it away from the left-hander. He can leave it alone out there if it were going to turn. Carson bowls straight and middle-ish. Just defended out into the onside. Picked up by Foreman at mid-wicket. No run, 143 for 2, with that 3 to Hill. Carson bowls, tosses it up a little bit. Lovely delivery, but again no turn, and Azad can go forward and play it off the pitch, and does. End of the over. Carson's 7th, none for 21 his figures. Atkins comes on with his sweater and a word of encouragement, I'm sure.
Michael Alexander's been in touch on Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Michael, who was down at the regular listener to the commentaries around the country, was down at Hove last week, sent in a very kind note as well, so I'm glad he had a good time. It was his mother's birthday as well, and he had a wonderful time, and he said, could we have a shout out for Sam, the very kindly security guard who knew all about Mike from North London. Well, Sam Wheeler is the gentleman you're referring to, who is very much the face of Sussex. When anybody drives into the ground, everybody knows who Sam is, and he recognises everybody from year to year, and very helpful with parking. And
he does. I was just about to say, how he gets us into those few parking spaces behind those awful flats, I don't know, or in front of those awful flats, but he does. He performs miracles, that man.
Yes, he does. Good old Sam. In comes Crocombe, running in over wicket bowls, and Hill plays with a little bit of discomfort into the offside of a full-length delivery. There is no run, footed by Carson.
was a bit late on that,
He
wasn't he?
was. So I don't know if you're listening, Sam, but he'll be down at Hove next week for the final game of the season against Derbyshire. And it's always good to get when you turn up at cricket grounds or any sporting event really, and there's a friendly person in the car park and not someone grumpy who says, you have to park 3 miles down the road, mate, no parking here. As in comes Crocombe over the wicket, bowls, and right up in the block hole, and Hill plays without timing back to Crocombe, and there is no run.
He always seems genuinely pleased to see you
No.
as well, and you're absolutely right. It makes such a difference.
Yeah.
He's probably the as you say, the representative of the club most seen by the public driving in, and he's brilliant.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Crocombe on his way again, bowls, and good delivery by Henry Crocombe, who's really bending his back. I mean, there's nothing in this pitch for him, but he's bending his back and trying to make something happen. Henry Crocombe, who is 20 next week, I think. Yes, he shares his birthday with my brother, 20th of September. So a week today, Henry Crocombe, and a birthday tomorrow in the Sussex ranks is Delray Rawlins, who will be 24 tomorrow. So we'll have to remember to wish Delray a happy birthday. As in comes Crocombe, and again, just plays slightly across the line, does Lewis Hill. He gets a single nonetheless to mid-wicket where it's fielded by Alistair Raw. And Hill goes to 19, sorry, to 20, the total to 144 for 2.
Yeah, I do miss going down to Hove last year or two.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed for next season, but who knows what the form. I'm hoping it's going to be a similar format because we've really enjoyed this format.
Yeah.
Been to a few different.
No, I would completely agree.
Teams and,
Yeah,
but,
I've enjoyed it. Here comes Crocombe in and bowls and pulled away by Assad. A short delivery to the fielder at deep mid-wicket, who is Jack Carson, who drops in and fields. One more to Azad. That is there's not one more ball to come in there. 145 for 2, Azad to 69. I mean, the general feeling seems to be, talking last week down at Hove, that if they went back to 2 divisions next season, how are they going to decide those divisions in advance? You know, you've got to let counties know what's going to happen the following season. So the feeling I got last week, true or not, is that they'll go another year of conferences at least.
You've got to give it a fair crack.
Crocombe over the wicket, bowls down the leg side, not taken cleanly by Ollie Carter. And there is no run. So end of the over, 145 for 2. Azad is on 69, Hill is on 20, and we've got another 40 overs left in the day. Yeah, I think the feeling being that if you're going to go back to Division 2, you need to let the counties know how that's going to be sorted out. Now, I mean, if you wanted to go 2 divisions next season, I guess you could say, well, you know, it's the top 10 and the bottom 8, however they're going to do it for next year. But I think there's so much fiddling around with the county championship. I think that's one of the reasons why cricket followers, and I've said this, a bit of a bore about this, Richard. I mean, I know many people who are cricket fans who would have no idea of the structure of the county championship this season. It's just, you know, a bit confusing, and I think we need to get something that we stick with so that people understand and can follow when it's being played and what the format is.
Jack Carson around the wicket to the left-handed. Azad tosses it right up. Azad almost oversteps it as he plays it firmly out towards Haynes at mid-off. Delray Rawlins had just bowled a couple of gentle looseners.
Yeah.
It might have had the word. He might be dropping a hint to Haynes. Carson is in and bowls. Using his feet is Azad to try to get to the pitch of the ball, but all he can do is play it firmly out into the leg side, where Bertie Foreman comes scampering in quickly to make sure that he doesn't try and get a single. Carson is in, tosses it up, waits for it this time. Azad strokes it out to Hunt, who forms the long barrier somewhat unnecessarily. It barely reached him, but do the right thing at all times. Carson whipping through his overs is in, bowls, drops a little bit short, stays a little bit low, but playing it off the pitch, Azad can go back and play it firmly out into the offside. Keep forgetting the name of the nameless fielder. It's Tom Hindley, isn't it?
Yes.
Beg your pardon, Mr. Hindley.
I'm sure he won't mind.
The fact that he's the only one now, with the exception of Foreman, who hasn't got his name on his sweater as Carson goes in. Stays round the wicket to Hill, who is forward. And the two men could not be more contrasting in terms of build. Should make life fairly easy for me, shouldn't it? But I will get there. Carson in to Hill. A quicker, flatter delivery, played down into the ground. Good stop by Ben Brown, goalkeeper style, two-handed to his right as it bounced down. Made the stop end of the over. So just a single from it. Haynes walks back talking to the youthful Mr. Carson, who receives his sweater from Mr. Atkins running out there, and his cap.
And you get 10 out of 10 for observation, Richard, because it is going to be Delray Rawlins who's going to be bowling his left-arm spin from the Bennett end of the ground. So Henry Crocombe taking a breather. 12 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 33. So Sussex are going to spin from both ends. You know, we know the forecast isn't good tomorrow, and we hope it's wrong, but this is a very similar game to last week in a sense, in terms of, you know, here we are a little sort of more than halfway through the second day, and you're thinking, well, how can we possibly get a result? But actually, that's what happened at Hove last week, and all of a sudden, you bring a spinner on, a couple of wickets start to fall, and all of a sudden it's game on. So,
Absolutely.
The one thing that might scupper that plan is the weather, if indeed it's right tomorrow. But it's going to be Delray Rawlins. Left arm spin with a slip and a short leg. He's in over the wicket bowls and clipped away by Azad to sort of a backward square leg, fielded there by Sean Hunt. The field, slip short leg, backward square leg, sweeper on the mid-wicket boundary, or a deep mid-wicket. An orthodox mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, cover, and a deep backward point as Azad works that onto the leg side. They've taken one, but Hindley rather comes in and fields. And it's just the one to Azad, who goes to 71, brings Hill on strike, who retakes his guard.
This could be interesting. Hill, who's a busy batsman and plays one-day cricket as well, which Azad doesn't, might be inclined to take Rawlins on.
The mid-on and mid-off are up, so in comes Rawlins and bowls, and Hill is solidly forward, plays it back to Rawlins, who fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. Rawlins, who does rattle through his overs, so we will see the over rate considerably increased here as Rawlins in again bowls, and Hill, as if to make your point, Richard, plays a firm drive to Tom Haynes at mid-off. You'd have heard the cry of no, no.
I can see him hitting high and straight.
Rawlins in again bowls, and he drives through the offside only as far as Crocombe, who fields at extra cover. And there is no run.
On the other hand, he might fancy a big score here in front of his home supporters, Lewis. I wonder if his family's here.
Rawlins in again bowls, and plays it into the offside. A misfield by Crocombe, and a very good stop by the skipper, actually. Henry Crocombe was running in from extra cover to field. He missed it, but Tom Haynes made a good diving stop away to his left-hand side that prevented a single being taken. There probably was a single there, but not taken. 147 for 2.
Well, they couldn't, because Haynes was going for it. Not Haynes, sorry, Crocombe. But he sold his captain a horrible dummy, didn't he? Because he should have got it.
Yes, he should.
And didn't, and suddenly Haynes had to put on the afterburners to get there across to him. Did very well, the skipper. Done very well over the entire 2 days so far, hasn't he?
Yep. So 147 for 2, Azad 71, Hill is on 20. I better disappear because our updates are a little more prompt in the afternoons than they are in the mornings.
Yeah, we have a few more sports stuff around in the afternoon as well. In goes Jack Carson, bowls down the wicket goes Azad, just about gets to the pitch of it, steers it somewhat unconvincingly out into the offside. Tom Hindley is the fielder. Azad picks up a single, moves on to 72. Carson maintaining the round the wicket attack again to the right-hander. Is in and bowls. Hill is driving, edging between wicket-keeper Carter and first slip Rawlins. Nobody moved. Goodness me. Well, Hill living dangerously, went for his big shot, got the edge, head shot round behind, and somehow it went between Carter standing up to the stumps, obviously for the spinner. and it was a thickish edge, but Rawlings has got to get a little bit straighter. He was too wide there, and he has now gone a little bit straighter. In goes Carson Bowles, and Hill is forward in defence. Having moved on to 24, brought up the 150. Here comes an update for BBC Radio Leicester. 152 for 2 now. Hassan Azad going very nicely. He's 72 not out of 133 balls. Not scoring quite as quickly as he did earlier in his innings, but he's looking very solid out there. Lewis Hill, who made 100 last time out against Derbyshire, has got himself in. He is 24 not out. T is approaching. We're going to try and play 100 overs today to make up for 7 lost to bad light yesterday. The Foxes, in reply to Sussex's first innings, 359, are 152 for 2. As Hill defends that one out towards mid-wicket. No run. Carson is in, tosses it up. Hill is forward, closes his bat face on it, plays it out to mid-wicket again. Ali Orr comes in to pick it up, and the players are heading for the pavilion. So I assume it is going to be T. Now, I had it on my, let's have a look, see. Oh yeah, 3:30 T, or 3:50, but starts again, play at 3:50. But I thought we'd go through until there were 32 overs left, i.e. another 5 overs. But it looks as though the 3:30 was set in stone. So, T then here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Apologies for the confusion. Leicestershire taking it on 152 for 2, with Hassan Azad on 72 and Lewis Hill on 24. We'll be back with you here at the Uptonsteel County Ground when you've had a cup of tea for the remaining 37 overs of the day in around about 15 minutes' time.
Sussex 144 allowed, Worcestershire 171 allowed, reply Sussex 133 for 5. Northamptonshire 183, Durham in reply 264 for 8. Taunton, Lancashire 373 allowed, Somerset 90 for out, following on 82 for 1. The Oval, Essex 439, in reply Surrey 38 for 3. Finally, Headingley, Warwickshire 155, Yorkshire 108, and second in Warwickshire 151 for 8.
looked up the pool. So between 7 and 9, yeah.
Yeah.
I was trying to get through to see whether you have to book.
No, you don't. It's not like the same need. Yeah.
Well, it's only 10 minutes, isn't it? You said how far is it?
It's literally half a mile just in left hand. So literally 5 minutes.
Okay.
That walking, maybe 5 minutes just.
Welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Third and final session on this second day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Sussex. BBC Radio's Sussex and Leicester. Adrian Harms and Richard Ray, your commentators on the game. Leicestershire about to resume their first innings on 152 for 2, replying to Sussex's first innings score of 359, the highlight of which a quite splendid unbeaten 133 from Ben Brown. Hassan Azad is leading the way even for the Foxes. He is 72 not out. Lewis Hill is with him on 24 not out. And Sussex are going to start the session, Adrian, with Joe Sarrow, who's going to have a bowl, I think for the first time, from the Bennett end.
Yeah. As you say, Richard, 37 overs to be bowled tonight. Whether we'll get them all in remains to be seen, because that's going to take us pretty much till
blue sky there.
6 o'clock.
Blue sky up there.
In comes Sarrow, bowls to Hassan Azad, who's batted very nicely for his 72 of 133 balls. I just wonder in this post-tea session whether Leicestershire will look to ram home their advantage. Yeah, they only 42 overs bowled, so they've got a decent clip, 3.5 and over. Leicestershire,
which is pretty much what Sussex
yes.
went along at. They've been dragged right back though, Leicester. They were 4.5, almost 5 runs and over.
Yes, they were.
So Sussex have bowled well.
In comes Sarrow, running in from the Bennett end, bowls. Oh, that's wide outside the off stump, but that's not going to bother Azad, who lets the ball go through into the gloves of Ollie Carter, and there is no run. Just a quick zoom around the other scores in the championship in this group. Kent 66 without loss in their second innings, leading Derbyshire by 195. Down at Lords, Middlesex 150 for 5, leading Worcestershire by 123. In the battle for the main prize, the county championship itself, Hampshire 61 for 4 in their second innings, leading Notts by 102 in Southampton as Sarrow bowls and Azad punches to extra cover, footed by Orr, and there is no run. Somerset making a much better fist of things second time around against Lancashire. They're 89 for 1 in their second innings, but still trailing Lancashire by 194. Up at Headingley, Warwickshire 163 for 8, something of a recovery there, now leading Yorkshire by 210. Tim Bresnan against his former county is on 36. So it's all bubbling up in the county championship as in comes Sarrow, bowls, and Azad to a ball that's wide of the off stump, just carves that one away to Bertie Foreman, who comes running into field, sweeping on the cover boundary. So Azad goes to 73. Leicestershire to 154 for 2. We've been trying to find out, Richard and I, what the prize money at stake is in the county championship. We can't find it anywhere. If anyone can help us, please let us know. I mean, I can't believe it's fortunes, put it that way, but you know, maybe an incentive one way or the other for sides. Leicestershire currently 4th in this division, Sussex bottom, so...
Well, if you calculated it on the state of the table at the end of the first tranche, which you kind of can, makes sense if you do.
In comes Sarrow and bowls, and Hill plays this down to third man, very comfortably fielded down lowest by Tom Hinley, who's yet to bowl on his debut, gets in the throw, one more to the total, Hill to 25.
But I think you're right. I don't think it's like the Premier League when millions depend on where you finish.
Yeah, and it really is millions as well.
Literally millions.
You know, the difference, you know, between finishing even 14th and 15th, you know, it's an awful lot of money. Not so in county cricket, I'm sorry to say. Sarrow runs towards us in on bowls and driven by Azad to short extra cover, well fielded there by a tumbling Alistair Orr, who prevents a single. It's the end of the first over after tea. Leicestershire are 154 for 2. Azad on 73, Hill is on 25. Joe Sarrow, 5 overs, no wicket for 25, on a pretty flat deck, it's fair to say, hasn't looked overly threatening.
No, a little bit harsh on. I thought Rawlins looked quite interesting
Yes.
when he bowled that
Yes.
solitary over before tea, but he's off again, no doubt, or perhaps, I say no doubt, perhaps we'll see him again before the close. I'm fine, thanks. Don't worry. I heard the kettle boiling, so yes, it'll be about ready to brew up. Adrian's going to pop next door. It's interesting talking about the Bennett end. Leicestershire played at Merchant Taylor's School a month or so ago. First visit there for me. Lovely school grounds, sort of in Watford, essentially. Round the wicket goes Jack Carson, bowls to Hill, who goes back to a shortish ball, cuts it away to the man on the point boundary, or 10 yards inside the ropes on the point boundary, who's young Bertie Foreman. Throws in and the single is taken. Hill on 226, 155 for 2. Can Carson find anything in the little bit of rough outside Azad's off stump? But as I say, it is quite wide. He is in, bowls short and chopped away by Azad. Brown tumbles away athletically, flings himself out of the line of fire as Azad went back there and then put in the roll. He's well sort of padded, Ben Brown, but even so, you wouldn't want to wear one from that distance. Round the wicket to the right-hander goes Carson. Hill goes back and defends it off the stumps. Brown moves across to his left and picks up. Carson gives the ball a polish out of habit as much as anything. Is in, tosses it up nicely, and Hill is thick inside edging it as he's looking to drive, which suggests it might just have straightened a fraction, which potentially is good news for Jack Carson, who is in and bowling. Hill is forward and playing the ball off the pitch. It bounces a little bit, could easily have gone in the air. Brown looks positively indignant that it didn't. He's got both hands formed into fists on his hips as he turned back and looked back towards Jack Carson. That ball deserved better, was Brown's implication, and I think it probably did. In goes Carson, bowls, Hill sweeps and gets plenty of that, hits it away for 4, and again Brown has to take evading action as it goes under the covers in front of the electronic scoreboard. I was just saying, brings up the 50 partnership as well. I was just saying, Adrian, that when Leicestershire played at Merchant Taylor's earlier this season, it was the first visit to the grounds there for me, and I was leading a campaign for one of the ends, or started a campaign, I started a campaign for one of the ends to be named after one of its more famous alumni, who was a great cricketer as well, very keen cricketer, Boris Karloff, the actor, who went on to be a stalwart member of the Hollywood Cricket Club as well, with C. Aubrey Smith and David Niven and people like that. So I said one end ought to really be called the Karloff end. But then it was pointed out to me that when Karloff was at the school, it wasn't actually on those grounds. There's the Lake end, and I can't remember what the other end was called. But even so.
In comes Sarrow in and bowls and cut away by Azad down to deep to third man, and in fact it's Hunt who gets in the throw, one more to the total.
Do you not think so? I think the Karloff end would have been
that's rather nice.
Would have been brilliant.
I agree.
So whether Merchant Taylors or Middlesex will take up that campaign and run with it, I suspect not.
I'm just reading more about Dennis Foreman, because in Brighton and Hove Albion, a lot of the buses are named after various people who have lived and very famous people in the city. As in comes Sarrow bowls, lovely looking shot by Hill. That's going to be 4 runs. Just slightly over pitch. Henry Croker is in hot pursuit, but I think he's going to catch that up. It all trickles over the rope. Beautifully played by Hill, who goes to 34. And Leicestershire 235 for 2. Dennis Foreman's name is on the 337 bus,
which runs from the city centre to.
Well, he says
hopefully to Hove along the seafront somewhere.
Yeah, it goes on to say South African cricketer and footballer, and the first non-white South African to play first-class cricket in England. He played Sussex from 1952 to 1967, played in 130 first-class matches as a right-handed batsman who bowled occasional off-breaks.
There'll be a bus named after you one day, Adrian.
I very much doubt it. As in comes Sarro bowls, and that's poor by Joe Sarro, to be fair. It's trying to make amends for the ball that was over-pitched, and that was down the leg side, and with the fine leg relatively wide, he'll just clip the ball down to fine leg and picks up another boundary. And Leicestershire are just getting a bit of a move on here, although having said that, I don't wish to be disrespectful to Joe Sarro. He'll know that's not the best ball he's ever bowled. Hill to 38, 169 for 2.
Haynes sort of turned his back on his bowler then. I don't know whether it was deliberate, but he's cross. Tom Haynes, having bowled his 7 overs for 7 runs. Sarro 5.3 for 34 runs. 6.2 runs per over. In comes Sarro bowls and cut away by Hill. That was wide of the off stump. Only as far as Crocombe, who's fielding at deep backward point, but 1 more to the total. 9 off the over so far. 169 for 2. Hill to 39. These two coming together when Leicestershire were 108. It's 108 for 2 when George Rhodes was out for 37. Any other famous names that I'd know on the Brighton and Hove bus register?
There's plenty.
Tony, is there a Tony Gregg?
I'm sure there is. As in comes Harry bowls and forward comes Azad, punches to mid-off. And there is no runs. If you're listening down in Brighton and Hove, get in touch with your favourite bus. But just finishing off on Dennis Foreman, as we were saying, they played 212 matches for Brighton and Hove Albion as an inside left. Isn't that a wonderful? Inside left. No, you don't get inside left these days, do you?
Inside forwards, no.
You get sort of false nines and all that sort of thing. I don't begin to understand it really. In comes Sarro bowls, and as up on his toes, it's a better delivery from Joe Sarro to finish off the over. So well done him, although he looks a little disappointed.
Leicestershire have moved on to 170 for 2 underway just after tea here. Came together, these two, Lewis Hill and Hassan Azad, when George Rhodes was dismissed for 37. The score was just 108 at the time. Azad has moved on to 75. Lewis Hill, a centurion last time out, looks good for potentially another. He is 39 not out. The Foxes building nicely in reply to Sussex's first innings, 359. They're 170 for 2. Nicely between overs, so squeeze that one in.
Yeah.
So inside forward, is there one that's called "And Smith Must Score"? Sorry.
Very good.
That was one of the seminal moments of my sporting childhood.
Yeah. Poor old Gordon Smith. Jack
Carson is in, tosses it up. It's defended out into the offside. And there is no run.
Actually, it's a good sport, Gordon Smith, because we have a podcast that we run every Tuesday called Albion Unlimited, and Gordon Smith has been a guest on it a couple of occasions, and of course it always gets raised, that miss at Wembley.
Carson is in. Hill is sweeping again violently, but he's picked out the man on the mid-wicket stroke deep square boundary, who's Hindley. So just a single for Hill, but Hill has been noticeably more positive or noticeably more prepared to take on the bowlers. Leicestershire don't want Sussex to be able to bowl at them, and if he can see off a spinner, it's going to be tough for the seamers. Carson is in, Azad is forward defending, but if they can stop Carson bowling or prevent Haynes from calling on Carson, then it really is going to be a long day for the Sussex seamers. Haynes is going to have to bowl himself again. Carson is in, drops short. Hazard goes back and plays it firmly out into the offside, but Hindley is out there, moves in to meet the ball. Good throw from the young man with his left arm. Hazard has to settle for 1, moves on to 76, 172 for 2. Lovely down here now, if
yes,
you're in the vicinity. As in goes Carson, bowls on the legs of Hill, who misses out a little bit. He tried to just help it round the corner, came off the pad and ran out towards Sarro. who's at... I refuse to call that short fine leg because it's sort of short long leg, but that sounds wrong. He's on the 45 anyway. Carson is in. Hill is sweeping again. Top edge. It's going to drop short just. Oh, and he's dived over the ball. Should have stopped it there, Tom Hindley. Misjudged it horribly. It might have spun a little bit, but even so, a little bit like Ed Barnes, the very first, was it the first ball of the day?
Yeah, it was.
I think it was down
Yes,
there.
it was.
Seemed to misjudge it horribly. Dived over the ball and... as a result, Hill picks up 4. Could easily have been out there because he top-edged that attempted slog sweep rather, and although it fell short of Hindley out there, he certainly didn't expect to pick up 4 as a result. He does. Well into the 40s now. All of a sudden, Hill is on 44 off just 60 balls, and Leicestershire 176 for 2.
That was a poor bit of fielding, wasn't it? I just get the feeling here that Sussex look a little flat in the field, and I just wonder whether Leicestershire might feel they're going to cash in here after tea. We've still got another 33 overs to go. Hill to 44. He went to tea on 24 as in comes Sarrow, bowls and clipped away by Zed. More runs here. At least ones. There ought to be 2 as Crocombe has to chase a long way round at deep mid-wicket to field. As that goes to 78. Leicestershire 176 for 2, so they've added 26 runs since tea in 4 and a bit overs.
Good to see Freddie and Bertie and Norman during the tea interval. Bunty's gorgeous Welsh Springer Spaniels.
Oh. Comes Sarrow over the wicket bowls, and it's much better delivery. Pitched up and played back to him by Hassan Azad, and there is no run. So I'm just picking up some of the names that are on Brighton buses. Norman Wisdom is on one of the buses. Spent some time in West Chillington in Sussex. So here we are. There's a load
Brighton
here.
and Bucharest. He's big in Romania, isn't he? Or was big in Romania. Norman Wisdom.
Really?
Yeah, huge.
Comes Sarrow bowls and driven by Azad straight to short extra cover to field by all, no run.
Not Romania, Albania. That's
Right,
it.
okay.
I'll beg your pardon. And that's Tirana, isn't it? The capital of Albania. Big in Tirana, Norman Wisdom.
I'm just looking for some of the through some of the names here. So 337 was Dennis Foreman. Sarrow in and bowls and cut away by Azad, and it's all really rather comfortable for Leicester at the minute, and Tom Haynes will be desperate to get some control here, but it's a very flat track, and Leicestershire are picking up runs at will here. 179 for 2. Azad goes to 79.
Yeah, the run rate, which had fallen sort of to 3.5, 3.4, has gone back up to 3.8.
Yes. Yep. They've definitely upped the ante a bit here of the Leicestershire batsmen. It's a lovely evening to be batting, as Richard was saying. Sussex with just the one slip in place. Sarrow comes in bowls and forward comes in. That's a better delivery again. Pitching around about middle and off, dragging Hill forward, and little he could do apart from play that to short extra cover.
It's a terribly defensive field now, isn't it?
It is. I mean, there's runs everywhere, and it's a huge
Sweepers
outfield.
everywhere.
Yeah.
There is a slip still, Brown, but this may be one of the days that Brown is thinking, actually, I don't mind not being captain today.
No, I agree. No, I agree. And he may have thought that as well against Middlesex last week. As Middlesex racked up 676 for 6. In comes Sarrow again, bowls forward. That's a lovely shot. Drilled down the ground. Jack Carter's in hot pursuit, but no point chasing that. That's a gorgeous off drive, straight through mid-off, full face of the bat. He didn't absolutely hammer the ball. It was all about the timing. Hill goes to 48. Leicestershire to 183 for 2. Joe Sarrow's 7 overs have gone for 42. Looks rather dejected, does Joe Sarrow. He's only a young man of 19. Probably needs someone just to put an arm round him. I mean, there wasn't that much wrong with that delivery, to be honest. I mean, it was slightly over-pitched. It was just drilled through mid-off. But at the minute, Sussex just haven't got enough fielders on the ground, because Leicestershire have really upped things since tea. They've scored 29 off the 5 overs since the break. And beautiful batting conditions if you get a cash in. against what looks a fairly tired Sussex attacker who were in the field a lot last week. Now's probably the time, Richard.
Tired and very inexperienced, and can't really underestimate how important that may be. Carson, who's bowled pretty well, is in. Forward goes Azad on middle stump. Turns his wrists on it, pushes it out towards mid-wicket. Mid-wicket is wearing Joe Sarro's sweater. In goes Carson, and it's played out into the off-side. I think Sarro's 29, isn't he? But it's not. Sarro's over there at sort of backward point, sort of short third man position. In goes Carson, tosses it right up, and Azad is driving. He's got that one away, but Hindley's going to get there nice and quickly. Even so, Hill, who's very speedy between the wickets, calls Azad back for the second. Hill was running to the danger end.
Yes, that's confusing. Alistair Orr is wearing Joe Sarro's jumper.
Thank you.
I don't know why.
In goes Carson, bowls a slightly quicker, flatter delivery onto off stump that Azad pushes out into the offside. Just the first one he could reach for, perhaps, or Sarro will take it back, perhaps at the end of his spell. Carson is in, brings Azad forward, plays down into the ground. Brown and Carter like that one. It was a nice loop to the delivery. 185 for 2. Last ball of his 12th over. Carson bowls. Back goes Azad, plays it firmly back down the pitch to the Northern Irishman, who picks up moving away to his left. End of the over. Hill has 48 from just 62 balls. Azad has sort of settled into his innings now and is accumulating without looking like he's going to give it away at around about a strike rate of around about 50, 81 off 154 balls for him, which means the partnership is now worth, he says, putting himself on the spot, 185 minus 108, so 77.
Sounds about right.
That'll do me. About right.
Well, Delray Rawlins is going to get out of the bowl. I mean, Tom Haines is just desperate for a wicket. It's not, you've got to feel a bit here for Tom Haines. He's trying to juggle around his bowlers. He's lost one of his frontline bowlers in Finn Hudson-Prentice, who broke his hand yesterday. He's tried spin, he's bowled seam, but it's a flat deck. And Sussex are really up against it here. 185 for 2. I mean, they've got runs on the board, 359 for 9, but Leicestershire are starting to really make inroads into that lead. And Sussex really on the defensive now. Just the one slip in place for Delray Rawlins. 4 men saving one on the offside. There's a short extra cover, backward point, cover mid-off. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. As in comes Rawlins, clubbed away by Lewis Hill. He's going to get a single out to Hindley, who's fielding out on the cover boundary. One more to the total. It seems to be almost sort of a runner ball at the moment. Hill goes to 49. Leicestershire 186 for 2. And it's interesting watching Middlesex last week in a sort of similar situation when Sussex were sort of 200 odd for 1. And it's just maybe Tom needing that sort of wise head, someone in there who says, why don't we just try doing a little bit of this? But it's very difficult when you're a bowler down. And
I think what he needs is, Ollie Robinson, really, or someone like that.
Or Jofra Archer.
Yeah, exactly.
In comes Rawlins, bowls clipped to mid-wicket by Azad, and there is no run. And it is a very flat track. I mean, there's little in it for the bowlers.
He needs someone who can sort of negate that flat track, doesn't he? Who's outright pace or can spin it off a piece of marble or whatever.
Rawlins in again, played into the covers, fielded by Orr. There is no run. I mean, Haines himself has looked as dangerous as anyone, to be honest.
Pick of the bowlers, frankly.
He nipped the ball around. 7 overs for 7, including a wicket. He's in and bowls and played by Azad down towards deep backward square. Hindley is quickly in and does well to prevent Azad coming up for a second run. Azad, though, just moving towards his 100. Hasn't looked at any trouble at all. He goes to 82. Hill on 49. These two coming together when the total was 108 for 2. Forward comes Hill, plays down the offside of the track, fielded by Rawlins, and there is no run. Rawlins again. Played into the offside by Hill. Oh, a nice tidy over from Delray Rawlings. Just the 2 runs coming off of it. Delray wanders down the pitch with his hands in his pockets. And all looks a bit flat out there for Sussex at the minute, Richard. I mean, you know, as I say, they've spent a lot of time chasing leather in the last week or so, and there's 1 or 2 weary-looking bodies out there at the minute. And well done, Ben Brown. He's just getting around Tom Haynes out there, probably making 1 or 2 suggestions about perhaps what Tom can do, because there's still another 30 overs to be bowled tonight. And if Leicestershire do score at sort of 4 and over, or 3 falls of 12, another 120, they ought to be over the 300 come close of play. I mean, bad weather forecast for tomorrow, but you can't play for bad weather.
Carson is in to Azad, who is forward. Would you like to know a surprising fact about Delray Rawlins? As supplied by him, he eats pineapple slices out of the tin, which, coming from Bermuda, surprises me slightly. Carson is in, fuller delivery, drifting towards leg stump, waits for it Azad, but just bunts it out towards mid-on, and there's no run. I don't know what Bermuda's got to do with it, but I kind of assume it's vaguely tropical. Not that I've ever been, and there might have some pineapple groves, but might not as well. It's middle of the Atlantic, isn't it? In goes Carson, quicker, flatter delivery, but it's a bit short, and it's cut by Azad. Could be a second, perhaps should have been.
Yeah.
But he got to the ball quickly. Out there on the cover boundary, and got his throw away quickly, and there he overthrew Carter behind the stumps. It did keep Azad down to 1.
Yeah,
so
I think you're right. I think it was the fact that he got to the ball so quickly.
Yeah. Being summoned in now, a few yards.
Yeah, I think Ben Brown is just kind of to help out Tom Haynes here. Just some suggestions as to where the field might be set.
Carson into Hill on 49. He's driving. That's his 50. Out into the cover area, and that's going to go all the way. Good running by Bertie Foreman, but he can't quite get there. The toot of the Vuvuzela signals that Lewis Hill has gone past another batting landmark, his 7th half-century of the season, to go with 2 centuries. And he is now over 800 runs in the county championship this season, 810 to be precise. It would be great if Hill could really go big and who knows, perhaps get to 1,000 runs this season. A real sort of landmark season that would be for Hill. Carson is in to him again. He goes back and defends that one off the straight. Brown sticks out a hand as it bounces past him and deflects it slightly, the ball. Fielding is completed at mid-wicket. In goes Carson, played firmly off the back foot by Hill, this time past the leaping Brown and the diving Brown. Hindley comes into field. Hill takes 1, keeps the strike, moves on to 54. 66 balls and 9 fours for Hill's 50.
A good 50 it is, and certainly since tea, Lewis Hill has picked up the pace, because he went to tea on 24. So since tea, he scored 30 runs in just the 8 overs that there's been.
Yeah, and that's off just, if that's right, because he was 24 not out off 47 balls. So he's gone on, he's scored those 26 runs then off just 19 balls. So, yeah, confirming your point.
Yeah. Rawlins. It's going to bowl from the Bennett end to the right-handed Lewis Hill with just the slip the only fielder, cut away firmly, and Ben Brown caught that right on the end of the finger. That's a bit painful, I reckon. The man who's used to having the gloves on, no protection of the gloves, he managed to take the pace off the ball, and there was no run. The fielding was concluded by Crocombe. Rawlins again, and Hill looked to turn that on the leg side. There was a loud appeal, and I think Lewis Hill also went, "Get away with you." That's not a... You watch his reaction.
Was going down the leg. He was cross with himself, I think, a little bit, Hill, for missing it, really, but it was going on down the leg side.
Rawlins again. Hill drives firmly down the ground. Rawlins fields of his own bowling. Again, there is no run. So nice and tight from Delray Rawlins. This is probably what his skipper wants him to do.
Just needs to get a bit of control back. Haynes and Sussex.
Yep, I agree.
Oof.
Oh, that's a horrible delivery by Lewis Hill that actually probably deserved to go for 6, to be honest. He's pulled it onto the leg side, not at all where Hill was intending it to go. But it was a full toss, so he was looking to hit that one into the road outside the ground. In the end, he slightly miscued it, did Lewis Hill.
He lost it horribly, didn't he?
Yeah, he goes to 56. Leicestershire to 195 for 2.
Wasn't actually that far above Orr, who jumped up at mid-wicket. It was a few feet above his head, but didn't land that far behind him.
No. Rawlins again. And Hill cuts this one firmly to backward point. Well fielded by Sean Hunt. And there is no run. Lewis Hill is looking as if he really wants to get a shifty on here. He's playing really quite positively since the break.
He's kind of got licence to do that with Azad just quietly accumulating at the other end, isn't he?
Rawlins in bowls. And Hill just plays this again to backward point. So, good contest this between Rawlins and Hill. Rawlins keeping things tight. He's 3 overs for just the 5 runs. Leicestershire 195 for 2 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Richard Ray at the Uptonsteel County Ground in the heart of Leicester. For those just joining us, Sussex bowled out today for 359. Ben Brown top scoring with 133. Sussex only losing the 9 wickets because Finn Hunt's apprentice, who broke his hand yesterday, will take no further part in the game. But Leicestershire, despite losing Sam Evans to the first ball he received, Leicestershire at one stage 5 for 1. George Rhodes making 37. But these two, Hassan Azad on 83 and Lewis Hill on 56, are batting Leicestershire into a very powerful position.
Jack Carson to continue from the pavilion end round the wicket to Hassan Azad onto his leg stump, but Azad treats the ball with respect, a good length delivery, so he just blocks it out down towards mid-wicket, who steps in or picks it up, throws it to Carson, who is in again to Azad. A little bit shorter this time. Azad goes back and works it into the leg side, and it bounces off the pads of Ben Brown, who then tries to kick it to Jack Carson, misses it, and then does a sort of football style celebration. Not quite sure why, but anything just to encourage a little bit of reaction, I think, from Brown. Carson is in again. It's a little bit short, and again Azad goes back, tries to force it out into the offside, doesn't time it, and fairly comfortable stop at extra cover as Carson bowls. Again, this time it is short, pulled away. It's a long chase around the boundary for Foreman. He's going to cut it off in his oddly bluey white club sweater. Picks it up. I don't know whether it's the light, but it's becoming increasingly sort of bluey white, his sweater. It's so whether it's a sort of, the sun has come out and it just looks as though it's been washed with something blue, doesn't it? Slightly light blue. In goes Carson bowls to Azad, who picked up a couple there. Should be one there as he bunts it out into the offside, and it is going to be a single. Azad moves on to 86, 198 for 2. Crocombe, the fielder, stays round the wicket. Carson bowls again slightly short of a length to Hill, who can go back and chop it out to Foreman, who comes in from the point boundary. Hill picks up one, end of the over. Slightly expensive one by Carson's standards. Well, that said, he's bowled 14 overs, none for 51 now, 3.6. I think there was it 4 or 5 off that over?
5, I think.
So he just looks a bit fed up with himself, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
The way he's cross with himself for not finding a rhythm, but there's nothing there for him. He's trying his variations, but it's tough on a flat track against
well, it is, and
established batsmen.
And last week down at Hove in the game against Middlesex, he bowled 46 overs. In comes Rawlins, bowls, forward comes Hill, plays into the onside there in 46 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 183. So you know he went at 4 and over, but 46 is a lot of overs, isn't it, to bowl for a young 20-year-old?
It surely is.
Rawlins in again, bowls, and Hill sweeps and misses out, and very obligingly picks up the ball and gives it to Ollie Carter. And there is no run.
I'm loving the way Sussex are fairly whistling through these overs.
Well, they are, and I was just sort of thinking we've still got 26 to be bowled tonight. We're not going to be finished any time before 6, I don't think, as Rawlins bowls and Hill thumps that to mid-on, fielded by Sarrow. There is no run.
We are due to finish at 5:45.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. Not if we get these 26 overs to be bowled. I mean, the sun is coming out now. We might get the whole lot in which case we could be here till sometime after 6 as Rawlins in and bowls and play back down the track by Hill. There is no run, which is fine.
Regrettably, we are going to lose overs tomorrow if
we are. Yeah, if the weather forecast is anything like right. Rawlins again bowls, and he'll down the ground. We said he liked to hit it. There we are. Opens up his shoulders, and that's gone straight down to a wide-ish. And he's got all the way for 6. That's a big blow, actually, from Lewis Hill. He just stuck a big left foot down the wicket and just smashed the ball over Cowell corner for 6. And that's a big, big hit. I reckon, well, I bet that's not far short of 80, 90 yards over there, you know.
It isn't. You're right, 100.
Yeah.
90, you know, it's gone 100 now because it's sort of gone in under the covers, but yeah. Clean pickup.
Yeah,
Lewis Hill.
And he has been threatening to do that since tee. Lewis Hill went to tee on 24.
Yeah.
He's now on 63,
balls.
so he crumbs. So his next 39 have come off
33 balls.
So, I don't know what. Rawlins. And again. He's had it again, and that's gone many a mile, and that's probably gone for 6 more.
Yeah.
Straight into the stands, this time a little straighter on this occasion. And Lewis Hill said, thanks very much, I'll hit you for 6 more down towards the corporate entertaining area. That was a big blow from Lewis Hill. And this partnership is now worth 103. It's come up in 166 balls in 98 minutes, but since tee, the tee score was 152,
yeah.
And now 211. So these two have added 59, is that right? In just 11 overs since
Yes,
tee.
correct.
So we are going to get a change of bowling, and it looks to me like the young man Tom Hindley's being brought onto bowl. He's probably saying, well, thanks, Skip. Just as the batsmen are opening up and smashing the ball all around the ground, the young 18-year-old gets a chance to bowl.
The weather forecast for tomorrow is now showing 100% chance rain at 7 o'clock and 100% chance of rain all the way through until 3 o'clock, when it becomes a 90% chance of rain. So it's basically saying it will rain all day tomorrow.
Yeah.
And it has not changed in that assertion.
No.
So possibly this is why Leicestershire are trying to get on with it.
Yeah, effectively a 3-day game.
Yeah. But the only way Leicestershire can win a 3-day game is to go well past 359, declare with a lead of 150 on day 4, sometime get Sussex back in and hope that the wicket will have deteriorated a little bit for Callum Parkinson. Something that it is showing no signs whatsoever.
No, I agree.
Of being inclined to do. So, right, Tom Hindley.
He's making for entertaining cricket. I better go. I've got an update to do.
With a dark T-shirt on underneath his Sussex shirt. He's bowling leg spinners to Sean Hunt as he loosens up. No name on his shirt. Let's see what he's got. I thought he was just a left arm spinner, but is it leg spin? It is. No, it isn't. It's spinning back into the left-hander. It's just a slightly curious action, driven out into the offside by Azad, and the single is taken. Is moving across from point is Jack Carson, who then retreats because it's the right-handed Hill on strike. Hindley is going to stay over the wicket to Hill. He is in and bowls, tosses it right up. It's a full toss. Hill just waits for it and clips him out to deep mid-wicket, where Sarrow is the fielder. Takes 1, moves on to 70 of just 82 balls. Azad 87 now. Hindley is in, bowls to him onto leg stump. Azad is forward suspiciously, pushing it out into the offside. And there's no run. Hindley is in and bowls, clipped away off his legs by Azad down towards deep backward square, stroke long leg, takes one. Is it coming out of the back of his hand? Vango reckons so, watching down in Melbourne on the stream. I think he's giving it a tweak with his fingers as well. Let's have a look-see. Bowls outside off stump, driven away by Hill, slightly over pitching at the moment. He has a sweeper out there, Alistair Orr. Single taken, but pretty much a runner ball. But it is just singles. 4 singles off the first 5 balls of Hindley's over. And he'll be nervous, of course he will, making his first class debut. Gives the ball a polish. Azad takes guard. Hindley bowls to him. Azad, there's a decent shout for leg before, might just have been outside the line of off stump as Azad went forward on that occasion. Appeal turned down, not too much wrong really with that over. There was one full toss in it for Tom Hindley, but his heart will be beating not quite as quickly as it was when he was thrown the ball to have a go. End of his over. Let's have a look at the replay. It was going on down, I think, the leg side. May have hit him outside the line as well. Otherwise, not too much wrong with it. 215 for 2. Azad 88. But Azad showing signs of being slightly nervous. Doesn't want to give it away, having got close to 100. His only other 100 this season, as I say, was scored at the Oval against Surrey, so he'd dearly love to have one in front of his home crowd, so to speak. Rawlins is going to continue, having been hit for 6 off his last 2 balls by Lewis Hill. Now, unsurprisingly, he's got a long on, goes in and bowls to Hill, who goes back, chops it down into the ground, it bounces uphill, moves his foot across just to make sure it's not going to land on top of the stumps. Update coming now for BBC Radio Leicester. Rawlins bowls, Hill cuts, and it's going to pick up one. Yeah, 359 isn't actually such a massive score on what is a pretty flat wicket, and it certainly looks a lot smaller now because the Foxes are absolutely charging towards that score. They're 216 for 2. They took tea on 152 for 2 with Hassan Azad 72. Lewis Hill was on 24 at that stage. Azad has moved quite quietly onto 88. He's accumulating nicely, as openers should, but Hill has absolutely cut loose. He's hit Delroy Rawlins for a couple of sixes, and he's charged onto 72 of just 85 balls. Leicestershire then have moved on to 216 for 2. They're only 143 behind Sussex now, and I think one of the reasons they're getting on with it as quickly as they are is they're aware of the weather forecast for tomorrow. They want to try and get ahead of Sussex before the close if they possibly can, and then try and hope that the weather is dry enough on day 4 for them to set Sussex a target. But at the moment, it's all good fun for the crowd who are watching Lewis Hill having a right old time out there. Leicestershire 217 for 2. Rawlins is into Hill, who goes back and plays it out towards mid-off. Haynes throws the ball at the striker's end. Azad isn't that quick between the wickets necessarily, and he was having to get the hurry up there. Had it hit, might have required a decision of the umpire. It didn't, and although Carter took the bails off, Azad was comfortably home. 218 for 2. Rawlins goes over the wicket to Azad, who is forward, thick outside edge. Should be one there. He looks up inquiringly. Azad sees Hill coming down the wicket towards him as the ball squeezes past Slip, who goes running in pursuit. And the single is taken. Jack Carson was the fielder. End of the over. 219 for 2.
Well, I think that Lewis Hill's making his intentions really clear. I think he was slightly irritated that they went for that single, because I think he fancied being on strike to young Tom Hindley in this over. I think you're right, Richard. I mean, the weather forecast not good for tomorrow, and Leicestershire have come out full of intent since tea, and maybe thinking, look, if we can bat 24 overs to go, if they can get around about the 300, perhaps slightly more, and maybe have a chance, because Sussex down to 10 batsmen, let's not forget. As in comes Hindley, bowls, that turned. That did turn away from the left-handed, is that?
Out of the foothold.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it turned so far. I mean, nothing has deviated at all, so maybe that did turn out the footholes.
Is it purely out of the back of my hand, or is he giving it a tweak with his fingers as well?
I've never seen him bowl. I mean, played to the onside.
I think he's turning it into the left-hander. Some of those watching on the stream thinks it's just coming out of the back of his hand, but I think he's just giving it a little bit of tweak too. How you would describe that, how you'd categorise it.
Hindley again bowl, short tucked around the corner by Azad. Let's see what Lewis Hill makes of it. Hindley in his second over.
I think he's mixing it up a bit, but it's interesting stuff.
Well, we heard earlier on today that he began his cricketing life at Linfield Cricket Club in Sussex. So let's see how he gets on against Lewis Hill, who's certainly on the chart. Comes in and bowls, and Hill sweeps deftly down towards the fine leg boundary. That's going to race away for 4 runs. Played on the full by Lewis Hill. A little paddle around the corner. He goes to 77. And Leicestershire to 224 for 2. And the arrears now to 135.
Yeah.
Hill fancies this, Richard.
Yeah, he does. He's in super form, Lewis Hill, the form of his life, really. And being positive in his approach has helped him achieve that form.
Hindley again bowls. And certainly gets into the pad. That looked... well, he attempted to sweep. Well bowled by Hindley.
Fanga says he's bowling mainly out of the back of his hand. Sorry, he bowls out of the back of his hand, but he's bowling mainly wrong, and so he is mixing it up.
Yes.
But he's seeing if he can get a little bit of spin with the tweakers.
Hindley again bowls wide of the off stump, and Hill waits and plays that back to the square on the offside. He wants 2, but it wasn't there on this occasion. All was fairly quickly in. 1 more to Hill. Has he pinched the strike at the end of the over? Yes, he has, and he'll be quite content with that, Lewis Hill. He's on 78 of just 89 balls, bearing in mind he went to tea on 24, so he's added 54.
24 or 47.
Since
so
tea.
42 balls he's faced since tea, is that right? Yeah, 42 balls he's faced in tea, and going from 24 to 78, which is 54 off... How many did I say?
44. What did you say, 42?
42, yeah.
So we've got a sanitised break, and Sussex will be actually quite pleased about this. I think an opportunity to regroup, and poor Tom Haynes down there is probably thinking what on earth he does. He'll be desperately keen to stem the flow of runs, but there's very little in this wicket for the bowlers. You've got 2 batsmen in form, you're down a bowler as well. Ben Brown is nattering away there to Tom Haynes. Tom Hindley has bowled 2 overs for 10. Rawlins is going to carry on, so this might be interesting.
Jake, the ever-optimistic Jake on Twitter points out that the percentage on a weather forecast is of the forecasted area, not the chance of rain. So it's basically saying there's a chance. He said that 100% of Leicester will get some rain, but it doesn't necessarily mean it'll fall on the Uptonsteel County ground. But I fear, Jake, we may be clutching at damp straws. Is it me?
Yes, it is.
Rawlins is in and pushed out into the offside by Hill, and he takes the single. And we were doing this Fletch and I last week. We began to lose track of who was commentating from which end.
I was sort of expecting Lewis Hill to come dancing down the wicket again, but he didn't decide to do so on that occasion.
He's moved on to 79. Rawlins is in to Azad, who, being in the 90s now, will be a little bit careful. He goes back and just strokes it firmly out to Haynes at mid-on. Haynes himself is looking a little bit despondent, a little bit, where do I turn? Rawlins is in. Azad is back, working it out towards mid-wicket. Picked up by Hindley, and there is no run. I'm not in favour of the black T-shirt underneath his white shirt for Tom Hindley. You can see it. Yeah. Rawlins is in. Azad is driving, should pick up one, maybe two. No, just the one. Rawlins has a black shirt on underneath his long, but it's a long-sleeved white shirt, which is done up at the collar, so you can't see it. Essentially, only when he lifts his shirt. Whereas Hindley's T-shirt, you can see because he's got his collar open. I don't know. Aesthetically, it's offensive. Round the wicket goes Rawlins. Back goes Hill. Cuts it out into the offside. Sweeper is out there. Sarrow nursing his wounds somewhat in front of the popular seats. Gets a good throw away. Hill takes one into the 80s now. On to 80. Rawlins bowls to Azad, who lets it just hit his pad, I think, essentially.
I think he did.
And slightly dangerous game, but it bounced and certainly was going nowhere really near the stumps in terms of a leg before appeal. So Rawlins, who's fairly laid back, fairly cool character, doesn't bother, just walks away. 2-8 for 2.
Funny old game cricket is, and I was looking here, Somerset all out for 90 in their first innings against Lancashire, miles behind the game in their second innings, are 149 for 1 in 28 overs. Tom Lammonby, who's a fine young player, smashing it all round the ground. So Somerset, I think, are probably out the championship now, but trying to wrong a right of being bowled out for just 90 earlier on today. More cloud around now, the sun has momentarily gone.
Or even right or wrong. Possibly.
Yeah, right or wrong. Yeah, does say wrong or right? Blimey, crumbs. Here comes Hindley, bowls to Lewis Hill. Quicker delivery, which Hill just lets pass by outside the off stump, and there is no run. Hill on 80, Zad on 92, 228 for 2. These two put on 120. Hindley in again, bowls, and up on his toes is Hill, and steers that through the offside, piercing the infield. There are 3 men saving one on the offside, but a sweeper on the cover boundary keeps that to just 1. Hill to 81, 229 for 2. Arrears down to 130. Still got another 21 overs left in the day after this one as Azad closes in on his century. Hindley bowls, and Azad with a flick of the wrists plays that again to Orr, who comes in this time from deep mid-wicket to field. Total advances by 1, Azad to 93, 230 for 2. And Hill waits again. As in comes Hindley and bowls, and it's struck again through the offside. Again, it's going to be a single. Hill was looking for a second, but it really wasn't there. All gets in the throw. One more to the total. Hill to 82, 231 for 2. Still another 22 overs after this one until the new ball is available, and that won't happen tonight. Hindley again bowls, and Azad plays it onto the onside. There's lots of gaps, and he's happy just to play this to square leg, and Ben Brown, who's fielding close in on the leg side, trots back and fields, but not before another run is taken. So 4 singles off the over. Tidy enough from Hindley.
Yeah, they're milking it a bit, aren't they? But he's not going for 4s.
No, he's not.
Well, other than that little paddle sweep.
Hindley again bowls short, and Hill crunches that one away through the offside. And again, it's just a single, so 5 singles conceded off the over, and Tom Hindley, I think, will feel pretty pleased with himself, because Lewis Hill is certainly looking to get after the bowling. He's hit Delray Rawlings for 2 big 6s straight down the ground already, but his 3 overs have cost 15. Leicestershire 233 for 2. Lewis Hill is on 83. Hassan Azad is on 94. Arrears of 126, 21 overs left in the day. A bit of heavier cloud around, but lighter skies around as well. So with a bit of luck, with the time only 4:45, we may well get these overs in.
I suspect we will.
And if we do, I don't think Leicestershire will be too far adrift of the Sussex total.
If these two stay together, that's certainly true. Rawlins is in to Hill, who is forward. This is an odd sort of field. Mid-wicket is in, long on, deep backward square, but it's the offside field that's the more populated. As in goes Rawlins, Hill goes back and chops it out into the offside. Azad has to be sharpish, runs his bat in as Hindley feels and gets his throw away. It was to his throwing hand the ball was hit, but he had a bit of ground to make up to get to it. In the end, it was a pretty comfortable 1. Hill on to 84, Azad 94. Rawlins is in, bowls to him, just works it away. to square leg, moves on to 95. He will be perfectly happy to get to 3 figures in singles. Hassan Azad. Long gone goes back, having come in for Azad. Will he be prepared to take Rawlins on approaching 100 of his own? Rawlins bowls. It's played straight back down the wicket to the Bermudan by Lewis Hill.
Credit to Delray Rawlins, actually. He's been hit for 2 big sixes, but since then has settled into a good line.
He is in again, tosses it up, and Hill rather slogs it, which bears out what you were saying, really, Adrian. It wasn't the greatest of shots. Came off a thick inside edge and ran down towards long gone, but there was something rather agricultural about that one from Lewis Hill, given how cleanly he'd hit the 2 big sixes a couple of overs ago off Rawlins, who is going to go around the wicket with his left arm to the left-handed Azad. Hill has moved on to 85, and Brown goes jogging across to, looks like it's going to be backward point, deepish gully. Backward point, really. He's gone far enough back as Rawlins goes in, and Azad goes back and pulls quite violently, but doesn't really get it at all. It's never quite convincing when he really goes on the attack like that, Hassan Azad, and he manages to sort of shovel it out towards Haynes at wide mid-on. End of the over. Rawlins holds his pose for quite a long time, and he's talking to Haynes about that shot from Azad, sort of grinning back down the wicket. Azad has 95, Hill has 85. 236 for 2.
Yes, there's a big cloud, big black cloud hanging above the ground at the minute. There's a little bit of breeze, so hopefully that'll move away, and behind it some brighter skies. Hopefully that'll go as in comes Hindley bowls, and Lewis Hill cracks his away through the offside, but again it's just a single to Alistair Orr, who's been kept busy fielding there at sweeping on the cover boundary. One more to Hill, who goes to 85 off exactly, or 86 now for 100 balls. Leicestershire 237 for 2, the arrears down to 122 as Azad is on strike. Hindley and bowls, and Azad solidly forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. I think he's doing all right here, Tom Hindley. He waits as Azad, that's a poor ball, and he gets punished, drilled through the offside. I think that's going to probably go for 4. Sarrow is in hot pursuit. He won't get there though. Just as I say that, commentator's curse. Full toss belted through the offside. Azad to 99. Time to hand over to Richard.
Yes, you did Tom Hindley no favours at all. That's the worst ball he's bowled, wasn't it? Just he was bowling really nicely, and as you say, commentator's curse. As soon as you say that, it's like me saying that Harry Swindles was keeping well, and then he drops an absolutely crucial catch. So Azad on 99. Does bring in the field a little bit. Tom Haynes, just to put the young left-hander under a little bit more pressure. Hindley is in, bowls to Azad, and he works it into the legs. That should have been it, really, but he missed the gap at square leg. It went out to the man on the 45 behind square, who is young Bertie Foreman, so no run for Azad there. Hindley in again. Azad goes back, steers it out into the offside, and there's a misfield by the fielder at point, and the single is taken. An awful piece of fielding by Joe Scorrow at point, and that gives Hassan Azad his 100. It's come off 187 balls. It includes 10 fours. He gets a hug from Lewis Hill, his second century of the season. Hassan Azad will be so pleased about that, especially to have got it in front of his own supporters here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Hindley is in, and Hill cuts him away into the offside, and it is going to be just 1.
Well batted, Hassan Azad. It was an innings where he hasn't given a chance. He's saw his opening partner out in the first over of the innings. He gets another pat on the back from Lewis Hill. So well done, Hassan Azad, the second century of the match, following on from Ben Brown, who was undefeated on 133. Poor old Joe Sarrow That was a pretty wretched piece of fielding, wasn't it? And the ball was just dribbling to him, really. But he misfielded the ball, and it rather sums up Sussex's day, to be honest. There's been a couple of misfields, and it's not the sort of thing that lifts the spirits. Surely it's not Ben Brown warming up. Looked like he was flexing his arms there, the old skipper. Either way, it's going to be Delray Rawlins. 7 overs, 0 for 27. He's bowling to Lewis Hill, who's on 87. And the arrears down to 116. In comes Rawlins, bowls to Hill, and Hill drives into the offside, fielded at extra cover by Tom Hinley. And there is no run, 243 for 2. Hill waits again. There is a long on out now as in comes Rawlins bowls, and Hill just works that wide of the fielder at point, who is Sean Hunt, who makes a tumbling save. Big man Sean Hunt, got down well, prevented anything more than a single, but Hill to 88. 18 overs left in the day after this one.
If they keep scoring at 5 and over, which they have been since tea, then Leicestershire are going to be pretty much level.
Yes, they are.
With Sussex.
They are. Rawlins again bowls. Sad nudges that one. More runs here. Could be 2 or possibly 3. Lewis Hill's very quick between the wickets. I think he'll want 3 here. Well, there probably was.
Yeah,
Hill was running to the danger end, but I think he was probably more worried about Assad, who would have been running to the non-strikers end. But I think had that been a limited overs game, Lewis Hill would have scampered back for the 3rd. But 2 more for Assad. He goes to 102. Little nudge through the slip cordon. Rawlins again is in and bowls, and that kept a little low when Assad plays to mid-on, where a very weary-looking skipper Tom Haynes trudges in to field. Sussex do look pretty dejected out in the field at the moment. They just need a little bit of luck, a little bit of something to go their way. Rawlins in bowls, quicker delivery, and Assad punches that out into the offside, fielded by Henry Crocombe, and there is no run.
Really frustrating that for Haynes from Sarrow, because he was starting to look nervous and
Yeah.
you know, should I take one there or shouldn't I? And
Rawlins in, bowls, forward comes Assad, plays the sort of shortish 3rd man, but in fact doesn't even reach there because Carson fields at slip. There is no run. End of another over. 246 for 2, getting a little gloomier, but that heavy cloud is just drifting across, and behind are some lighter skies. So, you know, we might well get these overs in, and let's hope we do. I don't like it when, clearly, from a Sussex perspective, bad light would probably be a good thing, but I like to see the better side win a game of cricket, and at the minute Leicestershire in the ascendancy and Sussex finding ways to get them out. The arrears are 113, 18 overs left in the day, so you're right. I mean, and these two have certainly got the bit between their teeth, and in fact, since tea, Richard, Leicestershire have added 94.
100.
Yeah, they have.
Almost 100. Goodness me.
In less than 20 overs, so they've been rattling on at 5 and over since tea.
Yeah, I didn't make a note of the overs at tea.
Right, so Sean... So Lee out of the... I'm not sure he's done anything too much wrong. I mean, he bowled a full toss, didn't he, in that fine low? But apart from that, he'd pretty much bowled fairly tidily, but...
Yeah, there's just nothing there for him, but
No.
yeah, it is a bit tough. That one from Haynes. Maybe he'd give him a try at the other end.
Possibly, yep.
While Hunt works his magic from this pavilion end. Round the wicket he comes to Lewis Hill, gets a full delivery on off stump. He dabs it out to the offside, and there's another piece of misfielding, this time by Bertie Foreman as he was running on to the ball.
Yeah.
It isn't, as I say, the easiest of outfields for the fielders, but they maybe should have learned that by now.
Yeah.
Sussex, and overran it. Foreman concedes a single. So the scream almost of no from Hill quickly had to turn to a yes as Azad called him through. 89 to Hill. Hunt is going to go over the wicket to the left-hander. Brown is still there at slip as Hunt is in. Bowls outside off stump. Azad steps forward and lets it go through. A rare docked ball.
Yes.
Post tee.
Interesting scoreline down at the Oval, where Essex made 439, Surrey 78 for 5. Hashim Amla holding things together. He's on 43. And in the 2nd division of the Championship, and in the 1st division, Yorkshire 7 for 1 in their second innings, needing another 217 to win.
Hunt is in. Outside off stump goes for the cut. Misses. Azad goes through.
George Hill, the man out. Unsurprisingly, Chris Wokes with the wicket.
31 wickets then in 5 sessions, essentially.
Yeah. You think it's probably to go into tomorrow, that game, but defeat for Yorkshire, I think, would probably scupper their chances of the championship. Warwickshire will be very much in the hunt, though. I think Warwickshire might play Nottinghamshire in the last round, actually, which would be exciting.
Hunt is into Azad, trying to work it off his legs, thumps into the pad, trickles to backward square, short backward square. Carter comes up and fields. Again, that familiar no from Lewis Hill keeps Azad, who looks a little bit sort of fractious out there, a little bit jumpy, a little bit uneasy at the moment. Stays in his crease. Hunt is in and bowling, and he's got that one away through mid-wicket. It was a full delivery, almost a half volley on leg stump, clipped away down towards mid-wicket. It's a long chase around the boundary. Good work down there by Orr, and he is supported by the spinner, Jack Carson, relaying the throw. Leicestershire bring up the 250. Azad picks up 3. And is that the 200, exactly 250? That means 98 since tea.
Crumbs.
Wow.
It's been entertaining, Richard.
It has. Hunt round the wicket to the right-handed Hill, who turns him off his hip down towards fine leg. Should be 2. He slipped a bit, Hill, there, but Sarrow, who's having a bit of a nightmare, just had to readjust, having picked up the ball there, got his throw away, and Hill takes 2. Moves into the 90s himself now, on to 91. Azad 105, Leicestershire 252 for 2, and that is the 100 since tea.
It is. Yeah, they've really cracked on, have Leicestershire. Just for those interested in the battle for the county championship, the final round of matches starts on Tuesday. Lancashire play Hampshire at Aigburth. Nottinghamshire play Yorkshire. And Warwickshire play Somerset. I don't know why Lancashire playing their last matches at Liverpool and not Old Trafford. There must be a reason for that. I can't think what it is, but anyway.
Have you covered a game there?
At Old Trafford?
No, at
yes, my first Liverpool. Yes, my first ever game, actually.
Okay.
In the tent, it was Steve McGoffin's debut. And who picked up a stack of wickets, 9 in the game from memory, and Steve telling me, first time I ever spoke to him, a lovely man, Steve McGoffin, and he said, well, I was just glad to keep bowling because I was so cold. It was Grand National weekend. Jack Carson back into the attack. He's going to bowl to Hassan Azad, who plays quietly to mid-wicket, fielded by Bertie Foreman, and there is no run. 252 for 2. It is quite gloomy now. We just need this cloud to drift across the ground. Then I think we'll probably be okay, because a brighter sky's on the way. Carson in again. Round the wicket bowls to Azad, who works this again to Foreman. Again, there is no run. Lewis Hill at the non-striker's end is like a cat on hot bricks at the minute. He can't wait to get on strike. Carson bowls, and Azad, was that a full toss?
No, it did. It turned a fraction, and it came off a thick outside edge, and almost a leading edge, and in the air.
Yes, would have been a strange dismissal.
Silly Point would have snapped it up, but of course there isn't one at the moment, understandably.
106 for 1. Now Carson wants a change in the field. His long on is going all the way back, because Lewis Hill has shown he likes to hit the ball down the ground. He's just retaking his guard, is Hill. Floodlights are coming on. Yeah. I'm not surprised they may. Yeah, and that should ensure we stay on. As in comes Carson bowls. Hill down the wicket, driving, thumping the ball to mid-off. Haynes is very quickly and gets in the throw. But Lewis Hill was safely home. And if ever you knew Lewis Hill's intention, that was it. Playing the ball straight to Haynes, setting off, taking the single. He goes to 92, 254 for 2. Been impressed with Lewis Hill in this innings. Batted very nicely. Carson again in bowls. Azad prods forward, plays it down the offside, and there is no run. I'm just wondering whether I mean, he's batted beautifully, hasn't he, Assad? So it'd be unkind to be critical, but I just wonder whether they might be looking to pick up the ones here.
You're right.
Just
you're
step
right.
on the accelerator a bit. Cast in bowls, and again he's just forward. Plays the ball straight down the track, and there is no run. So end of the over, 254 for 2. I mean, I guess the plan might be to get Hill on strike as much as possible. But I just wonder whether he might be looking to pick up the single. Because there's a single pretty much every ball here.
It would take a bit of the pressure off Hill, who is
Yeah.
on 92, and obviously would love to get to his 100. But in fairness, when the run rate has been sort of 5 and over since tea, 37 overs remained at tea, which was taken on 152 for 2. 16 overs remain now, so 21 overs have been bowled since tea, in which 102 runs have been scored and no wickets lost, so essentially 5 and over.
Yeah.
Rawlins throws the ball to Sean Hunt, who's going to stay around the wicket to Lewis Hill on 92. Hunt is in, bowls nice and straight to Hill. Brown applauds loudly as Hill went forward and defended it out into the offside. Crocombe is the fielder as an ice cream van goes down Milligan Road and stops. Somebody has put up a right hand and said, "I'll have a 99. With sprinkles or without, Adrian?
With, I
Yeah?
think.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
It's a very Brighton thing, that, isn't it? It goes Hunt outside off stump, and Hill slightly lazily has a bit of a swish at that wide one outside off stump, doesn't get anything on it.
His eyes lit up then, Lewis Hill. He was probably thinking, I'll just thump this for extra couple for 4 runs, because there is a sweeper, but he's at backward point, and on this very large outfit, I think that would have just raced away for 4 runs.
Yes, they lit up like Adrian seeing sprinkles on a 99. This is Hunt. Bustles in. He looks very like Fletcher from the back and bowls again wide, and it's cut down to third man off the thick outside edge by Lewis Hill, who moves on to 96, and as Adrian says, and a no ball. So 6 runs to the Leicestershire total. They continue to score at a ridiculously fast rate. In fact, they brought up the 150 partnership of 229 balls. And Lewis Hill's share, well, Azad's share is 54, Hill's share is 96. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. They're getting on extremely well. Lewis Hill is on 96, make that 97 as he pushes a delivery from Sean Hunt out to mid-off. But Hassan Azad has just gone past 100. His 100 came off 187 balls and included 10 fours. 261 for 2 then is the Leicestershire total. These two have put on 150 in just 229 balls. If they keep going at this rate, they will overhaul Sussex by the end of the day. Azad on strike as Hunt goes in, bowls to him, tucked up a little bit, the left-hander there, and he just plays it calmly out to Crocombe at mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Lewis Hatchett's been back in touch. Thank you, Lewis, former Sussex
I've watching him quite a few times, actually.
Yes, he says, I've just tuned back in. Tom Hindley plays with us at East Grinstead Cricket Club. He's a left-arm leggy.
But he bowls a lot of wrong uns, is that right, Lewis? In goes Hunt and bowls on off stump, pushed out into the offside by Azad. No run.
He says he plays with us at East Grinstead Cricket Club. He's a left-arm leggy, has both variations, looks like a frog in a blender, but can get you wickets. Thank you, Lewis.
I can imagine he can. If he's on a club wicket that's giving him a little bit of help, wow. I bet nobody. I can't imagine many club batsmen picking him. Put it that way. In goes Hunt, bowls to Azad. Nice line and length. Azad half forward, plays it firmly back down the pitch, and a slightly weary, well, actually very weary looking Sean Hunt just sticks out a right hand and wanders back to get his cap from the Sussex 12th man. How many overs is he? He's only bowled 11 overs.
Yeah.
Sean Hunt, but you would think he'd bowled 30.
Yeah, I mean,
looking at him at the moment, 1 for 69.
Yeah, I mean, he bowled 23 overs last week against Middlesex, 1 for 108. I mean, were it not for the weather, Sussex would be really under the pump here tomorrow.
Potentially, I'm afraid that is right.
Jack Carson's, to Lewis Hill, who may go to his 100.
Carson bowls, Hill drives, doesn't time it, slaps it back down the wicket to Carson, who raises his eyes to the heavens as he picks up the ball. Carson trying his luck from the Bennett end is in to Hill, who is driving. That might have been it, but it's a good piece of work out there in the covers by Bertie Foreman. Keeps it down to 1, so Hill on to 98.
Well, he redeemed himself there, didn't he, Bertie? I think he's done really well. He had that misfield. He was very cross with himself. That was a good bit of fielding. I think he's taken some more skin off his elbow, mind you. Carson on his way to Azad, who plays this to extra cover, fielded by Henry Crocombe. And there is no run. 262 for 2. Floodlights on.
A bit of blue coming.
Yeah,
we'll be okay.
Sort of drifting across the ground. In comes Carson again, bowls, and Azad forces that through the offside. More runs here, but just a single. Fielded by Alior. One more to Azad. He goes to 107, which brings Lewis Hill back on strike, and a chance for him to go through to those 3 figures.
Twiddles the bat in his hand. Slightly open stance. He's on 98 as Carson goes in. Bowls to Hill, who's forward in defence. Back up the pitch it goes on the on side. No run. No changes to the field by the Sussex captain Tom Haynes, although he brings his deep backward square in a few yards as Carson bowls, and Hill's going to just pick up 1, so he's going to have to do it in singles.
Yeah, I guess what he has done here, Richard, is pinch the strike for the next over. I just wonder, here if Lewis Hill goes through to what would be a thoroughly deserved 100, whether we just might see him really go for it after that, because the arrears are now just 95. There are 14 overs left in the day. The Sussex attack looks very weary, and with the likelihood that we're going to lose most of the day tomorrow, is about whether the forecaster to be believed. It just might be a time when Leicestershire thinks, you know what, there's nothing to lose here, let's just go for it.
Agreed. Well, they've picked up a couple of batting bonus points already, which we've rather ignored in all the chaos. But it's been about individual landmarks as well in recent overs, and Lewis Hill has an individual landmark coming up. Sean Hunt is in, bowls to Hill, who's driving, not timing it, runs it out into the covers, and there is no run.
The only thing that might save Sussex here is the light. So there are some lighter skies away to our left, but there's some heavier cloud over the Bennett end, so let's hope we stay on, because we lost 7 overs yesterday.
Sean Hunt, left armour, is in around the wicket to Hill, who is driving. That should be the single he needs. He's pushed it out towards mid-off. Haynes throws at the stumps, misses. Hill raises his hands to the air. Consecutive centuries for Lewis Hill. Made 100 last time out against Derbyshire. He's made another 100 here against Sussex. He raises 3 fingers to the Leicestershire dressing room, who are all out in front of the windows applauding him. Hill has scored his 3rd century of the season. It's come off 116 balls and includes 11 fours.
Well played, Lewis Hill, who's absolutely thrilled to bits, waving his back towards the dressing room. He took on a good arm in Tom Haynes, who's got 3 or 4 run-outs this season in exactly that position, but
he's one of our own, is the chant
yeah
from the Leicestershire faithful. Hunt is in back over the wicket to the left-handed Azad, who's cutting outside off stump down towards wide 3rd man. Sarrow gets to the ball, quickly gets his throw away, and Azad has to settle for 1.
Well, this might be interesting now that Lewis Hill has gone to his 116 balls, and since tea he's scored 76 runs, Richard.
Yep. at better than a run or more.
Yeah.
And that gives us, the captain, yes, if we ignore the weather, but it gives the captain so many more options if runs are being scored quickly, doesn't it? It gives a side so much more time to play with. Hunt around the wicket to Hill, who's driving very pleasantly, but only as far as Haynes, who is hopping around because it stung his hands, that one, and he's tucked it under his armpit.
Yes, that was struck firmly. But, yeah, lovely 100, and beautifully placed as well. Played himself in. Got the perfect foil at the other end in terms of Hassan Assad.
Hunt is in to Hill, who is waiting for that one, and then just off the front foot, steering it out towards Point, who's out there on the boundary. He can jog a single, but his celebrations there were really heartfelt from Lewis Hill.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely form of his life. And how many runs in the championship is that now? 858 for Lewis Hill. So still a possibility for him to get to 1,000 this season. He's probably not going to have another innings in this match, as Hunt goes in to Azad, who is working one away from outside off stump down towards wide third man stroke deep backward Point. It's Hindley who gets there first, gets his throw away, and Azad takes one and keeps the strike. Both batsmen calling for a drink. I think they've probably earned one.
Absolutely. Sean Hunt looks absolutely shattered. That's his 12th over. Figures of 1 for 73, but he looks absolutely... Now, the two umpires are having a natter. The light isn't the best, it has to be said. But it's not as bad as it was last night, so certainly we can see a few shadows. There are some brighter skies, and Leicestershire will just want to stay out here. I think I just wonder what the tactic might be here.
Did you by any chance make a note of the Hills 100? Was it 116, 11-2?
I do. I apologise, I didn't.
No, don't worry. It's okay, I was busy chuntering, that's why. And like most men, I can't do two things. So
I definitely
I struggle.
can't.
Don't worry. It might come up on the very comprehensive score. In fact, there it is. Yeah.
So, we've got 13 overs to be bowled tonight. If we get those 13 overs in, we're going to be at about 6 o'clock. Jack Carlson is going to bowl the first of them. Leicestershire trailing by 91. So as Richard was saying, if they score a 5 and over, which they have been doing, they're going to be not a million miles away from that Sussex total of 359 for 9. Floodlights on.
Blue sky coming there.
Yep.
Little bit.
Carson in bowls to Azad, who works that into the offside and gets a single off the first ball of the over. And that's probably, since he's got his 100, what Azad has been looking to do, to pick up the ones and get Lewis Hill on strike. And Hill retakes his guard from umpire Robinson. I think this could be quite interesting. This next sort of half an hour or so, because I wouldn't be surprised if Lewis Hill doesn't go for it. In comes Carson, bowls, and Hill drives firmly down the ground to long on, fielded by Sarrow. One more to the total. The new ball would be available first thing in the morning for Sussex, pretty much.
It would be ludicrous to take them off, wouldn't it? When two batsmen are not out 100.
Carson in bowls, Azad forward, just plays into the offside, there is no run.
There is an argument that it's dangerous for the fielders, but it's not that bad light at the moment.
No, it's not. No, it really isn't. I think we should be... I mean, the umpire Newell is just looking in the direction of that darker cloud, which has gone, actually, as in comes Carson, and Azad works that to backward point, fielded by Hunt. Lewis Hill's got really itchy feet at the non-striker's end. He's desperate to get on strike. And what an innings he's played. Carson around the wicket, bowls, Azad forward and just plays into the offside. It's very critical. It's just an observation, really, that there are singles around.
Yeah, yes.
Let's say when you've got 100 to your name, who am I to to criticise in any way, as Carson in bowls, as they'd let that one go outside of the off stump. There is no run, so just the 2 runs coming off of the over. Leicestershire 270 for 2, 12 overs remaining in the day. The umpires had a little look at each other, bit of carrying on, as you say, a bit of blue sky above the ground. So Ben Brown is talking away to Jack Carson, perhaps suggesting a field change. A very weary looking Tom Haynes. The skipper sort of trudges across the outfield. Sean Hunt's going to bowl another over. At the end of the last over, it looked that was the last thing that he wanted to do. He looked absolutely exhausted as he bowled that last over. Nonetheless, he's going to bowl the next. He threw the ball to Tom Haynes. If say, do you want to have a look at the ball, Skip? And Tom Haynes took one look and threw it back at him. Look, did you see that? I mean, this ball is, what, 68 overs old. So I think it's unlikely it's going to get changed. Of course, if it's out of shape, it will get changed, but I mean, it's bound to be a bit battered and bruised.
Azad's run rate has actually sort of slowly crept down throughout his entire innings. He started like a train as Hunt goes in and bowls to Hill, who's driving pleasantly, but only as far as Hill, and he's calling no before it's in Haynes's hands at mid-off.
114 balls, if that helped, Richard, for Lewis Hill's 100.
114?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. 11 fours, 2 sixes, I believe.
Let's get that up.
As Hunt is in and bowling, Hill defends. It's a no ball. Hunt cannot believe it. He's really disgusted with himself.
Yes, you're right. You're right, Richard. 11 fours, 2 sixes. 100 in 100. Well, he's been batting now for 142 minutes, so it came in about 2 hours. So that's a quick 100 from Lewis Hill.
That's Sean Hunt's 6th no ball.
Wow.
He's in again to Hill, who's turning him off his legs down to long leg, where Sarrow is the fielder. Single taken. Sarrow bowled 3. No other Sussex bowlers have bowled a no ball. So Leicestershire, I think, did they manage 9 no balls, and Sussex are up to, sorry, they bowled 11 no balls, Sussex up to 9. Hunt is going to go over the wicket to Azad, who gets a ball on his hip that he can work away down towards fine leg. Foreman scampers around, gets his throw away, keeps it to 1.
Good bit of fielding, actually. In fact, Azad was looking for a couple there. It was Lewis Hill who was less keen. There's a good bit of fielding down there by...
He's fielded very well, really.
He's
just had that one occasion when he overran the ball running in.
Yeah, a birdie forward.
Otherwise, he's given of his best and acquitted himself admirably.
He really has.
Round the wicket goes Hunt to Hill, who covers up on middle stump on the front foot, pushing it out to mid-on. This is one of Leicestershire's biggest partnerships of the season, though. I'd have to look back. There was a couple of big ones against Surrey, of course, but well, obviously it's going to be one of the bigger ones of the season. Came together when George Rhodes was bowled by Tom Haynes. I don't think he's bowled himself enough. Hunt is in, outside off stump, driven away by Hill. There'll be 2 there, I would think, as Orr gets to the ball. Gets his throw away wide of the bowler, but backing up is Henry Crocombe, so no extras. Maybe it's just body language, but Hunt does just look shattered.
He does look shattered. I thought that at the end of the previous over, he looked like he'd rather be anywhere than having to bowl the next over.
Runs away from us, bowls again to Hill. Nice line and length, but registering exhaustion in every step and his every action after that ball hit the bat. Even the way he caught his cap when it was thrown to him by Rawlins. He's walking away from us with his towards his fielding position anyway, with his hands on his hips, and jeepers, he's thinking this first-class cricket is darn hard work.
Yeah, and he did say that last week. He was fair, as we were saying earlier on today, that he was very open and honest in an interview that said he just needs to get fitter, and he's He's got his hands on his knees at backward point. It's a hard game, especially when you're out in the field. They were out in the field for 2 days against Middlesex last week. There's a lot of chasing of leather to go on here. He may get some respite if the weather forecast is right tomorrow. So I imagine there'll be a lot of gym work for Sean. I mean, when he's got it right, he's looked really good. He said he nips the ball around. He's got a good action.
He made a lovely start, didn't he? Picking up
Yeah,
the
he
wicket
did.
very early on.
Jack Carson's going to carry on. So 11 overs left in the day. Whether we'll get them all in, we'll have to wait and see. It's going to be nip and tuck, I reckon. 276 for 2. Leicestershire trailing by 83 as Carson is in bowls to Azad, and Azad plays this into the covers, fielded by Tom Haynes, who's setting the example there for Sussex. No, it's not Tom Haynes, it's Ben Brown, I'm sorry. Setting the example there in the covers.
Crocombe starting to...
Warm up.
Yeah, not massively enthusiastically, but...
Carson in again, bowls, and Azad works this one through the covers, picks up a single fielded by Orr, who comes into field. One more to Azad, he goes to 112. Leicestershire 277 for 2. See Luke Wells in the wickets for Lancashire. He made 100 for Lancashire in the match, and he's picked up a couple of wickets.
Did he call legs?
Yeah, bit of leg spin.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Comes Carson again, bowls, and hammered away by Hill to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who is Tom Hinley, who gets in the throw, but not before Hill has gone through for another single. He's to 105, 278 for 2.
One other thing that may have been a factor in Lewis Hill's splendid form this season.
Carson in bowls, and Azad plays to short extra cover, fielded by Brown, and there is no run.
He's a couple of months ago, or a few months ago now, he became a dad for the first time. Little Rosie, I think, arrived. I'm pretty sure it's Rosie. Hope it is. I haven't got that wrong.
Carson in again, bowls, forward comes Adaz, just plays that back to score on the leg side. There could be a couple of runs here. There ought to be a couple. Azad going to want to come back for the second, I think, and he has a comfortable second, as Hinley has a long way to come round from fielding at deep backward square. And Azad picks up 2. He goes to 114 at 280 for 2. Arrears down to 79.
But, he was obviously overjoyed about that, Lewis, but...
Carson again in the bowls, and Azad forward back to Carson, who fields off his end bowling. There is no run. End of another over. Jack Carson, 18 overs. No maidens, no wicket for 62 for Jack Carson. And there's some tired old bodies out there for Sussex at the moment. I don't think it's just today. I think it's the effect of 2 days in the field last week in the baking sun against Hove.
Well, Leicestershire looked tired in the field yesterday, didn't they? They had 2 days against Derby,
Yeah.
so it's. I think both sides, the bowlers, after a certain number of overs, have looked a little bit weary. But just to finish that point about Lewis Hill, I think if you're happy in your personal life and very fulfilled, as Lewis obviously is, then it can have
helps
a real impact on your
sure.
on your professional life as well.
I would completely agree.
Sure it does. Anyway, he's on 106 not out, and the odds are he's going to catch and pass Hassan Azad before too long. And when he came in, Azad had passed 50. So
Yeah, wow. Well, Henry Crocombe has been pretty much the most economic of the Sussex bowlers, apart from his skipper Tom Haynes. Let's see if he can pick up a wicket or 2 for Sussex.
in he comes, bowls to Hill, on the spot straight away, just pushed out into the offside by Hill. Rawlins walks towards the ball, picks it up, has a look at it, but as you've been saying, Adrian, given its best part of 70 overs old now, you just have to do your best to keep one side a little bit shiny.
Yep.
Maybe there'd be a little bit of reverse, but there isn't at the moment, as in goes Crocombe, bowls a leg stump half volley that's clipped away into the leg side. Well, just the one though, because there is the sweeper out there. Tom Hinley comes in, picks up. Oh, just the 4 overs, none for 22 for Hinley. 8 overs for Rawlins, none for 30. 7 overs for Tom Haynes, 1 for 7. Get yourself back on, skipper.
Well, he's certainly very economic, and he did look the most dangerous of the Sussex bowlers, to be honest. Just wobbling the ball around a little bit.
7 overs, none for 42 for Joe Sarrow. 18 overs, none for 62 for Jack Carson, as Crocombe is in round the wicket to Azad, who's just deflecting it down to find third man for 4. Perfectly deliberate little nudge from Hassan Azad, and he picks up 4. First boundary for a little while. Azad moves on to 118, 285 for 2.
Yeah, they've just been happy to pick up the 1s and 2s, haven't they, these two? It's been a very good partnership, Richard.
Has.
Not a million miles away from a 200 partnership now.
Crocombe, little skip at the start of his run, and then he bowls short to Azad. An effort, but ball barely had enough strength to sort of get up really, and although it was short, Azad actually lifted his bat over the ball as it went past, sort of around about chest high in the end, and died into the gloves of Carter.
I just think it was a very unhelpful comment of me to say they're nearing to, if it's 177, listeners are probably saying, well, what is it then, Adrian? So that's what it is.
It requires mathematics. In goes Crocombe, thick inside part of the bat as it's defended, but you got there pretty swiftly with 177.
Yes, I suddenly thought, what a stupid comment to say they're closing in, because our listeners might think, oh, it's only to 4 or 6. So, 23 runs away. They're a little way away, but nonetheless, they're it's been beautifully paced by these two.
Crocombe is in and bowls to Azad, just pushing it out into the offside, slightly wide of the fielder. Carson has to move to his right at extra cover towards cover. Azad picks up a comfortable single, keeps a strike, moves on to 119. Hill has 107, Leicestershire 286 for 2. Just 73 short now.
Yeah,
of that Sussex first innings.
No, they are, and as we were saying, we keep referring to the weather. It's difficult not to when there's a pretty dire weather forecast. But were it not for the weather forecast tomorrow, Leicestershire batting themselves into a position here where they'll probably feel they probably can't lose the match. If we were going to get 2 clear days, Leicestershire would have their eyes on a big total here and giving Sussex a tricky final day. In comes Carson running into bowl to Azad. That's a full toss clipped away by Azad down towards fine leg. There ought to be a couple of runs here as Azad looks to come back. Well, there probably was 2 there. He had to come round a long way. But nonetheless, Azad, he might be feeling a bit tired himself. He's been out there for a long time. The Leicestershire opener, he's on 120. Leicestershire 287 for 2. Lewis Hill on 107 on strike. He's in his Carson bowls and just eased down the ground by Hill. He picks up another single. There's a very dark cloud at the far end of the ground. Lighter skies behind him, but it's just sort of slowly creeping in this direction, and the light is not great.
Might just drift south.
Well, I hope we stay on. Carson again in and bowls. Azad just forward nudges that onto the onside, fielded by Bertie Foreman.
I mentioned Bronte's 3 Welsh Springer Spaniels earlier. Norman, who's the youngest, Bertie and Freddie.
In comes Carson bowls, cut away by Azad. To the sweeper on the cover boundary, fielded by Alistair Orr.
Bronte points out that in his first 3 visits to the ground, Norman the puppy has seen 3 Foxes centuries and a Chris Wright 5-fer. Poor old Freddie, who is now 12, didn't see that in his first 6 years, he said.
Carson in and bowls, and he'll drive straight back to Carson, and there is no run. I'll have to disappear in a moment. I'll wait for this delivery to be bowled.
But Freddie won't mind because he's eaten a lot of cake in the meantime. Spoiled by Leicestershire supporters.
Carson in again bowls. Hill forward plays into the onside. There is no run. End of the over. 289 for 2. Azad 121. Hill 108. We've got 8 overs to be bowled in the day. The arrears now just 70.
Have a word, the umpires, but no more than that, and it's from a distance. It is a little bit gloomy now, but goodness me, when the partnership is approaching 200, well, umpire Mark Newell is taking a reading, checking the reading. Umpire Robinson has gone to his position at square leg. Umpire Newell takes the reading, but he seems okay at the moment. And as I say, it would seem astonishing to take them off in these circumstances. There is not the slightest danger to the batsman. We're seeing it, presumably, given one is 121 and one is 108, like the proverbial football. So, Henry Crocombe to continue around the wicket to Hassan Azad. Bowls, Azad just works it off his legs down towards long leg, takes one. I think Crocombe is bowling at around about 60 to 70% of the pace he was bowling earlier in the innings. Certainly when he was coming down the slope from the Bennett end. He's having to work very hard to get up the slope here, and by the time he gets there he hasn't got much energy left to deliver the ball. In he goes, and bowls to Hill, who defends firmly out towards mid-on, straight delivery, albeit, as I say, at three-quarter pace. That is fielded by Sean Hunt at mid-on. No run, 290 for 2 with that single to Azad. So 182, the partnership now. Crocombe is in, Hill is just blocking it out into the offside, sees that Rawlins has a little bit of ground to make up to the ball. Azad responds to his call. Single duly taken, Hill onto 109, 291 for 2. Leicestershire approaching another batting bonus point. Sussex yet to pick up a bowling bonus point. So Leicestershire have nipped ahead in the chase for bonus point. It's 5-4 to them at the moment. Crocombe just fiddling with his field. He's going to go around the wicket. He's not quite sure. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to be going around the wicket, aren't I? And he moves across, in he goes, and bowls a bouncer to Azad, who leans out of the way of it. Might be an attempt by Crocombe to push the umpires into calling things off early. 7 overs left after this one, so we've had our 90 for the day, and if we go into the next little tranche of overs, we'll be looking to make up the overs from yesterday. Crocombe is in, outside off stump, played out into the offside by Azad, only as far as Carson. Update for BBC Radio Leicester. Yeah, moved on to 291 for 2, so now only 68 behind those runs. It's been an absolute run fest on the part of the Foxes since tea, which was taken with the Foxes on 152 for 2. At that stage, Hassan Azad was 72 not out, Lewis Hill was 24 not out. Well, both have passed 100. Hassan Azad has moved on to 122 of 229 balls, but the main man as far as improving the scoring rate is concerned has been Lewis Hill. He's 109 not out off 133 deliveries. His 100 came off 114 balls, included 11 fours and 2 sixes. They're approaching a 200 partnership. As you come to me, however, the light has closed in a bit and the umpires have decided to take the players off with 7 overs potentially remaining in the day. Leicester will be a bit gutted about that, because if they'd got those last 7 overs, they probably wouldn't have been far off that Sussex first innings score. And with a bad forecast for tomorrow, well, you never know how that could affect the game. But what a session it has been for Leicestershire with the bat. It looks as though it's going to be the close of play for today. The Foxes closing on 291 for 2. As you heard me telling BBC Radio Leicester there, surprisingly to me, the umpires are taking the players off the field with 7 overs potentially remaining in the day. There's a little bit of blue away where the weather is coming from, so it's possible, just possible, that we could yet squeeze out for another few overs. But applause for the 2 Leicestershire batsmen. Hill and Azad raise their bats to the crowd and to the pavilion. What a partnership it has been, what a session it has been. 139 runs the Foxes have scored off 30 overs, I think it is. That makes sense. because there are 7 overs remaining. Azad 122 not out, Hill 109 not out. Ground staff are coming out with the covers, and head groundsman Andy Ward with the wheelbarrow with all the various implements with which to effect repairs. What will umpires Newell and Robinson say? Well, they say just wait a moment or two, because as I say, there's a little bit of blue heading our way, to be quite honest. Are they going to take... Well, they're taking another reading. Let's see what the result is. Umpire's talking to Andy Ward. Maybe that they just have to wait a little while. They're heading for the extra covers, though. The Leicestershire ground staff, they are as aware of the forecast as anybody. Umpire Newell, actually, they're bringing them. The stump's out of the ground. That is it. That is the end of play. I thought just for a second the signal was that they were bringing them back out there. They're not, I'm afraid. That is it. So 72 overs into their innings. Leicestershire, they're 291 for 2, run rate 4.04. Azad 122 off 229 balls. He's hit 11 fours. Lewis Hill at 109 off 133 balls. He has hit 11 fours as well, but he's also hit 2 sixes. And together they have, so far for the third, 191 minus 108, which is 183. I think. That confirmed, I think that's right. With power to add in the morning, weather permitting, but very much all the covers going on. So how much play we'll get tomorrow remains to be seen. Thank you for your company here at the Uptonsteel County Ground today. Richard Ray and Adrian Harms of BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio Sussex have been your commentators. I get a signal from the umpires that indeed is that. Leicestershire's day, as yesterday belonged to Sussex, so today belonged to Leicestershire. Match nicely balanced. Let's hope we get plenty more of it. But for now, from the Uptonsteel County Ground, it's a very good evening.